this is Imani Latif. I am the creator of Peep Game Comics, the online comic book shop dedicated to Black comic books and Black comic book creators. This is day 2 of Black Comics Universe, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and other platforms. We are live all day today, bringing you 8 more hours of amazing comics. I'm your host, and we're going to get started with our first guest, Marcus Roberts, who is in the green room. What's up, my man?
What's going on? What's happening, everyone?
Glad to be here. I'm glad to have you. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well.
All right. I want to get right into it. So we had a really good, I want to actually go back to the conversation we were having in the green room, man. You are the CEO of Second Sight Publishing.
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us a little bit about Second Sight?
Well, Second Sight originally was established at Second Sight Studios, which was the name Bradley Golden was going under while he published books for Antarctic Press and also did other work through Antarctic Press. He was able to put together, he came out with a book, Mississippi Zombie, a few years back. And he wanted to redo the book, so he invited a couple other people, myself and Peter Brame. And we put together the issue Mississippi Zombie. He pitched that to Caliber as Second Sight Studios, and we were able to get a deal for it, a publishing deal through Caliber. We were like, okay, well, what's next? And the next, logical thing was to just establish a publishing company for ourselves. Okay. So that's where Second Sight Publishing came in. And then come to find out, Bradley has always had this desire to be a publisher, and that's something that I myself have had for many years as well. So we just kind of, we were fated to be together. We were fated to get this thing started. We started putting together things in actually the end of 2019, going into 2020, and we became official in May of 2020.
All right. Now, so you're a writer or illustrator?
I'm a writer.
Okay.
I have artist envy. I can't even draw a straight line, man. So, right. And I have a real high respect for artists, being able to pull those images out of their head and put them on paper like that, man. That is fascinating to me.
Well, based on the conversation we had in the green room, like you have a lot of information to pull from yourself. You consider yourself to be a historian of comics?
Yes, a historian of sorts.
Okay.
Like you said, today being my birthday, I was born in 1965 and growing up in the 60s and 70s, and I'm what's called a generational comic book reader.
Okay.
My father read comic books, and I was introduced to comic books through him and through family members. So it passed from one generation to the next. Anyway, just reading comic books for as long as I've been reading them, and just my experiences growing up, coming from a small town in the South. I'm originally from a town called Sylvania, Georgia.
Sylvania, okay.
Yeah, a little itty bitty town in the South. So,
okay.
We didn't have a comic book store. You always had to go to a convenience store to get your books.
Okay.
And being in the South in the late 60s, early 70s, sometimes it wasn't always a pleasant experience just to go grab a book.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow.
But, that just speaks to my love of comics, the passion I've had for them. And, I've seen the evolution of books and actually learned a lot from just being involved, being a reader. So, I got a long time love affair with comic books, over half a century now. Man,
because we were talking about how today's generation, although they might be comic book fans, maybe fans of the movies or even fans of current books, they don't necessarily understand the history behind some of the titles, or their commitment only goes so far. Like they only, they're only hip to what's popular now, the titles that are popular now, or the stories that are being presented now, compared to other stories and that have gone in other generations.
Yeah, well, I understand that mainstream is the dominant thing, so they take a lot of their cues from mainstream. But even in the mainstream, they don't realize just how deep or far back history goes, particularly with the Black comic book fan.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone talks about the Black Panther, but 12 years before Black Panther in mainstream, there was another character that appeared that is considered the first Black character. But as our discussion was going in the green room, Black characters started in comic books.
Right.
I was bringing up the point how in the first comic book was from Dell Comics in 1934. And it was a collection of comic book strips, Mandrake the Magician. And we all know, or if you don't know, who Mandrake the Magician's assistant was, it was Lothar. Lothar, to me, should be recognized as the first superhero in comics, period. Lothar's description was that he had superhuman strength and that he was invulnerable to man-made weapons. You think about a character who came after 1934 who had some of those same traits. And then you understand why I say Lothar should be the first superhero. And he was a Black character.
You're right. So, I remember Christopher Priest actually wrote that into the Black Panther storyline, that basically the Black Panther couldn't be harmed by weapons. Like there was a storyline where some people pointed guns at him and all of a sudden the guns just were dismantled or something like that. So it's almost like the same concept. He pulled the same, maybe that was his inspiration for that.
Possibly. But as we were saying in the green room, just talking about the history, and since we are talking in the Black comic universe, I believe that the history should be understood and should be brought out, actually, because as I said, we go way back. Like during some of my research, I started being exposed to different things from different comic book companies in the early 30s and 40s that were just astounding to me. The first Black character to appear on the cover of a comic book actually appeared in 1939.
Wow.
Best Comics, a character called the Red Mask, for 4 issues. And this was your first example of whitewashing as well, because in the first issue on the cover, he appeared Black. But in the other 3 issues, they lightened him up to the point that in issue 4, he appeared white. But in the interior of the comic book, he's Black.
Oh, okay.
And then we, when we talk about these Black superheroes, we, as Black people, as Black comic fans, we often ask, well, what about Black people creating these Black characters? And, we start thinking about the 90s or the 80s or whatnot. But, we can go back to Matt Baker and his character Voodoo. And that was like in 1940, in the 40s.
Right.
He appeared in Crown Comics. Appeared in several issues, and although he appeared white on the cover of the book, he was Black in the interior pages.
Okay.
So the history is deep, man. And I enjoy reading, I enjoy learning about it, but mostly I enjoy sharing it, because it is because of the history that I'm doing what I'm doing now.
Right.
As a Black comic publisher. Particularly a Black comic publisher who's chosen to get in the mainstream. So, having go ahead.
No, like I was wondering, like, how have you brought that history to the books that you create? Like, what are some of the storylines that have stuck with you, from your favorite comic books from back in the day, that you brought those ideas to your publishing company?
Well, believe it or not, it's not the storylines, it's not the stories, it's not the actual books. It is the companies themselves. Like
Okay.
I know every Black publisher draws inspiration from All Negro Comics and the All Negro Publishing Company, Warren Evans. But I particularly draw inspiration from Fitzgerald Publishing.
Okay.
Bertram Fitzgerald. They published the Golden Legacy books.
Oh
Golden
yeah,
Legacy
yeah.
comic books starting
Okay.
in the late 60s into the 70s.
Yeah, okay. I know
And
exactly what you're talking about.
man, this dude was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
Because when you read the list of sponsors, the list of contributors to his company for the publication of his book, it's a who's who of corporate America during that time.
Right.
I mean, he had folks like AT&T and Coke, even Avon.
Yeah.
That, you know, they were contributing to this company. They were paying for the distribution of this book.
Right. Yeah, actually, that company is actually technically the most successful, longest running Black-owned comic book publishing companies. I mean, by far, people just don't recognize it because it's not your typical superhero comics. But when you consider the legacy, it is up there.
I mean, it has to be recognized. Not even for that, but even in the fact that in one of the issues, issue 3, it had a Black female writer, Joan Backus.
Okay.
One of the first Black female writers in comic books. I mean, that's a big thing. As a publisher, to do his books, he went to the local art schools and brought in people to help produce the books. And as a publisher, this guy was way ahead of his time.
Yes, he was.
So, you know, me being an aspiring publisher, I draw inspiration from that.
Oh, that's
I draw inspiration from Reggie Byers and Victory Productions. People don't talk about this, but Reggie Byers had his production company, Victory Productions, out in 1985. In 1985, they were producing books. So, I mean, we talk about All Negro Comics, and we have to give them that respect. We have to give them their due. They are number one. We have to acknowledge that.
Right.
But it's the ones who came afterwards that drew inspiration from them and the heights that they took it to even then. That is inspiring to me.
Yeah.
So, I want to be the trendsetter of Black comic book publishers. I want Second Sight Publishing to be the next iteration of what it means to be a Black comic book publisher.
Wow, I like that. So, what books are you working on now? What titles are you working on?
Well, currently in previews, we have issue 2 of the Lady Freedom, issue 2 of the Book of Lyaxia. We have issue 1 of Blood, Skull, and Chromes, which Blood, Skull, and Chromes by Hanu Kasolo. It's already being filmed into a movie. The production actually has been going on for some time.
Oh, wow.
It has been turned into a video game even.
Okay.
And issue 1 of the comic comes out, well, it's in previews now. And I have to say, Second Sight Publishing is the English language distributor for Hanu Kasolo's books.
Okay.
So if you want to get this comic book in the English language, then you have to get it from Second Sight Publishing.
Wow. You know, it's interesting that your approach to, you know, distributing comics and selling comics, it sounds very traditional, you know, going through the direct market, you know, that for a lot of indies, that idea has, you know, kind of become passe. What is it about, you know, the direct market and being a part of that part of the business? How did you come to that decision as a, you know, for your business plan?
Because we have to be honest and blunt about this thing. Okay. There are a lot of indies who say, yeah, I'm independent. I'm proud to be independent. I'm proud to be independent.
Right.
And yet internally, they yearn for mainstream distribution,
Right.
for mainstream exposure.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to actually, obtain some type of longevity, some type of big exposure, eventually they are going to have to approach mainstream in some form or another.
Right.
So being an independent comic book creator, and that's the thing about we at Second Sight, we are all independent comic book creators. Bradley was doing comics before Second Sight by himself.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing comics. Peter was doing comics. Larry Gerald, Spike was doing comics. So we are a collection of independent comic book creators who join forces.
Oh, okay.
So we know and understand thoroughly the wants, needs, desires of independent comic book creators, because those are the shoes that we have walked in. That's the path that we have followed. And we understand that in order to get the kind of sales numbers that you really want on a consistent basis, that you have to have some type of big distribution.
Mm-hmm.
The book has to do something other than just sit on the website and hope people come to the website, because now as an independent comic book creator, you aren't spending time creating your book. You're spending time trying to drive traffic to your website through marketing, through promotions, and you're handling that business aspect. So now as you try to balance creativity with business, something lags. And because you need profits, you want to make money, it's usually creativity that lags.
Right.
So that, as once again, a bunch of independent guys who came together to form a publishing company, we said to ourselves, why not take that business aspect away from these creators and do this for them? When a creator joins, they join under what we call a creator services contract.
Okay.
Because we are providing a service for independent creators that they normally would have to provide for themselves.
Okay.
We're willing to share this load with you, take some of it away from you. And because of our work and being positioned, we actually can give you maybe a little more exposure than you were gotten before you were used to getting.
I like this because I don't think a lot of indies approach their creations in that fashion. Most of the indie creators that are coming out right now, they see the Kickstarter is the fastest way, as opposed to coming up with an idea and pitching an idea or presenting it to a publisher or a company that can help them gain more exposure and distribution. So I like the idea of offering independents more options as to how they can get their book out there.
Well, Kickstarter is good. You won't hear me knock Kickstarter, but think about it in terms of this. Even if you had 400 backers on your Kickstarter,
right,
you only sold 400 books.
I've been looking at those numbers. I've been seeing there's a lot of successful Kickstarters that are typically under 300 some, pledges. And it's like, so that means, right, there's only 300 some, well, technically only 300 some people have, bought a book. But at the same time, some of those people are pledging and aren't buying books. Some of those people are pledging and they might be getting other things, they might just be getting digital copies of those books. So there's definitely something to be said about the audience or how much reach you have with that Kickstarter, aside from the actual funding of your book. So I agree with you there.
And like I said, I will never knock Kickstarter because I did one myself. So I do see and understand the value of it. But the question becomes, what's next? Okay, you did your Kickstarter. You've gotten 400 people. and you got 400 books out. So what's next? Because you cannot sustain yourself selling only 400 books.
So like are your sales significantly larger now that you're with Second Sight and the collective and everything?
I've definitely seen exponential growth in sales, and just from a personal standpoint, like I'll use Alfred Page as an example because before Alfred Page signed with Second Sight, he and I actually would do cons together.
Okay.
So I am aware of the sales that he was getting through cons. And discussing with him, how many books you're doing, how many books have you sold, and knowing that number, and now knowing the number of books that his first issue sold through mainstream distribution, there is the exponential growth. Even as a publishing company, I've seen publishing companies who have talked about the number of sales they've achieved over a 2 or 3 year period that total, around 10, 11,000, which is good for an independent publishing company. We have a title that was under our banner. It's no longer under our banner anymore, but still we had a title under our banner that we sold almost 15,000 copies of this book. And this was one title.
Right.
So, that it's about sales.
Right.
Because I know we have people who are passionate about making comics. Making comics is more than just money. It's more than finance. It's more than that to them. Right. But we have a huge chunk of people who are doing this and they want to see profits.
Right, right.
So understanding that, it was a matter of placing the company in a position where we can tell an independent creator, look, we have a line that we can put you in that can give you the opportunity to not only get exposure, but make the sales of your product grow exponentially.
No, I really like the sound of that. So that's your COO hat. Like when you take your COO hat, put your writer hat on. So what kind of stories are you drawn to? What type of narratives are you creating?
I honestly write whatever I'm feeling like that day. I've been doing a lot of horror lately. I have a long-standing love affair with the sword and soul genre. I've done children's books. I've written superheroes. I mean, I am unbound in my writing. It's like whatever I feel like writing, that's what I'm writing. And I believe.
Okay.
I was going to say I believe that this comes from the fact that I've been reading comic books for so long. I mean, I started the first comic books I started reading were war comic books.
Oh, okay.
Army at War, that type of thing. And
yeah.
I've gone through the whole gamut of genres in comic books. So
Nam used to be one of my favorite comics. So Michael Golden.
Yeah.
I love Nam growing up. I was all the time.
It is those stories because I did have uncles and had older cousins and even had some of my friends' fathers who were veterans. Those stories were real relatable to me because I could hear the experiences firsthand.
Oh, wow.
So, I always loved those comics. And even now, I'm preparing to write a war story.
Oh, okay. No, that's fascinating. We were talking about collecting earlier in the green room. What are you collecting right now? Or what's your collection like? What are you drawn to?
My collection looks like a bunch of independent comic books. I've been drawing independent comic books probably, honestly, since the underground comics movement of the 70s. because I was, as I said, horror. I've always been into horror, so
Mm,
getting those comics, eerie and creepy, those books,
yeah.
those were some of my favorite books. I was
Mm,
never really big in the mainstream. I have an extensive Black Panther collection, and by extensive, I mean from like the first issue to what's out now.
oh wow. Okay.
And then the rest of it is like independent comic books, like Jerome Warford. Nowhere Man. I love Nowhere Man. When he puts that out, I'm buying it.
Mm,
Uh, Scott Weldon and Harlan Buck,
mm,
collecting all of that because that book it's an awesome book.
mm.
So I hate to start naming stuff because people are going to feel slighted that I didn't call their name. But the fact of the matter is, people know I buy their books. I buy.
Yeah.
I mean, I am a very big supporter in the independent comic book creator community, and
Mm,
it's not just by mouth. I spend money
mm.
buying books, so
Right.
it's hard to narrow down a collection because I got so much.
Wow. I've been, like I was saying before, I've been starting to collect books again. Like I actually read most of my books digitally, but what I've been starting to do is pick up comic books by Black comic creators and Black creative teams. And what I've been finding is that because they're usually ordered in such low quantities, a lot of times those books are now very rare. Like even some current books, number ones are very hard to find. Some of David Walker's stuff are very valuable. Even some of David Walker's number ones are very valuable. Um, Excellence number one. There's a ton of books out here that you just can't find the first issue anymore. And now I got a passion to go through long boxes now, trying to find this stuff. Um, and we were talking about value. How do you place value on some of those titles, and how it's a personal value, and then it's also what the street value is. And so, like, do you have any titles that are like really near and dear, like any books in your collection that are really near and dear to you?
Actually, I have several. The first one though is the first issue of Tribe
Oh wow,
because
that's one of them. Yep.
that book speaks to the power of Black creativity and
Yep.
sales.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, come on, over a
Yep.
million copies.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
That's
If you
that's
can't, all right, personal opinion, you cannot call yourself a Black comic book creator and not have one of those books
you
in
gotta
your
have
collection.
a copy. And what's so crazy is I think the last time I looked, you can get a copy. It's like it was close to like maybe $20 or something like that. They were selling it on eBay, and I was looking at the price and I said that it feels undervalued. It's still under price,
Exactly.
And or actually ordered. I found a copy of Brother Man number one because that's my book.
Uh-huh.
For me, that was the book for me. They were selling it for $25, but if you look up the price on Comic Book Price Guide, they valued it at $2. They would say that I lost money on that book, and I know that book. It's like it's no longer in print. I
Exactly.
know that book, and I know that book did just as well as Tribe did, and he was totally independent. So
Exactly.
but there's no way, and I've been trying to figure out how do you figure out a way to place the real value on these books aside from basically starting up a comic book antique roadshow, going around talking about these books, man. But and it's
I think it's because, as you and I are talking about comic book history now,
yeah,
because they don't understand or know the history behind it.
yeah.
Look at Anaya.
Mm-hmm.
The title Anaya. You look at those books that they were selling look at the sales numbers that they reported in the 90s for titles like Purge and
Yes.
Ebony Warrior and Omega Man and the original. I mean, those guys were selling in the 90s, selling 20, 30, 40,000 copies of these books. Black independence. Tell me now, isn't that book valuable? It may not be valuable to the next man, but it's valuable to me because once again, it speaks to the power of Black creativity.
Right.
It is one of those things that you look at and you say, we've been here. We've been here for a long time, and here is the proof. We are not just here filling a gap or playing a role, but we've been here setting benchmarks from day one.
Right. And I like that because I think what people lose sight of what we've been doing all along when we have press out there that shows someone doing something big in the big two. And it's not to take away. It's not to take away from anybody's success working with big publishers, but I wish that we should be acknowledging the work that all these independents have been doing in hindsight. Because, like, for instance, me and Victor Dandridge talk about this all the time. Like, we grew up, on Milestone. I love Milestone, but while Milestone was gone, there's been a surge of Black independents that have been doing like amazing work in between during their hiatus, right? So, but if you're not paying attention, all you would think is, well, I'll just wait till DC does this Black thing again, and that's when I jump back on the bandwagon. And it's like, no, when I think about the value of some of these comics, it's like you might want to jump on the bandwagon now because some of these independents are just like you guys are. They're getting movie deals, television. They're lining stuff up. So you might want to be a part of this movement, in real time.
And also understanding that we are actually more than just Milestone.
Yes.
I mean, and this is definitely no disrespect to Milestone because their role in history is cemented. Yes. So this is definitely no disrespect to them. I think about somebody like John McKellen. Mm-hmm. John McKellen's character, Jonathan Fox, came out in the 90s as well. Mm-hmm. And you see John McKellen still putting these books out here in 2021. Mm-hmm. And somebody like Roosevelt Pitt, Purge has been around since the 90s.
Yep.
Through Anaya, but here it is, 2021, and we're still, Purge is here. One of the people who will be coming up later today, Andre Batts. Yep. Dreadlocks has been out since the 90s. Dreadlocks is still going strong in 2021.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when we actually look at what was accomplished in the 90s itself, then we have an understanding that, 30 years ago is when this movement started.
Yeah.
In 2021, we are just evolving more and more in the movement that began.
Right. Yeah.
Because there was a huge explosion of Black creators and Black publishing companies and Black comics in the 90s. I mean, a huge explosion. And we are seeing these guys still 30 years later turning out product.
Yes.
So it's understanding that history, is understanding that the Black Panther is more than just that movie that came out a few years ago.
Right. Yeah.
That we have been here. We've been making history. We've been setting trends. We've been doing stuff in this comic, and we are a part of it. You cannot say comic books without saying Black characters because of Lothar, the first Black hero, the first hero in a comic book, in the very first comic book.
Wow. I got to look that one up because that's fascinating right there.
Yeah, check it out. Lothar.
So, coming into this, owning your Your own. How long have you been publishing in the publishing business?
We started publishing. We actually started publishing books through Diamond and through the mainstream in January of this year.
Oh, okay.
We once we established as a company and we started establishing distribution, because distribution for any company is important.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't have a distributor set, then that means you're either doing it on your own, or you're expecting the creators to sell their own books because you, as a publishing company, don't have any type of distributor set for them.
Right.
So we kind of held off on really doing anything until we were able to get a solid distribution in, which came through Diamond. Okay. And having that Diamond distribution really makes a difference, because, as I said, there are several independent creators that'll tell you, yeah, I'm happy doing this on my own. I feel like I'm doing well. You know, I don't need that type of distribution. But there's a huge number of independent creators who will tell you that, yeah, I do want that type of distribution. I do want my book to have that type of exposure. I do want my book to go out internationally. I mean, I get goosebumps when our books hit previews and I see stores in places like Australia and Finland and, you know, France and all these other countries that have our books for sale. So, yeah, as an independent comic book creator, you know, I would want that for my book. So if you have entrusted me with your book, I'm going to get you what I would want for myself.
Right.
And it's that type of exposure. It's that type of distribution.
Yeah, I think sometimes, and you see this a lot just in the creative field all around, that people don't quite understand that independence is good, but you get to a point where there is a level where you need help in certain aspects. As far as distribution is definitely one of them. There was a lot of buzz and talk about what Roya Coupe did with Dark Force, and, you know, say, oh, why did he give up? Why did he do that? Or why did he go to them? But when you consider I don't think people realize that by bringing the African audience or African content to Dark Horse, you know, Dark Horse is getting just as much out of this as Royer is, for sure. Right?
Definitely. Oh, yeah.
Number one. Number two, it helps him, you know, the logistics of distributing and getting his book out there. Now he can take that off his plate and just concern himself with creating books, creating comics. So I definitely, I understand it completely what you're saying as far as, taking care of business first, and then now you can relax and actually get into the groove of actually making quality product.
Well, a couple of prime examples for us at Second Sight, along the lines of what Unique Studios did for Dark Horse is, for example, we signed Ramon Govia and Myth Division. Okay. Now, this is, if you don't know who he is, or aren't familiar with him, when you look and see, this was no small thing for us. Mm-hmm. And for him to bring his product over to us and entrusting us on that level with a simple request. Can I have my logo on the book with yours? You're damn right you can have your logo on the book without it. Right. We recently signed another creative team, and they had the same respect. I understand that, and when the announcement is made, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but when the announcement is made, you'll understand why I'm saying this. Mm-hmm. Simple request. We feel like our brand needs to be recognized along with yours because of what we are bringing to the table. Mm-hmm. And we'd like for our logo to be on the cover. Not a problem. Have no pride about the matter whatsoever, because we understand exactly what we have done. In the business realm, it's called capacity building.
Okay.
And if you're not familiar with capacity building,
Okay.
it is when you are establishing something and you're trying to build it up, you want to bring something in that actually adds to it, that's going to make you bigger. You don't want to bring something in that's smaller that may take away. So,
right. Man, I run into that a lot because so what I do with Peep Game Comics, I'm literally just bringing in independent creators to just carry their book on the website, right?
Right.
And the idea of, I'm glad I have a term for it now because that's exactly the situation. Like I'm trying to bring in books that are going to help elevate what we're doing all across the board and not going to diminish what we're trying to do. So there I do come across books where it's sort of like, I want to carry this book, but I don't think it's going to help our situation. And it's a hard say. I want to keep it open to like just everybody. But oddly enough, that doesn't necessarily help that creator, let alone help us in a bizarre sort of way. So I find myself in situations like that where I want to carry just anybody that wants to be carried on the website. And then again, at the same time, I have to be shrewd in to say, okay, this is cool, but not quite there yet. And it's weird for me to say because I'm not a publisher. Technically I'm a retailer, but as a retailer, I know what sells and I know what moves on this site and what doesn't. And if it doesn't, it's not working. It's not working. But now I have a term. Now I have an excuse to say, well, your book doesn't meet. You're not capacity building my website.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if I could publish everybody's book that I've ever bought, that I've ever read, that I'm interested in, I would do it. Mm-hmm. But there is actually a formula, and I talked about this before with some other people. There is a formula, and once you learn the formula, then you're able to do things. You can work with the formula and teaching the formula. And I find myself doing this more and more, teaching the formula to up and coming publishing companies, to people who are interested in putting books out on the mainstream, just explaining the formula to them so they'll understand why when I say capacity building, why at this point, since we are doing more capacity building than anything else, we aren't ready to publish you. And hopefully as we go through the capacity building stage, you're going through your own personal capacity building stage, bringing different elements to your game and helping you step your game up. So now when you come back to me, I'm like, hey man, I've been waiting for you all along.
Right. Yeah. There's definitely situations like that. I'm already figuring out where I can use this term. So I'm going to have some conversations. I'm going to have some conversations for sure on capacity, man.
Well, it's people have to also understand, it's business and personal. And if we're doing business, then you have that business has no feelings, business has no color, and business is business. Yeah. And if business recognized the color, it would be green. So if we're talking business, then we're talking business. Now, if we're talking personal, that's something different. Right. So if we're in the middle of a business conversation and you're taking things personally, then you got to kind of end the conversation. I'm not trying to hurt a person's feeling when I say that your book isn't ready, because now that I know the formula, now that I know what they want, I'm able to now look objectively at things and put them into the proper perspective as to, is this the marketable thing that the distributor I'm working with now is looking for? Right. Because I'm still playing by his rules. I'm still playing his game, but I know the game now. I know the formula. so I can move in this space. I'm able to move and connect. So I'm telling you, look, don't take it personally.
Oh yeah.
If you do take it personally, then you really aren't ready to go into this level of business, because at this level of business, they don't care about your feelings. All they care about is their bottom line.
Yep, that's true. The bottom
So
line is fierce, and I think a lot of indie creators find themselves running into that once they start elevating. Right now that you start, it's like you only get so far on your own. Now, when you actually talking about distribution or possibly working with a publisher and things like that, those conversations get pretty heady real fast. And you thinking you're assuming that, and you understand, like I like to talk a lot about the bell curve, the life cycle of a product, right? So in comics, a lot of the indie community are dealing with that front end of the early adopters, and they haven't yet made the leap over into the mainstream where you guys are at. And sort of like, so they're perfectly fine just dealing with 300 or 400 some people, right? That are those early adopters that are fans of what they're doing, and they don't understand how to make the leap from that pocket into what's could be considered a mainstream audience, and they don't understand the changes, the possible changes that have to take place, not just in distribution or sales and things like that, but also in your story. There's changes that might have to be made in your approach in storytelling, the quality of your work, just to make that leap. That audience in the mainstream is a completely different audience than the 400 some people that bought your Kickstarter.
Exactly.
So it's understanding that phenomenon is really, it can be complicated if you don't understand exactly what you're getting into. If you're trying to actually grow this IP or whatever into household name, so to speak, if that's the level you're trying to reach, there is a chasm that you got to jump before you actually land in the mainstream.
Exactly. I liken it to college basketball. I tell people we're in the show.
Yeah,
we're in the big dance now.
Yeah, we're in the show. Yeah,
we're in the big dance. It's like, if you don't bring your A game, you're getting out of here.
Yeah.
Period.
Yep.
So if you want to be in the show, you got to have your A game, and we're trying to get to. We aren't going to settle for just being in the Final Four. We want to be. We want the championship. Yeah. If you want the championship, you got to bring your A game, because you're in the show. You played all season to do what? Mm-hmm. Get the show, to come to the dance.
Yeah.
Now you're in the dance.
Now you're in the dance.
You got to bring it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's definitely, if that's the goal, you definitely got to, put your big boy pants on and get out there.
Get out there at the end. You have to do it. And the thing is, I believe that there are a lot, and I see myself, there are a lot of independent comic book creators that they want to be in the show. Mm-hmm. They want to get there, but they're afraid that they're going to lose their identity once they get there.
Right.
And I'm here to tell you, you're not going to lose your identity.
Right.
You are good. We are, Second Sight Publishing is an independent comic book publishing house. Independent comic. We bring in independent comic book creators, and we publish their product.
Right. Okay.
So we are that. That's what we are. That's what we're going to be. Independent comic book, and we just happen to have a distribution platform in place that lies in the mainstream.
Got it.
So we are more than willing to take a chance on a creator whose property that we see has the potential to do well in the market. It's really just that simple.
I got a couple quick questions for you. And I was asking this question before because it's becoming a recurring theme. It's like, just by chance, a lot of the creators in the Black comic universe, this program, happen to be either come from the South or based in the South. And I mentioned that, my father is from Iuka, Mississippi. I mentioned that yesterday. And my mother is from Carrollton, Georgia. That's my mother. So I got a little bit of background. I'm here in Ohio, but my family background is all down South too. What role does the South in terms of storytelling play in some of the stories and narratives that you guys put together, that you put together?
Well, one thing that I have to acknowledge is that being from the South and reading comic books as long as I've read them, I have seen a big increase in Southern comic book creators. I think at one time we were overlooked because the comic scenes was happening in bigger cities.
Okay.
If you weren't in, first of all, you can't be seen by Marvel if you aren't in New York. You can't be seen by. But so if you live, like, I'm from Sylvania, Georgia, so that's not even Atlanta. But even coming up, Atlanta was not the big scene that it is now. So not being in those bigger places, then you aren't going to be seen. So with this explosion in the 90s of Black comic book creators, that door opening up, you had a guy like Roosevelt Pitt, who's from North Carolina.
Right.
So you see more and more Southerners appear because our product that we've been actually working on all our lives is getting greater exposure.
Yes.
And then you start finding out that, some of these guys like John Jennings, and you find out where John is from, and you're like, he's from Mississippi? Yeah, he may live out in LA now, but yeah, he's from Mississippi. A guy like myself from Sylvania, Georgia. A guy like Bradley from Pontotoc, Mississippi. Yeah. And here's the thing, that as a Southerner, as someone from a small town, and I greatly appreciate this about my town. They actually recognized me during Black History Month as being the first Black comic book creator from that town. See, I mean, you know how big that is. That is a big deal. I get, in a weird sort of way, I get that even in my town. It's like, I teach comic book classes and do stuff, with the my local library, my local public school system and stuff like that. So now when I'm just around town, people stop me and say, "Oh yeah, you're the comic book guy." It's like now, and I think every independent creator should experience that. Like, they should take full advantage of the place they are in. Well, that's just like with Second Sight Publishing and Bradley. Second Sight Publishing is the first Black-owned publishing company in the state of Mississippi. The only publisher in the state of Mississippi. See, Black-owned, Black-run. You're right. And it's these moments in current history that we really have to recognize and take advantage, because as I've been talking about, all day long. Recognizing the past, seeing people like Bertram Fitzgerald and what he accomplished, and Reggie Byers, as I mentioned, seeing what these guys did then, and now knowing and understanding that I am the next iteration of it. I am what people are going to look at and say, this was a Black company, and this is what they did. And then seeing the next company after me take it to even greater heights.
Yes, sir. We got about 5 more minutes. Is there anything, any plans that Second Sight has in the near future, or anything you'd like to share before we head out?
Well, we're always busy. We're always working on different things. We have at least one book, as I mentioned, Blood, Skull, and Chromes, that's in the movie production stage. We have another property, Leave on the Light, which we're working on getting in the movie production stage as well. Okay. We're in the process of working out, working with different creators and trying to sign more people on because, as I said, we're trying to grow. We're doing capacity building. We recognize
that term, man. I'm circling that term, buddy.
We recognize that there are other companies out there like Unique Studios that are looking for the type of distribution and the type of just newfound connections that they're going to gain with their association through Dark Horse. And as a publisher, we are trying to position ourselves in that same manner wherein when a company comes to us, we can say, look, we can do this. We can publish your book. We can get you in with a movie company to pitch your book for a movie or a series. We have an animation house that we're going to be working with. I'll tell you a little known secret that I'm trying to, Bradley is going to shoot me, but we're in the process now.
He's watching. He's in here.
We are in the process of working with a streaming company that will be starting their own channel there on Roku in the spring and providing content for them. You know, we are taking advantage of everything that is available, that is out there for a publishing company to do with their property. And we are trying to position ourselves wherein we can actually do this and do this on a consistent basis, making solid networking connections and doing what?
Oh, capacity building.
There you go.
And then also Kyle said like Leave on the Light would be an amazing movie. So he seconds it for sure.
The trade is in stores next month. So you can go to your local comic book shop and grab that trade, as well as Mississippi Zombie, the second issue, comic book stores next month. You can go grab that along with any other second sight title that's there.
All right. I think Mississippi Zombie is actually jumping out to me. I think I might check that one out, man.
Well, in the second issue, and like I said, we're even publishing this book. We still believe in independent comic book creators, and that's what Bradley says. The whole reason why he started the book, to give independent comic book creators a chance. So in issue 2, you got people like Jonathan Hedrick and Alfred Page and Travis Gibb, a couple of stories by myself. Independent comic book creators. In issue 3, you're going to see more independent comic book creators. And as long as this book is being published, we're going to I actually go out and search for people that I've seen write stories and say, hey, you know what? I think I want to publish your story. And we talk, and I'll sign them up, and they can publish a story, because we are dedicated to bringing and exposing independent comic book creators on the mainstream level.
All right. Please follow Marcus Roberts. Pitch him your stories. He's looking for you guys. He's looking for that talent. There's links the links on the experience to all of our creators that are being presented today. And thanks for coming out, Marcus. And I hope to be following up with you soon about some capacity building on my own.
Well, thank you, man. I'm always willing to help out. Always willing to help.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. Have a good day, man.
Yeah. Have a good birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And we'll be back. Hello, this is Iman Latif. I am the creator of Peep Game Comics, and you're watching the Black Comic Universe. I'm Iman Latif. I'm creator of Peep Game Comics, a platform for Black comic book creators and Black comic books. And our next guest, this is being streamed live on the Experience. Please follow, like, and share this show and all of their shows throughout the week. You can follow them at the underscore exp on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And our next guest is my friend Andre Batts. What's up now?
Hey, what's up there? What's up, Monty? How you doing, brother?
Doing good.
Good.
We're still trying to get do we need to get a link to my friend, our friend Turtle, or he's gonna make it?
Turtel, I'm hoping that he's gonna make it because he received the
all right.
message.
All right.
To him.
But we can get started. It's interesting. I had to bring you in personally because your event, Motor City Black Age of Comics, is one of my first, comic book events that I, maybe vended at or even visited up in Detroit, Michigan. And there's a ton of, but not just my personal history. There's a ton of history in that program in and of itself. Can you give us a primer as to what the Motor City Black Age of Comics is all about and the history behind that program?
Well, the Motor City Black Age, started back in 2002. The premise came from when Turtel started back in, I think it was 1993. He started up the Black Age of Comics event. He brought together a couple of comic artists out of the Midwest, and East Coast Black Age of Comics. It ended up sprouting up, which was Yumi Odom in Philadelphia. And after that, I went out there. I think at its inception, back in I think it was 2002. And after that, Yumi, he reached out to me. He said, "Hey, man, you want to bring the Black Age into Detroit or whatever?" Because there was another guy that was thinking about doing it, but he wasn't familiar with different individuals to talk to here in Detroit. Mm-hmm. They knew me out in Philadelphia, but the crazy part about it is the guy, he went to the Shrine of the Black Madonna, which was, the church located in Detroit, Atlanta, mm-hmm. one other city. And that's where my books was carried at that point in time. So he knew about the books, but he didn't know how to contact me. Back, books were black and white. We didn't have any contact information like we do now. So Yumi ended up connecting me with the brother. His name is Abiyomi. He connected me with him. Once we connected, we established the Black Age of Comics at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, which was upstairs of the store. So it only could hold like maybe 10, 15 people. So we was just trying it out and see, how would it work out? Would people really, gravitate to it? Arvell Jones, it came out, Keith Pollard, all the big wigs here, because, Arvell, he did a couple of Marvel comics as well as Keith Pollard. Yeah. They did a couple of Marvel comics. So they were based out of Detroit. So they came out and, basically passed the torch and told me, hey, I really like what you're doing or whatever. And I got their stamp of approval. So I was good after that once I got their stamp of approval. Uh-huh. So the following year, I did it at another location, which was the Russell Bazaar, and it was a slight bigger location. It was different. That's when I started bringing more entertainment into what I was doing as it relates to the actual con and different artists coming through. This first year, I only had maybe 3 of us were there, including Arvell Jones, and I had forget who, somebody came in from Chicago. Oh yeah, it was Lamorris Richmond. He
Okay.
came from Chicago. Him and a brother named Tim came through from Chicago. He was doing editorial cartoons at the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically how we got started.
Okay. And actually, Marcus, in a previous conversation I was having, he actually mentioned your book, Dreadlocks, that came out in the 90s.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about that book? And we were talking just about just how much work and history that was taking place, definitely during the 90s in particular. Even before, like, not, we were saying, like, we're not taking anything away from publishers like, Milestone, but we just wanted to make sure people understand and recognize the amount of work that was out there during that time period with, like, Brother Man, with Dreadlocks, with Purge, like all of these different, books out there and creators that were actually doing like a ton of very quality independent work.
Right. Well, even with Dreadlocks, it started after, I had the idea, established a friend of mine's apartment. We were just sitting up, messing around, drawing different things. One of my friends, one of my brothers, he was into fashion. So he was showing us different concepts that he was working on for fashion. And another good friend of mine, he was working on, he was trying to do some gym shoes or whatever, which both fell in the line of fashion. Whereas me, I was into comics. So I basically showed them a concept that I had of a character, that I was interested in doing, because in reading comic books and coming up reading comic books, the only comics I really read were Marvel, a few DC. But for the most part, I realized that there was no representation with us in comics or whatever. So eventually I got out and I met Todd. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Todd and Roman, which both of them were, out of Detroit. And I met them, and they gave me a few pointers or whatever. And they really was hardcore with the pointers. But I accepted that, as it was or whatever, because I felt, hey, I can do this, whatever, if they can do it. Blah, blah. Then I ended up meeting Brother Dawood in DC at the Million Man March, because I had Brother Man comics at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, which you heard me mention that a little bit earlier. And when I seen him at the Million Man March, he was passing out these postcards with his artwork on it. And I was like, man, this artwork looks really familiar. Like, the brother David Sims that draw Brother Man, you wouldn't know him. You wouldn't happen to know him, would you?
He's like, yeah, that's me.
That's who he was. And I was like, wow. And I was starstruck, actually. I'm gonna be honest. I was kind of starstruck.
When I met Dawood for the first time, I was starstruck too, for sure. Yeah.
Right.
I think it might have been it was at Motor City. It might have been at Motor City too. Yeah. Okay.
So him and I met. He talked, and he basically gave me. He was really positive. He told me, since that's the avenue that I was going in. He really pushed me to go that route. So I ended up meeting another brother, Alfonso Washington, who was doing another book called Omega Man, Original Man, which was back then. So at that point, with all these guys motivate me or whatever, and then my brother, he also motivated me to get out and do my own thing or whatever, because I was busy trying to latch on and get in with them or whatever, with everybody I met. I can bring this to you or whatever, because I had different characters besides Dreadlocks at the time. And my brother was like, you're working, 9 to 5, you're making, X, Y, Z. You should really invest in what you're doing. So, and I had went to a lecture with Minister Farrakhan, and he had mentioned something about investing in yourself. So a lot of different things motivated me into getting into creating Dreadlocks. Once I got into doing my first book, which was fully colored. Well, not fully colored. The cover was colored. colored literally with the colored pencil. Wasn't done digitally. I had no idea, what I was doing. You knew it was my first book ever.
Right.
So I went on and did that, and I was able. The typesetting and everything was done by hand. Everything was done by hand. I got it, and I was like, "Wait a minute! I thought my book was supposed to look this way."
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking in my head that the printer was supposed to change some things up, but me being naive to it all, it was a lesson well learned. Because at that point, I went on and started stepping up my game with dreadlocks. Because why? We know, like you spoke on earlier, quality is everything.
Right.
So I ended up getting more into the quality of the work as far as the story, as well as the look of the character. And I started getting more artists to work with me and things of that nature, so I could continue the story on. And it was at that point, it was Black comics just took off at that point, as far as Black superheroes, Black horror, science fiction. And my storyline and the arc of my story was always based in Kemet or whatever, or Africa, Akibalan, whatever words you choose to use. But needless to say, that's what the basis of my character is. But he's obviously, living in my city, Detroit, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The basis, like I said, is comedic based, spiritual based, a lot of mysticism, things of that nature.
Right.
And I felt that wasn't too many people touching into that, except for it was another brother that came out, around the same time. Kenji was doing Witch Doctor.
Yes.
We all were doing our thing, at that point.
Witch Doctor. All those books out of that time period, I wonder if there's a way to quantify the value of those books now. Like, because I feel like those books are the foundation of, if that was like, the term that was coined as, the Black Age of Comics, that was the first wave of that. It's definitely the foundation of what this new Black, age of comics that we're in right now. It definitely comes out of that time period, those books. I was wondering if you had ever thought to, like, as a collector or as a creator as well, is there a way to, like, quantify the value of those books?
I don't think so. I wish it was a way to quantify the value of the books. I've done a little research, but haven't really found an avenue to do so, to be honest. Because we still have the situation where people still don't know that Black people do comics.
Right.
They still think that, Black Panther, even though, the movie did so well, and I appreciate the movie and everything, they're still in the mindset that that's a Black character, but it's really not a Black character created by a Black person.
Right.
So we have to have more of us, like, say for instance, if Black comic industry blew up, the independent industry blew up, then I could see it happening. First we have to unify as a whole. Once that happens, I could see it happening. Until we unify, yes, we can quantify it all, but everybody's, either cliquish or is going one way or the other. Some people are still more or less caught up into what DC and Marvel are doing still to this day.
True.
There's nothing wrong with that or whatever, because I follow, some of their products and lines as well. But I think if we're really trying to do this, we need to unify it.
I hear you.
Then at that point, all of us that were here prior in the early 90s, at that point, we can quantify and show what all of our stories and our artwork is worth at that point.
Are you encouraged by anything that the other, like, some of the current crop of indies are doing right now?
Well, I like a couple of them. I like quite a few of them, actually. I like Tuskegee Years. I like that. I like His Nana. I really like his story. The writing is really good.
Right.
I like man, there's so many. Acolyte, I like that. That's one of my
Oh yeah.
ways with Lonzo's. I like Jabbar Brown. I like Max Man. That does magnificent. The Maximum Man. There's several of them that I like. I really like their stories. I like what they're doing, and I just think that, like I said, if we were unified, we could do a whole lot more.
I hear you.
You
Well,
can't
that's what.
the name really.
Yeah, that's definitely why. That's what we're here for. Is bring this thing together. What can you speak on like your history with because you're an illustrator too. Where did you go to school?
Well, I didn't go to art school or whatever like that.
Okay.
I basically was drawing, right off the head. But I did end up going to Center for Creative Studies for a minute to get some touch-up skills, as far as figure drawing, as far as anatomy, getting a better handle with that, because sometimes, we get to drawing and we end up with extra muscles, extra tendons, things that are not already necessary. So I did a lot of that just to polish up my skills a little bit, and also took some animation classes as well. As far as writing is concerned, that came through college, the 1 year, 2 years that I did of college, and that was it. Story development, that just comes from different things that I was reading, and I was able to bounce off what I was reading as far as text work and bounce it into comic work.
Oh, for sure. So how's Black Age of Comics going now? The Motor City Black Age of Comics going now. We've been on this hiatus as far as the pandemic and stuff like that. But what are your plans for the near future as far as bringing the event back stronger than ever?
Well, the Black Age is actually was scheduled for June of last year, but we had the pandemic that kicked in, so it had to be canceled. So I'm looking at doing it again this June coming up, but I just have to wait on the venue. The venue is basically controlled by the state, and the state got everything shut down, and everything that is open is open up for 25% capacity. So I want to do that, but I'm just waiting on the venue. If not, I guess I'm gonna have to go the route that some other individuals are doing, like what we're doing right now. It's gonna have to be virtual. Yeah,
some virtual stuff. Yeah.
Right. It may have to be virtual. It's probably going to take place at the last minute. I said maybe a month before the event, because it was scheduled to be June 19th and 20th, the Juneteenth weekend. For that.
Yeah. I was really encouraged when I went, to your event up in Detroit, and there's so many other black themed comic book events around the country, and I was when I first started out, my goal was hopefully to hit all of them, ideally, because I always thought that as an independent creator or someone who's wanted to work with independent creators, the best way to reach the Black audience was through the Black theme events like Motor City Black Age of Comics, OnyxCon in Atlanta, MechaCon in Detroit also. We got John, who has the Black Comic Festival in
California and New York.
In California and in New York. Actually, and then there was one started in California, the other one that started in California, I'm drawing a blank, but Jason Reeves and those guys has started another event, and then somebody actually started an event down in Louisiana as well. So so like the momentum was, this is all,
yeah. Even your event that you had, Glass City Comics.
Yeah, Glass City. Yep, Glass City Comic Fest, got Black Comic Fest here in Toledo, Ohio. We had a huge turnout. And I think people are just amazed or just amazed at the support that we get when we, put ourselves out there and really, dedicate ourselves to this thing. And I think people, when you go to events like this, you see the demand for the type of work that creators are making. Like the demand is very strong. And I'm always saying that the reality is, I'm not sure if there's enough content or enough creators that really meet the demand that
Well, I think,
that's out here for Black creation.
not meaning to cut you off. I think we have enough. I think we do have enough creators to meet the demand.
Okay.
I think it's about, a lot of creators want to be treated as if they're the star of the show, which we all are the star of the shows. Don't get me wrong. So that being said, they expect these small events to be able to tab their way, as far as everything that they do, as far as eating, eating and lodging, so on and so forth. But everybody, you can't really take care of as far as like that. You probably get one person there like that as far as who's a star in your industry. But we're all of us, basically all the different cons that you just named are all small in comparisons to a San Diego Comic-Con or New York Comic-Con or Wizard World and so on and so forth. We have the space and we have the artists. I think the artists have to be willing to sacrifice and go to the shows.
The smaller shows, the smaller shows, you mean?
To the smaller shows that where they'll be seen. They have to be willing to understand that for sure you will be seen at a Black Age of Comics event. Whether it's Motor City Black Age, East Coast, Black Comics Festival, AfroCon, so on and so forth. We got 2 events here in Detroit. In Detroit, it's the mecca of Blackness. So for sure, any show in Detroit, you should be trying to make it to.
Right.
Real talk. If you're doing comics and it's a comic event here and it's a Black person putting it together, you should be here.
And can you speak to that? Can you expound on that? Because it's becoming a recurring theme that basically we have creators that are coming out of the South, places like Mississippi. We have places like I'm talking to Keith Cross out of Atlanta. It's sort of like every creator can draw from their community, has their own personal advantage as far as creating their books. They could be the first, and they could possibly be the first in their town. They can, like for me, I'm considered. People walk up to me to call me the comic book guy. It's like how have you drawn from your city as far as Detroit in terms of as far as in your book, like how has it inspired your work?
Right. Well, see, the thing I'm going to touch on 2 things as far as Detroit is concerned. One thing about my city or whatever, I don't know if you know or whatever, but I just received the Spirit of Detroit Award 2 years ago, which is a big thing in Detroit.
Oh, congratulations!
The reason I received that was because of the work that I do and the work that I put in as far as comics are concerned. And I'm known for being, the one that put dreadlocks and putting Detroit on the map in the sense of Black comics is concerned. I add a lot of things in my stories about, my city in my comics or whatever, as far as dreadlocks is concerned. Again, as far as my show is concerned, a lot of people come out just because they know that Urban Style Comics is going to be there. Dreadlocks, Blackwash, Jihad AD, that I'm going to be there. So I get a lot of people come out just to support me. So with that being said, some of them come out to support the others that's on the bill as well. But once they come to the event and they coming to support me, now they seeing that there's other guys here or other women here that have the same concept going, the same quality going. So at this point, everybody will get invested in as far as, when people come out and they know they're going to see Urban Style Comics, they know that they're going to see, Generate Comics, Detroit Tradecraft. They know they're going to see these guys for sure. But now they're going to see more. They know they're going to see, Arvell Jones, Keith Pollard, so on and so forth. But now they get to see more coming from elsewhere. Because one thing about the city, Detroit, if you from Atlanta, Mississippi, and things like that, they're like, wow, you came way up here, blah blah. They get excited about that type of stuff, and I think they would apply with us going, south into places like Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta. We have Onyx Con. I've been there quite a few times.
Yeah,
and that's one of my favorite events. Actually, if my timing is there, I can be there because I have much respect and I have a lot of supporters in Atlanta. They got a lot of supporters in Philadelphia, a lot in New York, and so on and so forth. But as far as in my hometown, I can do a pop-up shop and I'll have a lot of people there, just me, myself there. But I want to make sure that it's not about me. That's the whole thing with me. Me or whatever. Everything has never been about just Andre Batts. It's always been about everybody around Andre Batts. Andre Batts is going to get his. It go without saying at this point.
Gotcha. So, so basically that's how you draw, your inspiration from the city. How does that come into the actual stories in your books?
Some of it come into the books or whatever, but by my, I don't draw a whole lot of inspiration in that sense or whatever, as far as talking about Detroit throughout the book or whatever, because a lot of my stories are more based off mysticism and different challenges that the character is dealing with within or whatever that actually he has to face in his external world. Detroit, as far as the politics in Detroit, I try not to add a lot of that in there, but it is in there.
Okay.
And it can influence some of the writing. I try not to get too in depth into the politics of my city. I would have to use a character that's not as superhero like much of a superhero like Dreadlocks is. It have to be more of a human-based character, just human, something like a Punisher type, character. We go out in the city and this is what we're dealing with every day. And that right there is going to cause me to take this character somewhere totally different, like, doing something, good or bad to the mayor. So on and so forth. I have inspiration from my city in that sense. But as far as the people that are my fan base, that's where I draw my inspiration from.
I had this. So from what I recall, it's like during that time in the 90s, the Black Age of comics, a lot of those titles had this very strong connection to religion or spirituality, and I think I think at a time there might have been a stigma. When people say like Black comics, they thought of basically the whole idea of woke or hotep and those type of titles, and you actually seen creators sort of mock that whole era of comics that were inspired by that. What do you say to critics that that sort of pigeonhole that era of comic books that came out of that time period?
Well, first off, we have to get into the term hotep. Well, we'll get into that. We'll start with that. Because a lot of people that use that term when they say hotep and they say this is a hotep comic, number one, they don't even know what the word hotep means.
Right.
You know what I mean? Until they figure that out, then they can discuss hotep or whatever. And it has nothing to do with a person. We're speaking as far as, assalamu alaikum, alaikum salam.
Right.
Hotep. That's all the same right there. So when people coined that phrase, they coined it out of ignorance, actually, because you go back in time and you study these individuals and you study the comics of that time frame and you study what was going on as far as the politics of our era when you're dealing with Ronald Reagan and his politics, Reaganomics, George Bush, and so on and so forth, the first George Bush. You know why we have to be coming strong. That's just like calling Black Panthers hoteps. You know what I mean? That's
True.
like calling Malcolm X a hotep. Things
Right.
of that nature. People in this era, whatever that they're doing, comics or whatever, when they use those terms, they need to respect those that came before them and understand the era that they were dealing with is the reason why they are where they are right now. Like, say, for instance, Game Comics. Technically speaking, if it wasn't for the quote unquote Hotep era or the era of Black consciousness, we didn't even use the term woke back then at all. We use consciousness because the thing of the matter, woke is a term of endearment today in the sense of it represents ignorance as far as I'm concerned. Because even with that being said, a Caucasian can claim that they're woke to today's politics.
Right.
You know, we considered ourselves awakened to everything that was going on. Not woke. Nobody even walked around saying they were woke. We were conscious of the African spirituality. We were conscious of the politics that we were dealing with coming from Caucasian America, whatever. Even today, we still dealing with it today. Everybody thinks just because we got Biden and things are going to change. We still in our same situation. But yet, still, a lot of people that are doing comics, as far as those that look like me, they're not even touching on any of that, as far as I can tell. Some are, but not too many of them are. And the thing is, until they touch on that, then we can make a statement. We know outside of that, we're going to be making comics like Marvel and DC, typical comics. You know, that's the reason that's the difference with my era and David, Sims, Dawood, our era, because our comics touched on what was really going on. You know, the politics of everything. That's, politics are involved in our comics quite a bit. And that's something that's probably never going to change. You may have a few people that are doing comics today, Blacks that are doing comics, that may touch on that slightly or whatever. But back then we came hardcore knocking them out. Original Man, Omega Man came out, boom, hit them right in the head. You know what I mean? We even called our characters what the enemy was for the most part, what the enemy is till today. Klansmen, we called them that. But right now everybody's, they so nerded out or whatever. They just it's like don't even know what that means. But they come up with the term, oh yeah, another hotepper. But what is hotep? Can the person even tell me what that is? They can't. HTP, they don't know what that is. If they actually study the glyphs, they would know it had nothing to do with the coin term that they came up with.
Right.
And to me, it's a misfortune and it's unfortunate that people run around talk about hotep or woke, things of that nature, because all actuality, a person that was woke have stayed woke. That's like taking the red pill. Isn't it the red pill where you go down the rabbit hole and you keep going and you know how far it is?
I can't remember which one, but I know exactly what you mean, yeah.
Whichever pill it was, which I think it was the red.
Yeah.
A woke person has taken that pill and has not looked back. A person that's making mockery of a person that's quote unquote woke is the one that has taken that blue pill, still walking around confused and lost.
Right, I hear you. Yeah, my man Marcus jumped in and said, Afrocentric comics of the 90s sold more books back then than the average independent comic creator of today.
And that is 100% correct, because we had all of our books in all the Black bookstores throughout the United States. We had Black Expos, whatever, throughout the United States, like New York Black Expo, Detroit Black Expo, Chicago Black Expo, Indianapolis Black Expo. We had them all around. We sold so many books back then, it was crazy. Right now, with the woke community, the quote unquote, the ones that want to use those coin frames, woke and hotep, they ain't sold nowhere near as many books as we sold back then. Right. And I was just starting back then. And that's one of the reasons why I said earlier that, I could do a show right here in Detroit, the Mecca of Blackness, and a whole lot of people would show up. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because they know that my stories are not corny in the sense of typical Archie type shit. I can say that kind of.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's typical stories like Archie and that kind of bullshit. They already know how I'm coming. I'm smacking them in the head.
Right. And I think that whole era, basically that was sort of like the theme. It was unapologetic before it was popular now to be unapologetic as far as unapologetically black. And I think that, we have to definitely understand that we can be comfortable being unapologetically black now because there were so many creators that were basically, just like any other historical aspect of this, it's like there was somebody before us that laid the groundwork and put in the time and the effort, and proved that this thing could work. I think a lot about how that whole Chitlin, or quote unquote Chitlin circuit, as far as black bookstores and black events, being able to sell products, basically being able to support these creative endeavors by, getting the support of the black community directly. And that's part of the reason why I created Peep Game Comics, because I knew that historically that, when black people supported, black creators, when they knew that they were there and they could have access to them, then they would support. It wouldn't be a question of, well, black people aren't buying my book and all this kind of stuff, or, people aren't supporting me at X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, actually, historically, we've always supported each other. And it's just a matter of creating the machine that's going to get in front of these audiences again, bring these, expos back, bring these events back, things like that.
Correct.
We got a comment here. Mr. Bass, thanks for this education. I was unaware. Appreciate the history to today's world.
Thank you. Anytime.
Is there any other points like that? Because I know there's a lot of history behind this. There's a ton of that whole era back then. Because I was talking about Brother Man specifically earlier. I was saying that I just got a copy of Brother Man #1 for $20. About and I think I got it for a steal. And
you did.
I got it for a steal, and it's undervalued because the street value for it, that book is they only say like $2, and I know that book is worth, historically and otherwise, that book is worth. It's not even personal. It's like, I can't even begin to place a value on it.
Right, but, because it's worth quite a bit. When you really think about it, you can't put a value on it. That's the whole thing. And that's why I was saying earlier, in order for us to be able to place value on what we have and what we've been doing, is through the people that we represent and the people supporting and us creating events, all around that. Once we, all of us can get out and get to the different shows. Now you get more exposure, and not just going to the typical, Wizard World, San Diego Comic-Con. Because like I told somebody a couple of weeks ago, we're just like speckles of pepper in a salt jar. Still, even at our own events, we just have to make sure that we get ourselves out there, and that's through our events, no matter which one it is. We should be supporting all the events. If we can do it, we should make it happen. Like you say, you have Peep Game Comics. If an event that's going on as far as Black Age style event, we should be promoting on Peep Game Comics. It helps because Peep Game Comics got that name. Just like the Black Comics Festival in New York, it should be promoted, even though that one really doesn't need to be promoted because it's so crowded up in there. You can't even walk through the place.
I've always hoped the New York show was a perfect example of this. That I was hoping to see that eventually larger publishers would start supporting these events. I think that's
Right.
where the future of these Black themed comic events are at. It's like when it was the Schomburg and John and them, they did an awesome job. But the idea that Marvel, came in and set up, I think it was a big deal. And I think
Right.
I will hope, through programs like this that, larger publishers will see the value in some of these Black themed events and invest in them, set up. It's like where, how was this?
I agree with you, Imani, on that. But the thing about the enemy, I would say the enemy, they always pick our creams of the crop out. You know what I mean? We're not going to these guys. Let me take Imani out of this little jar here, and I'm gonna make him part of me or whatever. They've done it for years.
There's a danger there, but at the same time, I think it's just like we were having me and Marcus was talking about earlier. It's sort of like we definitely have to move in a way that's going to help elevate the cause to a degree.
Right.
Not to say that, and I'm not saying, of course, right. We're not trying to. I'm not saying we have to sell out.
No, I'm not saying that either.
I am saying that the presence of, it doesn't necessarily even have to be a big two. It's just like there's some independent, publishers, that are Black owned. Even I'm talking about like Lion Forge. Even if Lion Forge invested in a couple of these events, it would make a significant difference. You know what I'm saying? It's like even if it's like I'm not even talking about Marvel or DC. There's some even if like Image, the independent creators that they have on their roster, they, if like you had like the creative team of Excellence did a Black, did OnyxCon or did Motor City, they did a tour of these shows, it would be it would bring a significant attention to.
It's interesting that you bring that up because one of my guests for the show in 2020 was going to be Saladin Ahmed. I don't know if you know him. He wrote Miss Marvel.
Yeah.
And Abbott, he did Abbott or whatever. His name alone had so many people on board to do the show in 2020. It was crazy. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And Saladin Ahmed, see, he's local. He stayed maybe 5 minutes away right here in Dearborn. So,
oh, wow. Okay.
It was good to be able to contact him.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. He was willing to do the event. He was set up and ready to do it, but through COVID, had to cancel out. But I understand exactly what you're saying. Sometimes, if you get a bigger name like that, that's in those other companies, it would bring out a lot more. But like if these other companies would like invest in what's going on, like come and set up a sponsorship booth or something like that.
Right.
That would help, and it would help.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, because of course, they're gonna be coming with their money. So it's like, like putting money in the hands of, Black business owners like yourself that are creating these events. That's what I'm speaking to. And then and then we can build this. It's almost the exact same formula of San Diego and even New York Comic Con. They build around the larger publishing, companies. That's how they, are able to draw the crowds that they have, and that's really all I'm speaking to. And then as long as as creators, we stay on our P's and Q's and don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, we should be all right as far as staying independent and not falling for the okie doke as far as that goes. But it's like you definitely got to stay smart. That's regardless of
that's true,
what you're involved in, for sure.
I do agree. I don't know what happened to Turtel. I just knew for a fact Because you had a flyer for him, right? He was on the flyer, I thought.
Yeah, I had a flyer and everything. But I can maybe see if I can get it back later.
You may have forgotten.
No, but um, it's at Abbott is So Good, Volume 2 of my favorite, one of my favorite coming out.
Yes, they're familiar with Saladin Ahmed's work.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. Like people don't. It's interesting. It's conversations like this that help bring attention to creators like that and make those connections for folks. I don't think sometimes I think we get so caught up in some of the hype, we just lose track of the momentum that we are making in the industry. So, like, what else have you done aside from the comic books that helps bring attention to the work that not just you're doing, but other people like your community of creators there in Detroit?
Well, we have a group here known as Detroit Tradecraft. I got stalled out a little bit. The Detroit Tradecraft, they're doing stuff right now. They've been doing art workshops at the Charles H. Wright Museum like every Saturday. And I think this past Saturday, just yesterday, they had David Perrin. He drew a couple of Marvel books as well. And he's doing a workshop there. I wasn't able to participate in the workshops myself because of the work schedule and everything. But needless to say, that's the type of stuff we're trying to get together on, having meetings, doing workshops, whatever, bringing the community together like that, especially those that are really interested in doing, comic style art or manga, whichever their avenue is. Most younger people, they're into manga. So, needless to say, we're just working on getting them together. We already know that the con, the Motor City Black Age Comics is really my main thing or whatever. Because that helps bring the community in on what we're doing as a whole, as far as with Black comics. And if we can get workshops going every week here or every other week, I'm open and happy with that. Because they learn every avenue and every aspect of writing a comic, drawing, laying the comics out, whatever they're interested in, they'll learn it all. And Charles H. Wright Museum, fortunately, they allowed us to do that and set that up.
Oh, that's awesome. So I'm doing that same thing here in Toledo, and I really enjoy sharing how to create comic books with young folks, and just seeing the stories that they're bringing. So it's sort of like you're seeing this thing for so many different vantage points. You've been a part of history, and also you've been a part of the future as well, as far as bringing in other young folks into the comic book industry.
Correct.
And what do you see? What do you see on the horizon for those creators, for future generations? Where do you see all this heading?
I see a lot going on because, like I said, like we were speaking on earlier, as far as being one of the genesis of Black comics in the 90s or early 90s. I see now we're getting a whole new generation is getting on board right now with doing anime, manga. Some are doing comics. They're getting ready to take it to a whole nother level. You figure if we have events or cons set up for them, and if we can continue on doing that, they're just going to make it bigger. And the bigger it is, and the bigger it becomes. And I could see one of the bigger companies coming out, and at that point, once they see what's going on, investing, into the different shows. As far as either getting their people out or just, like I said, setting up a sponsorship booth. They set up a sponsorship booth, that's everything right there.
Right. Well, all right. We got a few more minutes left. How can people get your books? Get hip to Motor City Black Agent Comics.
Well, they can go on my website at urbanstylecomics.com. They can learn more about Urban Style Comics by going to the website. I also have a link, and I also have a store page, which is urbanstylecomics.store.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the store page, it has everything that Urban Style Comics has to offer, T-shirts, and so on and so forth, posters, anything is on there. The Motor City Black Agent Comics, you can find me on Facebook, Motor City Black Agent Comics. You can go to the actual website, Motor City Black Age, and basically you can contact me directly if you want through Facebook, Andre Batts. And once again, Urban Style Comics, they can contact me all the time through my Gmail account. We can always communicate, talk more if you want to learn more, discuss more about things that you're trying out. Because I have several people from all over, they always contact me to learn more about copyrights. And I have people all the time calling, asking, or writing in on different things that they're trying to do. And I feel that by doing so, I've been helping a whole lot of different independents or whatever, even those that aren't even out there yet. They're young people that they'll contact me in a minute. Hey, I'm trying to learn how to do this with my book, that with my book. And as soon as I get the opportunity, which usually is that same day, I'll contact them right back, and then we'll have a conversation, and I'll let them know, everything they need to do to establish, actual comic, because I don't have access to people in Nigeria right away like that, or people in small town Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and so on and so forth.
Right.
I think working with them, I think that's what's going to do a lot for us in the future.
What on that? What is a piece of advice? What's one of your best pieces of advice that you would give an up and coming Black creator that's looking to come into this whole new age?
Well, most creators, and this is what I say all the time, most beginning creators, beginning artists, always tell them, make sure that they stay true to their craft. No matter what happens, stay true to themselves, stay true to their craft. The thing of the matter, they're going to end up running into a lot of different distractions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot of different things, whether it's positive or negative. They have to remain true to their craft and accept it for what it is, and always just continue developing that craft, but always stay true to their craft. Whether they're a writer, whether they're artists, whether they're colorists, it doesn't make any difference. If you do it all, stay true to your craft, and I guarantee you're gonna see all your treasures in the end.
How have you stayed true to your craft? What is the thing that you hold on to?
Well, I've stayed true to dreadlocks as far as the whole concept of it, and like you brought up a little bit earlier, as far as the time frame that I came under, the time period, and what we were dealing with then. I feel that the same thing is still going on today, but I think it's been masked quite a bit. So dreadlocks character, and creating him and developing him the way that I did, the story still holds true to what's going on in today's society. And a lot of people, when I do different shows, like in New York, a lot of people, they gravitate to that or whatever, because they know that it's not a typical comic, I should say. It's a comic, but it's a lot involved with it. I don't go over the top with the information or whatever. I try to provide it in a way where, people can actually research some of the information themselves. So I consider myself teaching without teaching, edutainment. Karis, he coined the best edutainment.
Mm-hmm.
So I've stayed true to that. I haven't changed from that format whatsoever. I may have added a few different new things to what I do, but for the most part, I've stayed true to my whole concept and the reason why I'm here. Because everybody is part of a blueprint in this universe, and I think that my blueprint that I'm a part of, I've stuck to it, and I've continued working on it as far as developing it. As far as that's concerned, I'm learning from new guys and what they're doing as far as the up and coming guys. I look at their stories, and I look at things that I could kind of change up a little bit with mine or whatever. And that's why I appreciate some of the writers, like I spoke on earlier today. And hopefully they can continue on, and be around like I am today. And hopefully they'll be around in another 20 years as well.
For sure, man. All right. Thanks, Andre. I appreciate you coming out. You can check out his event, the Motor City Black Age of Comics. Hopefully he can come out this summer, but if not live, then it'll definitely be virtual, I'm sure. You're watching Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics exclusively on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. Then make sure to tune in for our original programming 7 days a week. And we'll be right back. Hello, this is Iman Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You're watching the Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. And of course, follow all the programming that's going on 7 days a week. By my producer friend Kyle, who's in the background, probably eating Cheetos. We're waiting for our next guest. We're waiting for our next guest, Dorphise, who should be coming here shortly, I believe. Yep, she's on her way. So we are on. We should be joining us soon. In the meantime, if you have any questions that you would like to ask Dorphise or any of our other creators coming up, we have Jennings and David Brame of After the Rain, a book that I picked up not too long ago. We also have my friend David Crownson, the creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. That's an extremely popular book right now. That's going crazy on our website, Peep Game Comics. And a little bit about Peep Game. Peep Game Comics is a online comic book shop that features and showcases comic books by African-American comic book creators. We've been going at it for about 8 years now. And we featured the work of like some of the names that we brought up today, like Dawood Anyabwele's Brother Man, David Crownson's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, Greg Elysee's Instana, which is a very popular title. And there's a ton of other independent creators out there. We've carried Godhood Comics, Mega Woman that we talked about at the top of a program yesterday. So we have not only can you find books by independent comic book creators, our website definitely will lead you to a large community of other Black comic book creators that are doing amazing work out here and that are part of today's current Black age of comics. The thing that is definitely the region, the engine that is moving a lot of popular Black culture right now. And I was told to share my cool Peep Game comic t-shirt, if you can see that. And you can actually get that on the website as well. We have, t-shirts and apparel. We actually have also are carrying Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer #1 in our premiere edition. The edition style is signed, backed, sealed, and placed in a PVC case. So it's a collector's edition. I'm definitely about, jumping into this collector's market. I want to be able to present these independent creators in a format that's definitely going to, gain value in the near future. So please check us out at peepgamecomics.com. That's comics with an X. And you get all the details about today's program as well on peepgamecomics.com. And make sure to follow The Experience on all social network platforms. That's _EXP on Twitch, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Facebook and on Twitter through Periscope on Twitter. And they're on all the places. It's like basically The Experience is basically a online television station. This is going on 7 days a week. It kind of cuts off like old school TV at the end of the night. But it definitely is available to stream on all your platforms as well. So any minute now, we should have our friend Dorphise coming through. And we should be back in a few minutes. This is Imad Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics, and you're watching the Black Comics universe, part of the experience. You can follow us on all digital streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and Twitch, _EXP. And our next guest is Dorphise Jean.
How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's
Creator
up?
of Spirit's Destiny. That's available on Peep Game Comics and on her website. You have a website, right? Spirit's.
No, actually, I do have a website I'm still working on. It's gonna be Melanin. She writes. And I gotta give you another book to put on the website. So
I'm already. See, you know, it was so interesting is that when you consider all the other creators that we have on this program, you're like the rookie right now. Yeah. You're the rookie, and you've been in it the shortest amount of time, but at the same time, it feels like you've been in it for a while. At the same time, you feel like you've been here forever.
Mm-hmm.
In a very short period of time, you put in a lot of work. How have you been able to put in so much work in a very short period of time?
I actually I've reached out to most of these people that actually you have interviewed, and I got advice from them. They just told me keep grinding and you got to stay relevant. You got to be consistent. One of my issues, and I'm taking accountability for that, I did not stay consistent with Spirit's Destiny. Spirit's Destiny probably been an issue 6, and I'll probably have built a bigger platform, but I went through having a publisher and going through depression. Then I'm Haitian. I need to come back. And I wrote the 3rd script, and I got me a new editor, Greg. Mm-hmm. Greg really pushed me. And once he said it was okay, and then my writing got better, I was good. I was in a much more levitated state. And then I got opportunities to write a Noir, my first Noir 6-pager, and other people gave me opportunities. So it actually gave me that confidence boost. But yeah, I am a rookie. Some people say I'm not a rookie, but I still consider myself there because I never want to be comfortable at the position I'm in. I always want to continue to elevate myself. Yeah.
And I have to admit, in the Black comics community, the Haitian delegation is very strong. I almost had to keep you guys separate. I had to interview you guys separately. Too much energy at one time.
Yeah.
What's that? How is that? That camaraderie or that community? How is that supported you in your endeavor now? It's like, what has that been like?
I'll tell you this, the Haitian community does not really support comics or art. They believe in you being a doctor, this and that. I had much more support from outside of my community but I just met a few Haitians that's in Haiti that's actually doing comics, and it was like very remarkable. I'm like, wow, there's actually other people. Even though I wasn't born in Haiti, I still label myself as a Haitian because that's my culture. That's what I grew up in. This is what my parents taught me. So, but yeah, no, I don't get that much support. I get much more support from Haitian Americans because we were born here, so we already embarked in comics. Okay, even though our parents don't like it, because my mom did not want me to get into comics, but when she starts seeing the art and see what my story was going towards, she was like, okay, yeah, do your thing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then I just love the fact that so many of today's most popular independent Black creators are actually Haitian, and it's like it's become a recurring theme. It's like just every time I look up, someone has a Haitian flag, on their social media. I was like, oh, this guy's Haitian too. It's really interesting. And I'm enjoying the camaraderie that I see in that.
Yeah, because back in the days, but way before I was very young, I was told that many Haitians were embarrassed to even call themselves Haitian because they were actually being bullied. So then when this is one reason why Zopan was created, and it became very ruthless. So now, everybody's very, very open about their background. I've seen Haitian Italians. I've seen Haitian Cubans. They're very, very open about their background, and I love it. So yeah. And everybody should know that Haitians are originally from Africa because of the Atlantic slave trade. So, they just got to put some respect on our names, like the haters. That's all I got to say.
So that brings us to the story. The story of your comic book, Spirit's Destiny. What is that? What is that story about, and how does that even play into what you're trying to do as far as bring attention to your culture?
Okay, Spirit's Destiny. I'll give you guys a little insight. My dad's side of the family, like his sister, was a voodoo priest, and I've never contacted her because she had bad energy. So my dad kept us away from her. But I did try to understand more about the culture because my dad was also involved in that. So he introduced me. He gave me knowledge that voodoo can be a bad thing, but it's mostly a good thing because in Africa it was used as a medicine to heal. But when I created Spirit's Destiny, it was because based off of the Haiti earthquake, and I'm like, who were their heroes? The kids didn't have any had heroes like Dr. Voodoo, and I'm like, where's the women? Where's a female superhero? And I was thinking about that for a while. I'm like, okay, I didn't want to get into comics. The reason why I really got into comics because when I go into the comic store, my son, and he likes Batman, and I hate Batman, so I have to get it no matter what. I asked him, I'm like, where's a Haitian female superhero? Like, there's none. The comic store guy said maybe somebody should create one. I'll be interested in it because he said we have Dr. Voodoo. I said Calypso. He said Calypso's a villain, and I'm like, you're right. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I just told a couple of my friends, and they got me with Terry Alec. Terry Alec, he does a lot of cheesecake art, but he developed my first character design, and I was pleased with it. I was very pleased with it. And then I said, I want to create a Haitian superhero based on my persona when I was younger. Every action comes with a consequence. So that was based on my story. And I'm like, I want to teach people a few things about my Haitian culture. And I wanted to put my grandma in there. My grandma was such a strong woman. She raised like over 20 kids. Not all of them was biologically hers, but she raised them in this small little house. And I had to put her in the story. My grandma was not into voodoo as much, but she knew knowledge of it. She was just very humble. So I'm like, I need to put my grandma in there. And I want to show people my infatuation with my culture. So issue 4, they're going to be Spirit's going to be in Haiti. So I'm actually writing the outline for that. So I'm going to show people about the good and bad in Haiti, in our culture.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my whole goal.
It's interesting, like that your goal kind of started, bringing your son to the comic book shop and trying to, buy comics for him. I run into that a lot when I do events that, parents like yourself bring their kids and then they want to support Black creators, and buy their books, for their kids. And what I have found is that a lot of us aren't actually making books or products for younger audiences. We're mostly telling stories we're mostly telling adult stories. So how have you challenged yourself in terms of trying to, create books or storylines, for your son and for other young people?
Yes, my son, I actually created a character based on my son. My son is 2015, he got in an accident, and he has a traumatic brain injury, and he has motor skills issues. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to create a superhero based on him. And I've actually worked with different children with special needs. So I'm like, I need to write a children's book, and it's about that time. And he told me he wanted to be a superhero. So I had got a character design of him. And the question is, I've been balling about like, what's going to be his name, how his costume's going to be. And he has dreads. So, there's not a lot of characters with dreads. So, and his dreads is always styled. So I'm like, if I'm going to have him, I'm not going to have his dreads in the book one certain way. And I have him, I got a story I want to plan out, and I'm probably going to just have Greg be the editor because he's a boy, he's a man. So it's like, it's easier for a man to assist me when it comes to writing out a male character. And I actually made him much more powerful than Spirit, even though he has motor skill issues, but he's much more powerful because of the fact, like, his mom actually trained him. But I am working on it, and actually started working on a children's book as well, based on my son.
Okay.
So my son is my inspiration.
No, I definitely can see that. And I can identify with what you're going through. Me and my wife, we have a daughter that has, who's autistic, and she has motor skill issues, has special needs. So just the stories, and at the same time, she has this crazy sense of humor. Like the stories that could come out of her, just on her own would be, could sell volumes of books. So I can only imagine what that's like.
Yeah, I've worked with a lot of autistic children. I don't work with them no more. But I would be taking a certification so I can work with them, but that's what I started off with. I started working with special needs children. So I know how they function. They're very bright. And I said, I'm going to create my son's book. He's going to have his own team with regular children, but also kids with special needs, because kids with special needs, I feel like they're much more powerful than the person that regular individual with no special needs, because like how you're battling something like that and you're overcoming it, and you're being so awesome. So that's one of the things that I'm actually working on, because most of my special needs children that was around were mostly Black kids with autism. But those are some of the smartest kids I've been around. Smartest kids I've ever been around. So that's what I'm working on. I'm gonna, I have a lot of projects. I want to stay consistent. So I'm going to make sure I have all these artwork out to let people know what other projects I have available. So, but yeah, I've been on that, so I understand.
Where does that come from, that work ethic? Because compared to a lot of other creators, you're putting out, a lot of work in a very short period of time. How are you able to do that?
I have ADHD. My son has ADHD. I have to keep myself busy. Dude, you should see. You should ask. Like it took me a while just to write Spirit's Destiny 3, because I wanted it to be perfect, but I know perfection is not gonna be always key. We're always gonna make mistakes. But I wrote it it took me so long because I wanted it to be good, because everybody said they love Spirit's Destiny 2. I'm like, okay, Spirit's Destiny 3. That's the last arc of like what happened. From 1 to 3. And, I'm just going to continue expanding it. But yeah, I like to keep myself busy. I like to be challenged. Like I just got hired to write an anti-hero comic. And I'm actually reading the Silencer books to actually help me write a assassin,
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm trying to learn how to write villains. So I'm actually reading Deathstroke's comics. He's one of the most underrated villains. They don't know how. Yeah, he's a strategist. So it's like, okay, I want my character to be someone like that. Spirit's Destiny Dad is so much like Deathstroke, because I'm a big fan of Deathstroke. So I'm like, I gotta start reading other comics, and also read other indie comics as well to assist me. I have so much comic books here. I'm just trying to find some time to read all of them.
So like actually creating these comic books was your entry point into comics, or was there another entry point? Have you always been a fan, or how did that go?
I always been a fan. Out of all my siblings, I always been a fan. I was always the one reading. But one thing I could say about my siblings, we used to just watch Sailor Moon together. I started off writing film scripts. Like I was not even taught how to write. I was just like going on Google and stuff. So when I went to film school, I already had Spirit's Destiny 1 out. I was learning how to write film scripts, because that's really what I want. I really want to get into writing films, and then I started getting the aspect of everything. I'm like, okay, I guess comic books is a much better path, but I'm like, I want to write animated scripts, because McDuffie was a very inspiration guy. So I'm like, I want to get into that. So I actually find a woman to assist me writing a animated script for Spirit's Destiny. But I'm watching a lot of anime and a lot of animation, so to actually assist me, because DC has the best animation movies there is. So that's great motivation right there.
Okay, true. What are other titles out there right now that are inspiring you right now?
Asanana is very awesome, because it actually opened up my mind. Let me see what else. Fourth Sector. I just got Fourth Sector. Miles Morales. I've been trying to get that book, but it's always sold out in my comic book store. I hate it.
Yeah.
Right now I'm very into I'm invested in myself into Static. I love Vita. I love her so much. She's very inspirational, especially for the LGBT community. So I'm basically very open to reading anything just to inspire me.
Mhm.
So that's pretty much it, because I want to be able to write every single genre. I even except cheesecake. I'm not really into that because I could write that in a novel, be like Zane and write a novel and stuff. But I want to be able to write every single genre, because at least it'll tell me that, okay, there's no limitations for me. Superhero comics is easy, but I put in sci-fi and all of that. But at least I learned how to write noir. But I just don't want no limitations.
Okay. And I like that you actually, even though superhero comics is actually the typical comic book format right now, what's so popular is horror. So it's actually interesting that you present like you jumped into the superhero storyline compared to a lot of your contemporaries right now that are doing a lot of horror and
yeah, the zombies and all that. I just finished writing a 12-pager zombie horror. It was very difficult for me. He assisted me, so yeah, I got into that. Like, I'm not, I like horror, but you can implement all of that in one genre. Like a comic book does not only have to have one specific genre. You can just mesh all that up, but it's all about good storytelling. That's how I see it.
Yeah, someone asked where they can find the current issues of Spirit's Destiny. You can find it at peepgamecomics.com. Actually,
yeah, Peep Game Comics. You can have it. I know Peep Game Comics gonna start selling some hardcovers. I just had a Kickstarter, so I really can't give it to him now. So
right.
let me finish. Once the books are done, it's going to be available. I'm gonna talk to him about that. There's gonna be another website, and also I'm gonna have a website as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so there's that. And I also have another book. I have a lot of titles I'm working on. I have another book I'm planning to drop on May 18th. That's Haitian Flag Day, called Makanda. I don't know if you guys know about Makanda.
No, we don't.
Makanda was a voodoo sorcerer. So during the time when slavery in Haiti, he taught the Haitians how to poison their masters. So he helped them kill over hundreds of masters. And when they found out he was the one that was teaching them, they cut one of his hands off. And then he went back doing the same thing, teaching them saying they're friend to kill off the masters, and they burned him alive. So he's a very prominent person in the Haitian community. There's a big backstory about him. So I created him as a superhero in the Spirit's Destiny universe. So that's the first male character I got in my universe. So yeah, I had to write it with a guy.
Right.
He's Haitian, so he's from Haiti. So he really assisted me, and Greg is also editing that. So
okay, it's like I was saying, how you're a rookie. Haven't been in it very long, but at the same time, you've already seen a lot. You've already, I know for a fact you've gone through, trial by fire through this thing. What would you advise, other indie creators coming into this and, creating comic books, and women specifically? What advice would you give them?
The first advice: do not sign with no indie publisher. Do it on your own. You're gonna have to go through the trials and tribulations and trial and errors, because signing with a publisher, you could do the same thing that they're doing. Okay. The second thing I would advise: do not get in your feelings when it comes to criticism. Some people are not gonna like your story, and some people are going to like your work. As a Black woman, it is hard, because you're going to embark with some people that's going to bully you. I'm going through bullying right now, and I don't even care. Like, I hope they're watching this as well. They're going to, there's some people in the industry that's not, they don't want people of color, women of color, Black women in the industry. They feel like we're not needed to make the industry any better. Who can write about a Black woman better than yourself? There's people that's going to critique you. They're going to bully you a lot. I've been bullied. I've been called all type of names. I've been shamed online. And there's one thing about you: you do not let them show that you're weak. I would never show myself weak. Continue writing, get the best editors. Do not let, I have people actually, taking money from me and they're not, I've lost a lot of money. Don't let people play you. I have no issues if you guys contact me. I have plenty of people that contact me, and I may take a while because I'm dealing with my son or, my mind's somewhere else, but I will always respond because there's a new Haitian creator coming out. I have like several other creators I have assisted, but it's very hard as a woman in this industry. Very, very hard. But just don't let this industry eat you up. Imani, you see, he reached out to me and I was just a rookie and he gave me the opportunity. And people actually said, "Oh, when's your next book coming out?" Like he gave me the opportunity. Nobody, he reached out to me. Yeah. And he gave me that platform. So I have so much respect for him.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
No, it's like that's a whole part of this is like, recognizing talent and knowing where, looking ahead and knowing where things are moving. You know what I'm saying? It's like knowing that, you can see, trying to see a few steps ahead and knowing how this thing is moving, how this thing is developing, and trying to get in early. It's like a speculative environment. You want to be in on the ground floor on a lot of this stuff. So, and I've noticed that like people who have typically, if they leave Peep Game Comics, they're on the verge of something big. So like whenever someone says I can no longer sell on Peep Game Comics, the next step is they'll sign with a publisher. It's like a movie deal or something. It's always something big. So I'm always happy that I can be on the ground floor of this for a lot of creators.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
And then also, it just so happens, Elena D, she was saying, I'm Trinidadian American woman, and I'm all about representing the islands. This topic is so relevant in our history. I'll check Peep Game Comics. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you can also hit me up anytime on my Instagram or in my Facebook, Spirits Destiny Universe. That's another way you can contact me. Don't go on my regular Facebook because I'll be reckless on there.
That's the thing is, I think oddly enough, I think some of that helps sell comics, right? It's sort of like people know that you're a real person behind this thing. It's not just, you're not a machine, right? It's
exactly like when I was signed to somebody, they wanted me to speak about comics all day. I'm like, that is so boring. I'm like, that's comics is not all about. Yes, I'm a writer. And then people was inboxing like, Dorphise, what happened to your funny post? I'm like, yo, I gotta, I'm listening to what someone's telling me. And I'm like, no, this is not me. I'm just gonna be myself. You are like, you guys can do that. The interaction I get from people, it is quite different. My Kickstarter told me that people like my personality. There's some people that don't like me and they still supporting me. So it's like, okay, you supporting my content, and I'm all for it. I care less if you don't like me, but if you respect my content, I'm good. There's people I don't even associate with and I don't like, and I support their content. That's a big difference. I could separate my feelings with that person, but when it comes to their work, I'm going to support that because I already know it's good stuff.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, knowing the little bit I know about your experiences, like I was starting to see how, this Black comic book community, there's definitely some pockets of darkness and light, and it's like there's some horror stories out there. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, but at the same time, I was encouraged by the fact that not only did you come back, you came back with a vengeance, man. You came back, that Larry Stroman cover, that was no small thing. Like, how did that come about? I've been waiting to hear about that story.
I'm going to tell you about this story. Let me tell you, Larry was in the hospital. He got out the hospital. He reached out to me because I've been asking. You know how hard it is to get to Larry's story? So he said, Dorphise, I know you're old and son. I said, yo, you actually, I said, I know you just came out the hospital, take good time. He said, no, I've been owed you a long time ago. I've been doing all these commissions. I told him what I wanted. 2 days later, he was done.
Wow.
He said, this is what you wanted? I said, Larry, I get paid Friday. He said, yeah, I know you good. Just send it to me when you can. Man. And I said, can we do it? I said, can we work again? He said, yeah, just let me know. That man, yeah, he said, and he gave me a big advice. He said, do not limit yourself. Do not limit yourself. And that's one thing. You got to listen to the man that made $1 million. One of the first creators that made $1 million in comics. You gotta
pay attention.
Yeah. And he does not hold back. This is one thing everybody like about Larry. He does not hold back what he say. He will call you out and he don't care. He does not care about the repercussions. Yeah. And he told me straight up, he said, you got to be yourself. So I'm going to take the advice from him no matter what, you know. And people call me out when they say I'm wrong doing this and that, but they said, at least you stand your ground. Now, if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. Right. But yeah, Larry was, that was amazing. And then when I got him, I said, I need a colorist. A couple of colors hit me up. I got the Jackson Godwin from Nigeria, gave me that chance. I'm like, yo, he did it within 2 days as well. And he's right now coloring the rest of the comic. So, you know, I want to work with different artists for each book. I don't want to work with the same artist because, you know, everybody give different energy. So
speak on that. Tell me about your creative team, like some of the other people that you're working with. You talk about Greg a lot.
Yeah, I love Greg. Me and Greg are like twins. You see what we talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna hit him up on this too when I talk to him. Yeah.
Yeah. When I needed to create an editor, I wanted a Haitian editor. So I got Greg. One thing about Greg, he said he made sure my dialogue, that was one of my flaws, is not cliche. And he called me out on it. He was on top of me. And Greg is a very busy guy. He was on top of me when it came to writing. And then when he finally said, "Oh, you're good," I was like, "Oh my gosh," I pleased him. And then the other day he made me smile so hard because it was 40 creators in the Black is Noir. I don't know if you heard about that book. So yes. So he hit me up. He said, "Your story is my favorite one," and I've implemented Haitian, my Haitian culture, and he like, "Your story is the best." I'm like, "You lying?" Mind you, I'm with heavy hitters, okay? David Walker, all these other heavy hitters. And for him to say that, I was like, wow. Because I'm the rookie and at the end, Brandon Easton, I'm the rookie in that in that story. And I got the opportunity. I was so amazing. And they want me to come back to it. So I'm like, okay, cool. Matteo, Maya introduced me to him and also Newton. And I like his work. And he's worked with Robert Jeffrey and a lot of the creators. I'm like, let me get him. He's from Italy. I don't discriminate. I don't care. As long as you can produce my art, I'm cool with that. So I got him and I kept Jackson because Jackson did a good job in the cover. And he really wanted to work on my comic book. I'm like, okay, I said, knock it out, sir. And then Francisco, he been wanting to work with me for so long. I said, Francisco, okay, you can letter Spirit's Destiny. And he's been lettering all this time. He's actually re-lettering Spirit's Destiny too. Because I actually has it translated in Creole the correct way. Because my Creole is horrible. So I'm gonna send that to you. And I did work with Nia Kaler. I did work with another Haitian letterer, so I'm going to send that to you as well. So I'm working with like a lot of people, and right now I have a couple of Haitians in Haiti. They want to work on my Makanda comic book. So right now I'm just like, you know, just dipping and dabbing in different creators. Wow. And I was waiting on you to do something for me, but you know, you're so busy because you're a celebrity out here.
Me? Oh yeah. The cartoon Chibi. Yes. Oh yeah,
yes,
for
sir.
Sure. No, I got you.
Yeah, I need one of my son. But yeah,
that would be awesome. No, yeah, okay. Definitely. Cool. You got some fans in here. You got Stephen Harris.
Yes, I love Stephen Harris. Another busy one. I want to work with him too, but he's so busy. Yeah,
I'm loving the fact that we've been doing this for about 8 years or so, and it seems like all the indie creators were sort of isolated. Everybody was doing their own little thing. But as time has gone on, there's been a lot of collaboration, and some of this community is starting to coalesce more. So it's like the fact that Greg is your editor, but he's also collaborating with artists like George Gant, you know, doing kid stuff. And I was talking to Keith yesterday, how he's been collaborating with some folks. I'm loving the energy of, you know, we're coming together. You know, you had that horrible experience, but the fact that the community actually rallied around you and helped you to keep going.
Yeah, they were in my inbox when I was going through my little thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't like to bring them up because they don't exist in my world. But they was in my inbox like, you need to keep going. You gonna let them shut you down? Like, they were really, really on my case, and I respect them about that, especially when I was going back and forth with people. So that's what pumped me up. So I just ignored that negativity because I know how petty I am. I will see you in person, so I will embarrass you in person. That's how I do it. I'm not keeping no track records on social media. I will embarrass you in person. That's it. That's what I am, and that's what I do with the Kickstarter. I had somebody making videos trying to destroy my Kickstarter, try to discredit it. My Kickstarter success really shut them down. So I was that.
Wow, I didn't even notice that. Oh, but and Steven said, "Girl, we can make that happen. It's all about scheduling." So
okay, we're gonna make that happen.
So I love it. And I'm anxious to see Black is Noah's the New Black, because we're going to be carrying it on Peep Game. I've already ordered some copies, so I'm looking forward to actually introducing that book for sure. What was your story in that book? What was your story about?
Basically, we wrote about like a politician that basically took away when people sell properties, like for instance, a poor neighborhood, they sell their properties to and that's basically what happened, and it's haunting him now. It's basically haunting him. So he went to a botanica. Botanica is where voodoo priests at, and they basically shed that light, and they're basically letting him know that he's the villain, not them. So that's exactly what happened. You're gonna like the art. The art is phenomenal.
Who's the artist?
I forgot his name. I gotta go in the book. I actually forgot his name.
That's all right.
It's like 40 of us, and I was just reading it, and it's just so much. I haven't even finished reading the whole book yet, and I gotta order some books for myself. So hopefully I can get every single artist to sign it, and we go from there. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I'm probably looking forward to once we start opening back up and doing events, is being able to actually, get to see people in person, get some stuff signed. I have a copy of Black Comics by John Jennings, that book, with all the creators in it. And I always love taking it around and having people sign their page and stuff like that. So I definitely want to be able to get out there and do that again.
Yeah, we all waiting for. I did a con in January. It was very small, but it was cool. I sold a lot of books. But everybody's really trying to. We all want to get back into it, because the last biggest con I was in, it was me, Greg, and Jiba. We did C2E2. We all sold out. They were buying our books like candy, and it was crazy. Hopefully, they can give us the opportunity again. I did the table with them too, and I told them that next time we do, we got to buy another table, so we all could be together and call it a day. So, I love big cons, small cons. It really don't matter. I'm interacting with people. Greg, he's annoying. Like, the man wouldn't even let me have a break. I'm like, dude. I'm like we've been at it for the last couple of days. He said, no, you gotta sell. So he was taking breaks. I would sell his books. He would sell my books. It was amazing.
No, I love it. I love it, because see, that's basically going to be the thing that keeps this thing moving forward. How else have you navigated this whole pandemic, as far as your son and actually, but at the same time actually putting out work? How have you been able to keep that all together?
My son, he's a virtual student. I made him virtual because I don't want him getting sick. And I'm actually a world history teacher. So to make things, people just been contacting me, like, to be honest with you. Like, and when they contact me, I always get so surprised. I'm like, me out of all other people? Like, you guys can be hiring other people that's in a much more higher level, but they're like, no, we like the way you work. So I've been getting jobs, and I've been shocked, because like, when I get into a creative mode, I'm a whole different person. So like, I think Nia Kayla is the most anti-hero I got. And so when I got that Victoria Black position, I was like, okay. But people have been contacting me all the time. Like sometimes I even put myself out there. I'm like, okay, you want a writer, this and that, because sometimes I do get bored of writing one little thing and I want to write something else, and they motivate me to get me back on there. So I'm trying to keep myself busy as much as possible. Like I was supposed to finish writing something this weekend, but I've been so exhausted. So exhausted. My son been driving me crazy. So right now he keep bothering me. Like we always go on dates on the weekends. So right now he don't even know where he want to go. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know how kids are.
Yeah, I know exactly how it is. It's interesting. Like you say, you're a whole nother person when you write. Like, describe that other person? Or I gotta get to know both of them. So
yeah,
difference. What's Dorphise the mom, or Dorphise the writer? What's
Dorphise, the regular Dorphise is the goofy person, the petty individual. But when it comes to writing, I'm a whole different. I'm focused. I'm in a creative one. I'm like, okay, I start thinking like that character, like Spirit's Destiny. It's like the animated version of myself when I was a teenager, but in a different with abnormal abilities. So, and she's challenging herself. She's learning about herself, because as teenagers, they learn about themselves. Especially I'm around teenagers all day. So I pick on the way they think, and it actually helps me motivate me to write. Like I give them an assignment, they're still bothering me, so I soak in their energy all the time. And so I'm writing a character, I soak in their personality and I put it into the character to make it much more authentic. And these kids, they read comics. They always bothering me. They found me on Twitter. I have to block some of them. I'm like, no. They found my book on Amazon. One kid told me, why is your book $900 on Amazon? I'm like, $900? He said, yeah. I'm like, so I need to contact Amazon. But like, they research us so much. Like back in the days, we had no access of calling our teachers. Now they can call us anytime. Yeah. Like one just texted me because I promised them one thing: don't ever promise these kids food. One text and said, "Miss, what happened to my McDonald's?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I totally forgot." I said, "Well, I want McDonald's." They know my number.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's that.
It's interesting. Because I was asking some of the other creators, like, people ask about, getting into creative rut. And I tell young people that I'm a graphic designer by trade. And I was telling them, as far as when you get yourself in, because I work on deadlines all the time, that actual pressure and also being accountable to other people, that actual pressure is actually what keeps me moving forward. So if I get into a rut, I know that pressure is actually what gets me out of that. Do you find that to be the same with you? Because you actually, you're teaching, time writing. Is it that the pressure of just parenting and all this other kind of stuff?
It's a lot of pressure, especially when I'm working on Black is North. He had a deadline for everything. So the plot, deadline, the outline, deadline. So he had a deadline for everything. So when deadline came, he calls you. He did not care where you at, where is it. So it was very enlightening. So I'm like, okay, I need to start putting myself like that. So I started putting myself on a timer. I put 1 hour of writing, and then I put 1 hour of studying, and then the next hour I do the same thing, because that's the only way it's going to push me and keep me consistent. So, and then once I've done like 2-3 hours of doing that, I put myself have to relax, because you got to relax your mind. And then I just start doing the same thing over the next day. Yeah, you got to really discipline yourself. I had to learn how to discipline myself. Like when I first started writing, I didn't write no outlines. I just wrote the story. But now that I've disciplined myself, I've actually learned how to write outlines before writing the story, because I might change my mind, while I'm writing the story, just, freestyling. That's how I started off at first. So now that I learned how to outline, I have been in a much more structured or creative structural level.
It's interesting that it sort of reminds me of how when we're in school, we will always ask, we'll say, well, how's this going to help me in real life? And it's like you just sort of blow it off like nobody cares about, this is useless. But then you're in a creative environment. Now you're trying to, get these, stories out and write under pressure. It's like, man, I wish there was a format that I could use. Oh, outlines, the thing that they taught us in high school.
Yes. It
Back,
just brought it back. I'm like, okay, now I see why they made us do the Venn diagram.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, outlines are very important for everything, like even for a film script. So I'm like, okay, I learned my lesson. So I tried to do the shortcut, but it didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's the thing. I think people assume that creativity is a natural thing that it just pops in your head and you just put it on the page, as opposed to no, you have all these tools that you use to actually pull the story together. That you're actually doing research. You're actually studying dialogue. You're actually revising that dialogue. Um, you're planning these characters out. You're designing these characters. So it's not just about you're not just sitting in front of a typewriter like Kermit the Frog and just flailing away. Yeah,
Exactly. I'm even getting to the point where I'm going to pay a writer to write something for me, like Robert Jeffrey. He's very great in sci-fi. So I have a human. This story is just to build awareness on human trafficking, especially around the Caribbean and small countries. There's a lot of human trafficking around that area. Especially Haiti was number 2 in 2012. So I'm like, okay. And I want to write it, but I want someone to start it off. And I hit him up, and he rates him his price. I'm like, okay, sure, I'm gonna pay you that, and keep it moving, because I really wanted this story. This story been sitting for so long, and then I have a Muslim story. I'm not Muslim, so I didn't want to disrespect the community. So what I did, I got with a Muslim, and me and him discussed what I want in the story, because I respect the culture, and she's a Black Muslim, and we developed something so good, and that's going to get into writing. Yeah. So, when it comes to other people's cultures, I'd rather work with the people that's part of it. Like the woman that just commented, if I want to work on a Trinidadian character, I'm going to find somebody in that culture to assist me in writing, because I respect cultures too much. I even have a Hawaiian superhero, and I have a Native American. So I'm going to contact those people to assist me, because of the fact we have to learn how to respect each other's culture. Because I seen a guy, he came out with a African character. He called him the character Ebola. And I looked at him like, bro, are you serious? Yeah. He took it down. Like, are you serious? I'm like, you don't do that. And you see all the Nigerians coming, they're like, are you freak? They started cursing him out. I don't know what kind of language they were saying. They were just typing away. I'm like, I said, you might take that down.
Wow.
So, yeah. People got to stop Googling. Google only just tells you simple facts that they learn. But when you learn from the people, yeah. Like for issue 4 for Spirit's Destiny, I'm like, I want to speak about Papa Doc. I went straight to the elders. They told me about their time, where they went through, where they had to witness assassination and all of that. He was one of the ruthless, the worst leaders Haiti ever had. He was a dictator. So that's what I want. I want to get authentic information so we can educate other people that has no information on that.
No, I'm anxious to see what you did in Nora's The New Black, and just in your new books, because just through the collaborations alone, I'm getting excited, because I know that you are actually working with a lot of talented folks. So this is going to be interesting for sure.
Nora's New Black, I work with a rookie writer. That was his first book. That's his first 6-pager that's any comic related published. So he's excited, and I told him, like, you got to keep going, and he's going, and I'm going to collaborate with him. And I'm collaborating with a lot of people, that need information. I give them artists, I get feedback. I give them feedback, and they give me feedback. So we all got to be able to criticize each other, even where have any type of flaws. That's how I see it.
So we're almost out of time here. How can of course they can find your books at peepgamecomics.com. I'm gonna start. Someone on here said like your number 1 for Spirit's Destiny is $908 apparently on Amazon. I'm not sure what that's about.
That's what I'm trying to figure out too. I'm gonna say like that's so crazy. The kid found it. He screenshot. He said, "Why is it 900?" I'm like, I don't know. So I'm gonna contact Amazon. Y'all not gonna be trying to pimp people out here. Like
yeah. Or at the very least, I could start selling it for $908.
Exactly.
Let's make
I'm
this
not no
money.
David Walker, no Brandon Easton selling that.
No, but that's something I really want to look into as far as a lot of indie creators, like the work that they're making, especially those Kickstarter, that first printing of Kickstarter titles. I think they hold a lot of value when we start thinking about this moment. Like, I think this moment, when we look back 10, 20 years from now, the creators that come out of this moment are going to be on the forefront of something huge. And so I think these issues, these initial Kickstarter issues, are going to be very valuable, or at least we should be trying to make sure that they hold value, going into the future.
Yep, because Boom Studios, look at that, they're using Kickstarter. I'm like, come on now. But you guys can reach me on Spirit's Destiny Universe on Instagram and Facebook. And on Twitter is Spirit's Destiny U. And Facebook, I have 3 Facebook pages because they keep throwing me Facebook jail, but you guys are going to see me.
That's what we love it, right? That's what we like.
Yeah. You guys are going to see me, but the original one is the one with the little video. I'm wearing a dress. That's the one that you guys can reach me under. But I respond to everybody, no matter what. If I may take a while, but I'm going to respond to you. I'm not a very shy person. I'm very friendly. That's pretty much it. I really appreciate this opportunity, Monty.
Oh, anytime. You're no longer a rookie now.
Yeah, they keep telling me that.
Maybe now we can stop. We can stop with all that. You definitely have arrived for sure.
Yes. You sound like Tyler. Tyler be to me like, you're not no rookie.
Right.
And
yeah.
Me and Tyler started at the same time. Now look where we're at now. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
His confidence in a different level. Like, you guys can't tell him nothing.
No. He was like, that's a perfect man. That's why I love your story, because you came out of that whole situation actually a whole much better for it. The community rallied around you, and it's just an example of how it's an example of the Black comics community at its best.
Yes.
Your story is about how, when people talk about Black people coming together, we need to stick together and support each other. Your story is an example of that. It's like every creator, every creator out there is supporting you. They got your back. Nobody's gonna be stepping in the Dorphise anytime soon without the whole Haitian community, let alone the whole Black, the whole Black comics community coming at you for sure. They got your back.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, people, somebody says something about me, it's in my inbox. I'm like, I'm not even checking with this person they're talking about me. But people are very, in our Black community, we're very overprotective of each other. I've noticed it. Somebody could say something to me, they're gonna jump in the comments and be like, Dorphise, stand back. So I really appreciate all the men and all the women that have been defending us, because like, we can't even have a voice, especially in these blur groups. The men always attack the women. I'm like, the other guys had the same opinion like us. Like, what you coming at me for? Like, now I gotta attack your disconnected beard and then whatnot and be petty. Like, come on now.
Dorphise got jokes. I see. All right, yeah. It's like you got your disconnected beard, right? All right. I appreciate your time, and hug all the babies for me, and we're gonna be talking soon, I'm sure.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Anytime. All right, we'll be back. Yo, this is Imani Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You're watching Black Comics Universe, the program that's featuring Black comic book creators in the indie community and in the pros. We are being streamed by the Comic Book Shopping Experience. You can follow the Comic Book Shopping Experience on all digital platforms or at _EXP on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope on Twitter, and on Facebook. And I hear you. So we're waiting for our next guest here. I'll tell you a little bit about Peep Game Comics. Peep Game Comics is a comic book platform that's dedicated to Black comic book creators around the country and the African diaspora. We support Black comic book creative teams. We rank Black comic book publishing companies. And at the same time, if you look at our titles that we carry, that they actually have extremely diverse creative teams as well. So it's not just there might be they're Black-owned companies, but they work with very diverse creative teams in terms of writers, editors, illustrators from across the country and across the globe. So we're very proud of the diversity that you'll find on Peep Game Comics, and we're doing. Hopefully, we'll have David Crownson here soon. He's the creator of Day Black. 2 minutes, he tells me. 2 minutes. He's the creator of Day Black. No, not Day Black. He's the creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, one of the top sellers on Peep Game Comics. It's on a tear right now. It's selling like crazy. And he is doing a ton of promotional stuff behind the scenes right now. And hopefully I'll be able to talk to him about what exactly he's doing, because I can't put my finger on what he's doing right now that's gaining so much momentum. He's one of the most popular indie creators right now. He's remained independent, but I believe at any moment he's on the verge of something huge. He's an actor. He actually he acts in a web program. Maybe we could talk a lot about that. And he's actually making I think he's filming some programs that feature Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer as well. So I'm very anxious to talk to him about that. Yep, here he is. My man.
Hey,
David Crownson.
what up, people?
The man, the myth, and the legend.
Oh, snap. I'm a myth and a legend? Holy shit.
Yes,
I'll take it.
you're a myth. You're a myth and a legend. Yes.
Yes, I've done it.
You're right. Now, real quick, I'm going to reset the room. You're watching Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. Then make sure to tune in for all our original programming 7 days a week. All right, David, we talk all the time, and now I brought you on here. Now, where would you like to start? Because I don't know. I'll tell you this. I don't know. I was telling you the other day, I don't know what you are doing, but it's like your book goes in waves. Like it's better, 1 minute we'll be, everything's running smooth, and all of a sudden it'll spike. And I'm like, what is he out here doing? And then I look and he's like, oh, you're doing this and that. Okay, maybe that's it. But sometimes I just can't pinpoint it. Sometimes it's just like people get this thing where they see your book and it's like it causes a frenzy. I don't know. I haven't quite put my finger on the phenomenon your book has. It's like there's still a ton of hype.
I don't know what. Like I wish I knew.
No, man, you're doing something. You got to be doing something.
I don't think. I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything different from what any of my friends are doing, really. But like for me, my own individual self, just from my own point of view, and everyone does the same thing that I do, but I know everyone also expresses it because we're human beings. We're all individuals. We're all going to express it ourselves differently, and that's what makes like Greg Anderson Elysee's book unique. What's gonna make Jason Reeves's book unique, and Walker, John Jennings, Ophelia Richardson, like so many, and Jamila Rouser, so many, and Dorphise. Everyone's going to express themselves and express their creativity, and they're going to communicate that all differently. I just know, for me, I kind of don't care what people think per se a little bit, which is kind of hella dangerous because I'm writing about Harriet Tubman, a revered legend, and to me, and thank you for saying that, but so when I see as like a myth and also a legend, and she is, and also a hero. So also kind of, I don't want to say just looking at Harriet Tubman as a person, and still communicating the grandiose of what she did while adding vampires and demons and witches and werewolves, still telling her story, and keeping it to me, to keep it grounded. I'm all right, I'm gonna tell her what she really went through, and it just came off like a compelling action story. And I love my book. I love my comic the same way, and probably more than I love, Marvel or Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, and I go hard for my comic with the.
What happened? Well, technical difficulty here. We'll be right. I believe we'll be right back. Yes, we're all fans of David. We also have another fan here. Great event. Love the conversations. Appreciate it. We're having a little technical difficulties here. We lost David, but I can vouch that he definitely is all about his book and his story. And it's one of the books that gets the most attention when people visit the website. And we'll be right back. And we're back.
I don't know what happened.
It's conspiracy. The people know.
So
That's what it is.
Like that Negro was talking.
Right.
He's that Negro was confessing too much truth. Unplug his ass.
Enough, boy. That's enough.
That's enough.
When we first started putting this idea together, it was like a lot of conversation, and this is like a recurring theme that basically, there's a definite delineation between what I see the indies are doing, and what a lot of Black folks that are in the professional, world of comics that are working for larger publishers are doing, in the sense that more often than not, you'll find those creators that are working professionally, it's about the work for them. They want to be known to be, good writers and put together good material. And then their race or ethnicity or culture comes second. And I was bringing up the fact that for a lot of indie creators like yourself, that we want to, you guys want to put together, put out quality work, but make no mistake, this is a black thing, and we're going to make we're going to say some things and make some statements that are going to, might make some people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's not going to may not be come across as politically correct or as safe as a lot of other, black creators that are working more professionally might say or do. And I've learned to make a distinction, like, this indie community is definitely doubled down on the, unapologetically black, idea. And you're definitely an example of that.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. For me, I'm just trying to tell the truth about what really went down, and have some, and I don't want to like boil it down to or belittle like the fact of like having fun with it, but also my comic book, I made that book. First, it started out just for fun, but then, this was during the time where like politically things were changing a lot in this country. Like, racism was like blatant in 2016. Like there was like a hilarious meme. It shows like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, and it's like, how would you like your racism? Would you like it subtle with nuance, or would you like it blatant and expressive? So like the comic, at least I know for me, and I know I'm grateful that some people saw it that way, that Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer became cathartic in a way, because like being a racist and being like, a white nationalist, Nazi, white supremacist, it was being emboldened and being celebrated, and people felt like good about being that way. And I was like, nah, in my comic book, if you're a racist, you will get like slayed or punched in the face. Like every single issue, like a white racist gets hurt in every issue. Like we can't go one issue. I think like a white racist getting punched in the face is like the oh my god they killed Kenny of my. It happens in every single issue, and I think maybe like issue issue 6 isn't done yet, so I might just sneak it in. I might be like, wait, we gotta wait, hold up.
Right, we got to kill a racist today, right? All right.
I was like, damn, like there's too many like monsters and werewolves. Let's put an actual demon in this. Yeah, man. Like I just wanted to make the book was like a catharsis for me, and whenever like I would see like Charlottesville and like these dudes with like the tiki torch whites marching, and like and also like I thought I was that naive brother. I'm like, all right, Biden's in office, maybe everything's gonna be calm, relaxed now. It's gonna be all Capitol, storm of the Capitol, and like I'm like watching it. I'm like, yo, this is my book. like literal, like I think I did like a panel thing. You could probably find it on the Harriet Tubman page. We did it as like a funny thing. It's like the guys storming the Capitol and just like the intensity of their faces, and then like did like a same energy panel thing with like from like one of the comics where a bunch of like vampires are chasing. Yeah. And I was just like, I like posted it, and all I said was same energy, and I'm like, it's not really different. So yeah.
Not at all. Have you been surprised at how well your book has been received? Since you are so unapologetic about your story, or do you think that's a part of the book's appeal?
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. Like at first, like I feel better now, but like at first there was some pushback, and I thought there would be pushback from like white conservative people. I'm like, of course you're gonna like hate my book, but unfortunately, white conservatives who like don't really study history were like, "This is great. You're celebrating a Republican pro-gun hero, and I'm like, meant something totally different in the 1800s, but whatever. And she was she had a gun because she was gonna shoot a fucking slave owner who was chasing her. But like, it came from our own people. Like black people were really mad when they saw it. They're like, "How dare you do this? Like, your mama didn't raise you right." And like random strangers I've never met. Like, usually I have people like my friends, we roast each other, we talk shit. But random strangers roasting me, that was something new. They were like, "Yo, your mama didn't raise you right. This is inappropriate." And I was really scared because I've never like dealt with like, me and Cortland Ellis. I posted Cortland Ellis's the cover that's like the first issue. And it went like viral and all that good stuff. But then people were like, you did this, you created this. And I'm like, I'm the writer creator. Why are you yelling at me? Which I'm glad. I'd rather them yell at me than yell at Cortland. Because I'm like, I came up with the idea and I paid him to do it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But yeah, like I just with that I was just really nervous. But then people actually read the book, and then they but then there was also like a lot of like kids who said, "Hey, like I really like this. I like this is kind of encouraging me to want to look up like what the real life story and see how it correlates." So thank you for making this. So then and it was a little bit like a little bit of the older, like the crowd that's our parents' ages, our grandparents' ages were like, "How dare you make this book?" It was mainly that crowd,
right?
The people. But later on, like the book came out and they saw that, oh, this is a celebration. It's not a mockery,
right?
And they saw that and read that I'm actually truly trying to tell Harriet Tubman's story. And just using like vampires and demons and witches as metaphors for either things I don't want to spoil too many things, but like I'll just say like for white supremacy basically, and just have it be symbolic. So yeah.
So what have you been doing recently that have you noticed that the book has sort of like picked up recently? I know you just put out issue 5, so there's that, but it just seems like there's a lot of energy around the book right now.
Yeah, I think with I'm not sure if it's because of politics and that we have a black female vice president, like a mixed race female president, and the politics are kind of shifting on seeing more black women as the hero, and like the lead as a nuanced 3-dimensional character. I also like we have 5 issues now, and issue 6 is coming out on June. Get ready on Juneteenth.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think because before there was just one issue out, and there was just only one issue for a couple of months because Kickstarters and things cost money and stuff. And then what's it called? Yeah, things cost money, and then issue 2 came out. I think that following year in October, because issue 1 came out in April of 2017. And issue 2 came out on Halloween of 2017. And then, I had my own, I had certain offers and things from that. It had some hype, but I didn't really know what I was doing. And I wasn't sure, should I do another Kickstarter? I should have been doing Kickstarters all the time, but they're scary to do. It's like, even I was talking to a guy recently who has raised $1 million total, and I think he's done. I don't think he wants me to say his name, but he's done 7 Kickstarters, And he was still like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it this time. And I was like, you made 7 Kickstarters and you raised like $1 million. like $1 million. I was like, yeah. So I'm like, they're scary to do. Even the most acclaimed person with a big following is like, I don't know if this is going to be like a like again, you never know. And sometimes you might have I think there was an artist a friend of mine who I admire, who said like, oh, like I have imposter syndrome a lot when it comes to doing my book. And I'm like, what? Like you have imposter syndrome? He's like I'm just doing for now. Like I have other books I want to do besides Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, and I love my book, but I think after issue like this next volume, I'll probably like focus more on my other stuff. And like this one colleague of mine has like 4 different things out, and I'm like, man, like I would love to have like, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer and like this other book I want to do. They're all kind of like one shot, like contained, like 80, 90 page graphic novels, basically.
Right.
But yeah, so
did you have your own version of imposter syndrome?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Because like I was getting ready to do like because I'm like, oh, like was this a fluke maybe? And
what? Oh, so like by issue 2, you were wondering like, is this?
Yeah, but yeah, I was wondering that because I'm like, oh, like is this? But silly me, like the book had been out. It was just issue 1 and 2 for 2 years. I think longer than that. And that was because I would get publishers would approach me and make offers to me. And but either with disrespect to those publishers, I appreciate that I was able to be in those rooms and to be considered. I'll have just 2 issues of my comic. But either they wanted to water it down, they wanted to have more white saviors. They wanted to have more. They wanted to have more Black brutality and torture porn, and tried to call it character development. And I'm like, hey, my defense was, I'm like, yeah, I think we've seen that a lot, like enough.
These are the actual conversations, and
yeah, these are actual conversations, and conversations with like. I don't want to name names, but
no, I understand.
Like big, like some of the bigger indie publishers who were offering creator-owned imprints. So, like they were like, and it was a tough thing because like it was like, we'll give you $60,000, David, to make a trade paperback of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, but we need to see Harriet getting whipped a bunch of times. And like, and can you have them rewrite issue 1 to be based around Harriet Tubman being whipped and beaten? And I'm like, whoa. And I'm like, no. And they're like, we want to know Harriet's full blown origin. I'm like, no, I want to keep it mysterious. Like this isn't the 1930s where it's like you learn about the origin of Superman in the first page. Like I think the Miles Morales like story when Brian Michael Bendis did it, like his origin is told through the course of 8 issues. Like he doesn't get the costume. He doesn't get it till issue 6, and he doesn't become Spider-Man till like issue 8. So I'm like, no, like I want to kind of make Harriet Tubman a little bit of an enigma, a little bit. And kind of keep raising questions. Also, from a business perspective, I'd rather have people keep coming back to find out. I'd rather like keep raising questions instead of like just answering them with each issue. And still making the characters interesting that you want to know. Like, hey, so how did this happen? Like, what's going on? Like I haven't even said how Harriet Tubman got her power. Really, I haven't explained it. So, and I will eventually. It's going to come like in issue 8. But but yeah, I just yeah. So basically, all these publishers had made offers, and I just didn't like any of them, and then I just decided, like, okay, I'll just do another Kickstarter, and was nervous about it. And then we were really successful during it because all the backers came back from the previous Kickstarter, and then we made some new people. And then, you know, I got another big publisher to offer me something, and it was a similar thing where, like, actually, no, they gave me like a bunch of creative license to do whatever I wanted. I think they wouldn't let me release it on certain times. Like, I wanted to release issue 3 originally on Halloween of 2019, and the reason being is because, like, it was the same week that Harriet movie was coming out.
Yeah.
And it was Halloween. So I'm like, come on, it's like the perfect week because we can do a horror thing and then also do some advertising with the Harriet movie. You know, like let's do it. And they were like, no, David, you have to wait till and I'm glad this didn't happen. So you have to wait till June of 2020. And we want to do a trade paperback. And I was like, all right. I'm like, 2020 gonna be my year.
Oh wow! Yeah.
but these people, I think, you know, they decided to do. I don't want to like just be too easy. But this is what happened. That they chose like last minute. I said, even though I had done a Kickstarter, a second one, and it was successful. You know, I think the goal was like $20,000, and we raised over $22,000. And what's it called? During a very difficult time, like I very silly of me, I launched this Kickstarter like the week Avengers Endgame came out, which was a big mistake. I've launched both Kickstarters at like terrible times for like nerdom and internet anything. Like I was launching my Kickstarter the week that Avengers Endgame was coming out, and the weekend that Game of Thrones had its last 4 episodes for the series finale. So it was like a terrible time to do like a Kickstarter. So, but I just had to get really creative, and then that's where that energy comes from, to go hard for your thing. Like it's Avengers Endgame, like it is Game of Thrones. Like yeah, like let me passionately love my book, you know, the way that I love like the MCU, and I did that for 4 very long weeks. like 4 weeks, man, of that. And that's every single day posting. That's every single day. And I had friends and I had help. What's it called? Sharing on my behalf and getting friends who, either if they didn't have the money, they would just tell people about it. And posting every, and this was a harder kick. The second Kickstarter was harder to do because I had a full-time job. I had also started a full-time job, so I was in training for this job while doing this fundraiser and like trying to eat and raise all the money at the same time. And we did it, but yeah, it went great. But yeah, I think after, like, you know, these publishers, they'll make you offers, but ultimately, I think it's just better if you can keep doing Kickstarters, and just start your own company. You know, that way you can. I like calling my own shot. Like, what's it called? I like that I can just say, hey, like I'm gonna release my book on March 10th. I'm going to do a special on March 10th because what's it called? Because it's Harriet Tubman Day and I want to release this issue. Or I can say, hey, I want to do it on Juneteenth because I think this is like, nothing screams like the celebration of slavery being abolished than releasing a comic book about Harriet Tubman killing racist demons.
Right, exactly.
What's it called? Oh wait, I'm looking at the chat. I'm just noticing the chat.
On the chat, yeah, we got some fans. You got some fans
Mind the F bombs, please. We can get away with a lot, but not. Oh, sorry about that.
No.
Oh, and Stephen Harris.
You're getting a big Harriet energy.
Yes. And Stephen Harris, he did the cover of issue 4, and it's dope and it's amazing. Like, I think we're gonna do a poster of it at some point. Can you reach out to John Jennings? Wait. Oh, that was.
That's me and the producer. That's me talking.
I'll ignore that. But yeah. But, like, I just think it's better if you can. But like, if you meet like someone who I love it. I love you too, Dorphise Jean. Let me get to my voice. No, but I think if like what I ultimately want to do, with this company, I'll probably just keep self-publishing my own stuff under this imprint, and hopefully, like, within the next year, I want to take on other people. There's like 2 people I want to like publish and kind of invest in, and the goal of Kingwood Comics is to do what Image Comics or Skybound Entertainment does, but for mostly Black creatives. Because of it, I hear white people tell me, oh, I think your comic book should be easy to get like a deal or something like that, and I'm like, yo, it was hard. I had to like with like not to say like I had to put up with a lot, but either it's a lot of rejection or it's like you will do this, but you must do it our way.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to put more torture porn in my book. I think we've seen enough. Mm-hmm. I think we've been traumatized enough. Like I'll like we see it in the news and we see it captured on cell phones. Mm-hmm. I personally, the reason why Black Panther is a big deal is because at that time, we haven't really seen ourselves reflected as kings,
right?
Princesses, queens, scientists, warriors. I was like, what? And it's like a present day thing. And, he's like T'Challa, may he rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, is considered like he's the wealthiest person in the MCU, So right. I'm like, so it was an interesting, new, cool thing.
Can you see yourself doing superhero comics?
Can I see myself doing superhero comics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could. Oh, yes, I could. Hold on one second. I think someone's at my door, but yes, I could.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on one second.
No problem.
What's happening? Oh, sorry. How much longer will you? I'm here for a little bit. Okay, I need to put stuff in on the side of the place.
Just got a little pause for the cause. I'd like to remind everybody you're watching Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and follow. All right, yeah. So yeah, can you see yourself doing superhero comics?
Yes, I could, definitely. I could see myself doing, what's it called? I would love to do like a Spider-Man book. I'd love to do a, what's it called? What? They've done enough Superman books. They've done. They should keep doing that. I would love to do. I had an idea for like a Black Panther book a while ago. We'll see what happens with that. I don't know what'll happen.
Okay.
But yeah, I would love to do it. Like that's how I got started with this.
Okay.
Well, like that's my foundation basically.
Okay. No, because I was asking because I have my wish list of whenever the big two make a huge announcement, I'm amazed at how rarely they reach out to some of the big names that I see doing things in the indie community. It's like I'm amazed at how they haven't quite made a connection. It's sort of like, I don't want to pick on. I'm trying not to pick on any one particular publisher, but it's like when I've seen some moves made, and sort of like if you're not already part of the machine, you're not necessarily being chosen by some of these,
Yeah.
But I'm seeing like, but yeah, I have a short list of creators like, yeah, I would love to see, I love to see what David would do on Blade or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like I would love to see
what I would do with Blade.
yeah. It's like I would love to see what you would do with, if they gave you the toys, knowing how well you're doing, seeing what you're doing out here. It's like
I think they're starting to slowly open that up, like to some certain Black artists. Like I know Nicholas Draper-Ivey, he's doing Static now, and before he was just doing his own books. What's it called? And just kind of focusing on his own independent stuff. I think DC Comics noticed him recently, and they gave him an offer, and now he's doing Static,
right?
For, I think 6 or 8 issues or something. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, dude, do that forever. And by forever, I mean like maybe a year or 2 or 3 years, basically.
Right.
I'd love to do Batman. Would love to do like a Batman book. And I already have some I've just done like just for fun as fun fan fiction. Just in case like an editor is like, hey, I would like to work with you or something like that. I do have something to do, because I know there was one editor who said that he from DC, and they say we judge a lot of people's writing based on how they write Batman, or for illustrators for Marvel, they judge illustrators based on how they draw Spider-Man, just to see like your storytelling and attention to detail.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, cool, awesome. So, for DC, would love to do Batman. I'm sorry, he's great. I love him. I'm a big Batman person.
Okay.
What's it called? And I think there's still so much to say and do with that character. Even yes, he's 80 years old, but like they still keep on doing cool things, nuanced wise.
Right.
Superman. I think they haven't gotten it with a movie yet. They've gotten close. Close. Like, and I'm not talking like the 80s Superman. That's cool, but I want to see Superman like punch a dude just as strong as him in the face, and still like have like, and yeah, this is like kind of controversial, but like this is a controversial thing. Like the whole Justice League thing. Yes, Josh Whedon is trash. He's trash, but like. And I hate how Superman had a weird CGI mustache thing happening. But I'm like, yeah, like, but that whole entire performance, like, I saw comic book accurate Superman. I saw like a dude that was extremely powerful, but also like a very humble, like, nice person. I'm like, when I watched the movie, I was like, "This movie's terrible," but that's Clark.
Right.
Man, but like, goodness, like Josh Whedon did a good job rewriting Clark Kent dialogue a little bit. Everything else, I'm like, throw it away. Throw this away.
Yeah, we got a comment here on that point. Keithan Jones says we have to watch that we don't give away our opportunities to the big two. There's a whole new readership out there that's not loyal to anyone. Yeah,
I agree. I agree with that. Like, someone asked me, like, "Hey, would you still like do Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer if you were to do like if DC was like, yo, we want you to do your own. We want you to write Batman." Like, I would like. I'm married to this. Like, this is my wife and kids.
Right.
Like, DC, Marvel, I would like date them casually. Like, it would be a casual, loving relationship. I'm like, all right. Like they were like this is a terrible analogy, but that's like my mistress in a weird way. Like, all right, like I will date Marvel and DC for 6 months, but I am still going to. It's almost like how Robert Kirkman, he did Marvel Zombies and did certain like Marvel stories because he's like still a big fan of like those heroes and that mythology, but you know, he loves playing in his own like field a little bit and doing his own thing, and he just likes to do those things just for fun, you know. Like I think anything that I end up doing is just fan fiction with a really big budget. So we'll see. Like there hasn't been any offer yet from like a DC or like I think the closest thing that happened with like an offer from Marvel is I think an editor from Marvel picked up my book. He picked it up too, and then made an offer to Joey Vasquez, which was great. No, Joey Vasquez deserves it. I'm like extremely happy for him because he's doing like I think the story had been he had been working for Marvel but just doing promo work. And they didn't know that he did sequential work. And I'm like, yeah, he's great. He did issue 2 of my comic, and he's great. And so Joey was supposed to do issue 3 of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. And then he got offered like a big deal at Marvel. Like he got offered like a Marvel team-up book, and then he got offered a Spider-Man book. And I said, hey, man, do you have time to draw issue 3? I just did this I'm going to do a Kickstarter. He's like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm booked for the next 18 months. Man. And I'm like, yeah, do you? Because like those Marvel checks, like those Marvel checks extend. like they extend. And like, I mean, I hope to get, I don't know, to get to Marvel, like it would be cool just to get to like a Skybound thing. Right.
Well, when I was asking us like as far as superhero books, I was just talking about like your original character is like a superhero character.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Like there's a. I have to reframe how I'm going to do this story because it's a little bit. It was going to take place like in Sarasota, Florida, and it was going to be like about like weird things happening in Florida, and it was kind of going to be like a mixture of Unbreakable meets kind of like Static in a way, or like because if you look on the news, the weirdest things happen in Florida. There's always some like weird, crazy thing. And I'm like, yo, someone should make a TV show about it. So I was like, okay, what if I did a comic book about that, but made it like a heightened thing? And there's one guy who's like good, who's like, or thinks he's good. And he's trying to like stop bad people from hurting other people. So I'm going to do that. And it was going to be like a vigilant superhero story. Then it was going to be called Florida Man. And like so like I was like working on it, and because you know it's like this dude who's like he's not rich or anything like that, he just wants to like help other people, I'm like I'm still working on that story a little bit, so probably like in like 2 or 3 years I'll do it.
No, I'll be interested to see you do superheroes. I'm anxious to see that. You know, I don't think I've ever asked you about the TV show you're on. You're acting.
Oh yeah, I'm an actor. I like forgot.
Oh yeah, I'm an actor.
Like I forget that sometimes. Yeah, I'm on this show called Bubbly Brown Sugar. It got picked up by Urban Flicks.
Okay.
Which is like it's a Black owned what's it called site, that's streaming site. And they're great and they're amazing. Tamla Baldwin's the creator of it, and it's been winning a lot of awards. And it's like a romantic, comedy, and just with an ensemble of like a black led cast. And I play like a family man, like a happily married family man with kids. So it's like, so I'm really acting. I'm like really acting.
Wow.
So what's it called? One day I will be like you and Jason Reeves and have a family.
Oh, okay.
Like, one day.
You're getting out of training now. You actually, you can at least, fake it till you make it.
Yes. Yes. Make it till I make it. Oh man. But yeah, man. So yeah, just doing that.
What's the story? What is it about? Is it sort of like a family sitcom, or how is it?
It's basically about these two groups of friends, right? Tamla Baldwin plays this woman who keeps having these really like intense dreams about like this man, and this guy Rich Lowe. I play one of his best friends. His character is also having really intense dreams about meeting this woman, and it's kind of like about how like the universe is conspiring and pushing these two together in a way, and they kind of keep missing each other. So it's kind of like How I Met Your Mother in a way.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like mystical in a way. But yeah, it's just a positive story about love and about heartbreak and about friendships and and just how these people deal with it and how it keeps evolving and how like their friendships change, and also like the nuance of friendship. Like I was watching like How I Met Your Mother, and like all they do is roast each other a little bit, which is funny, but I'm like, yeah, this would get exhausting after a while.
Right.
Like in our story, like there's a friendship breakup, which we haven't really seen that happen. It's very nuanced. Like they come back together. Minor spoiler alert. These like they break up, but they become friends again. But also kind of getting underneath. There's characters who are in abusive, toxic relationships, and do a good job of kind of showing the nuance. That's thanks to Tamla's writing, where they showed the nuance of this abusive, toxic relationship, where this woman wants to leave this bad guy, and he wants to leave this bad guy, but like she's like, oh, I can't. Like and she says, oh, it's my fault that that happened. And it's like, no, the dude. From I think we watch things and we say, oh, like this person's in an abusive relationship, they should leave. But they don't. And it's a bit of a thing. So
now, have these worlds converged at all? What you're doing? Because I do see that you're doing some filming for a Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, like what short film?
Yeah, it was a commercial.
Okay, so it's like how those two worlds have converged? Your acting career and your comic book career?
Yeah, I think like with directing, it's I've done it two times, and like 5 years apart from each other. And I think with this, when chapter 5 was coming out, and I wanted to just kind of be loud and creative in a way, and a good friend of mine, who was my friend Lex was the cinematographer on it, and he's like, dude, I told him, like, yeah, I want to direct a commercial, but like probably later down the road, like I'll do it. He was like, hey, I'll be in Jersey at some point, like just to hang out and see some friends. Like we should do something. And I said, are you sure? He's like, yeah, let's do it. He's like, you should do it. So I said, all right, cool. Like, I'll plan it. And we did it. We had like an amazing group of people. Like a lot of my friends came to help me out and make it happen. And there was a lot of things. There was a lot of changes that happened as we did it. I had a script, and we were going to stick to this script, and then that commercial evolved and changed the other things because they don't show you all the behind the scenes of like directing and filmmaking. Right. A lot of things will evolve and change. Either someone will get sick, or someone's not available on this day, or maybe a location might fall through, or a costume might not work out, or equipment might not work a certain way. And I was just grateful that people were happy to be there at least and to help me out during it. And people want to help us do it again in a different way. What's it called? But yeah, so it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah, we're hitting up on 10 minutes though. But I've been asking the writers this a lot because since writers like your story, you're one of those writers that definitely keeps a tight ship as far as your storyline. Like you know what's going to happen by issue 8 or whatever the road, you know, whatever down the road, and it's like you have this whole story mapped out. As a writer, and as far as your career as a writer, and as far as comics, how much of this have you mapped out? Like you saw, okay, at this point, this is going to happen. I'm going to be at this point here, and you know, this is going to be a turning point here in your career. How much of that have you mapped out, and how much of it has been sort of like by chance?
With everything with Harriet, you mean, or with
just period? As far as just writing, just a whole thing. How much of it have you really like mapped out, like written out and planned, and how much of it was sort of just like I'm winging it? What could one, you know?
It's 50-50. It's 50% me winging it and 50% me planning it, because you know, if I was planning it and things went according to plan, like issue 3 would have come out in like 2018. It would have come out like in June 2018. But you know, like Joey got really busy with his thing, and then I kind of fell into. I still audition for things as an actor. I'm always like, still getting. I have an agent and a manager that represent me, and they still put me out on auditions, and I still self-tape for those things. You kind of you hope for the best, you know. Like I think in 2020 I was supposed to be on a full-blown tour. Like I was going to do a different convention at least once a week, you know, just be in a different place every single weekend, just be someplace different. But yeah, like I know for Harriet, I planned out that I want to do 200 issues. And, you know, I want to release another creator-owned book, Nightmare in Newark. That's my next thing. On Thanksgiving, and then release my other book in 2022. And Bubbly Brown Sugar, I know she wants to do a season 2, and that'll come out probably in 2022. And hopefully I'll keep acting and booking more things and do more book sightings and do stuff like this with you for the rest of the year. And I know today's speaking of plan, today's a plan day, you know, like I'm doing 4 different podcasts today. So it all kind of fell on, I think just because everyone's schedule kind of converged to have it be on Sunday. And I'm like, all right, fine. We'll do all of these today, which I don't mind, because I'm grateful that people want to talk to me about, like, you know, a funny idea I had at 3 a.m. randomly. You know, now it's a thing people can read and watch on the internet. So I'm not trying to complain. I'm grateful. It's a cool thing.
No, yeah, definitely. And I just let everybody know you can find Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer on Peep Game Comics. You can find issue number 1 in our premiere edition, which is going pretty well. Actually, you might be interested to know. And I think your book is one of those books that are actually going to be a very valuable book down the road for sure. You know, as far as in the trading, as far as the trading market, I think it's gonna be one of those, you know, rare finds in the near future for sure. And you can also find it on your website too, right?
Yes. What's it called? Yeah, you can find it on.
What's your website?
I don't have a website yet. I don't have a website yet. Sorry. I don't have a website yet. I was supposed to have a Kingman Comics website.
Okay, sure.
what's
No,
it
but you
called?
definitely find it on Peep Game Comics.
Yeah, for digital copies, you can find it on peepgamecomics.com. For physical copies, for now, just DM me at Harriet_Demon Slayer or at D Crownson, and you PayPal, Venmo me. I'll have it shipped to you via through 133 Art Printing, owned by Jason Reeves, the Black-owned company, and and I'll sign them too. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, man. I know you got a busy day.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Anytime, man. Next time we'll have plenty more to talk about, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. Yes, please.
Yeah. Juneteenth can't come fast enough.
Yes. It's going to be fun and exciting and a lot of work, but great. It'll be good. We're going to have fun.
All right.
All right, sir. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder, this is you're watching the Black Comics Universe, brought to you by Peep Game Comics, the platform dedicated to Black comic books and Black comic book creators. Streamed live on the experience, the comic book shopping experience. You can follow us on all the digital streaming platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and Twitch. And follow them at _EXP. And please follow, like, and share the video today. And we'll be right back.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to move some back issues. It's what we do.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Henri Compen. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
Hey, it's Kyle. Welcome in to the pull list. We're here every Tuesday night on the Comic Book Shopping Experience, the EXP. We're here to talk about your pull list, which is the books that you've got coming out at your local comic shop this week that you should be picking up. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to talk about my pull list.
Yo, this is Iman Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You're watching the Black Comics universe on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. Please follow, like, and share this video with your friends and family. You can follow the experience at _EXP on all your streaming platforms. And we have with us now Mr. Greg Anderson, Elysee, Captain Haitian. The Haitian super, Elysee, the Haitian superhero.
Yeah, right. Thank
you. Man, it's you would think that we would talk before. This is our very first time being able to actually, talk in person, man. You've actually been right up the way in Detroit a couple of times, and I've always missed the opportunity to come and check you out. I'm actually glad I got the chance to talk to you, man.
Yeah, we've known each other for years now. But
yeah.
Interacting.
Yeah, this is the very first time we actually had a physical conversation. And in that time, you've actually put in a lot of work on Isnana, a book that I've seen that's actually grown a lot in the last, 5 or 6 years that I've been doing this. Can you talk about your journey with that book and how it's grown over the years?
Sure. It started off as me wanting to change the narrative of, I guess, the knowledge of a lot of Black figures in spirituality and mythology and folklore. I would ask a lot of Black folks if they knew who certain deities were, or even who Anansi the spider was, and I would get a lot of no, I don't know who that is, type of thing. And this was before Orlando Jones, blew everyone away with Mr. Nancy.
Right.
But it was like, unless you knew somebody like a parent or a grandparent who educated you, if you were Caribbean or West African, on who some of these, who Anansi was, that was pretty much it. Or like if you were familiar with that PBS Anansi cartoon that they had. But yeah, so I just went from there. I wanted to do a lot of research on other Black deities out there from various cultures, and create Isnana as a next generation, trying to reclaim our roots and our stories in some sense. And made volume 1. I was surprised how much that blew up, and it's just been going from there. So I've had maybe at least one release every year since then. I've had 2 volumes, 2 one-shots. I have 2 one-shots coming out later this year as well, and it's been doing pretty well.
What is it about? How did you plan all of this out? Like, I noticed that like most people, release one issue at a time. You went to the graphic novel route, and on top of that, you're doing the one shots. You're doing like the little short stories. It's like you have a plan that's a little bit outside the norm in terms of keeping your character relevant. Where did that come from?
So I looked, honestly, I walked into it simply as a consumer. I knew what I wanted, because I've been a fan of Black independent books for years. And before that, just independent comic books. Before that, obviously Marvel and DC. And so one of the common things that I would always go through as a fan of independent books, especially if they weren't being released from, like, say, Image, was the fact that you weren't always going to get a complete finished product.
Right.
And after interviewing and learning more about the business and how a lot of it was run, I started to understand why a lot of these creators, they would come up with books and you would maybe get one issue and the second issue would come out a year or 2 later, or they would have most of the issues out, but maybe the last issue was taking forever, and so I understood, knowing just how hard it was for them just to come up, just to release the funds, have funds to even create one comic book. They don't have the money of Marvel and DC where they could literally release every month and complete their story. So on top of that, I just, after a while, you're reading, even though you understand, you would just be waiting years and years and years for the ending of that dang story that you love so much. So, which is why I went the graphic novel route. I was working, I was doing a lot of different odd jobs, saving up as much as I can. That way I can have at least the first story arc done and just release it in one go. That way people wouldn't be waiting for the ending of that storyline. So that's why I went the graphic novel route for the first 2. And once I sort of established the base, I decided to do the one shots. And even with the one shots, they're complete stories. I just don't want people, waiting for that last part. And as I said, I'm not trying to call anyone out or anything, or trying to undermine them, because as I said, I understand, but I'm also looking at it as a consumer. Like, I know me wanting to buy this comic book, I wouldn't want the full story, as opposed to having to wait years and years for it to be done.
And real quick, can you share with the audience about Isnana, like what that story is about overall?
So it's based off of the stories of Anansi the Spider from West Africa, Caribbean folklore. My character is his son. It's the 2 of them working together to stop these creatures from causing chaos while trying not to drive each other crazy at the same time. And what I'm trying to do with the story is use it as a way to introduce people to more Black mythological gods and heroes, given that, we're not really required to be educated on them. It's usually the Greek gods and European fairy tales. Like, those are required in schools, but it's not required for us to know who any of our Black gods and heroes and deities are. At most, we'll maybe get John Henry during Black History Month. That's about it. So the whole goal of that is to change the narrative while also allowing Isnana to be his own individual character and realize, who he is as an individual.
Right. I'm always, whenever I look at your book, I'm reminded about how there was a time when Marvel decided to follow Spider-Man's roots all the way back to Africa and introduce an Anansi type character. And it is sort of showed like I've always known that the roots of that character was Anansi. And so like, with his humor, Spider-Man's humor and all this kind of stuff. And I only say that to say that I like the fact that you were able to create this story and it doesn't feel as if it's a knockoff at all. It's sort of like it doesn't come off as like, oh, this is the Black Spider-Man. No, like this is we're telling our story here, number one. And it just so happens that your particular story came afterward. But when you look at it in terms of history, Anansi has always been there. Even before Comix.
My fault. The connection is acting a little wonky.
Oh, but you're here though.
All right, I got. But yeah. I got you now. From what I did catch.
Basically, I was saying I appreciate how it's like. People might assume that this is sort of like a Black Spider-Man, when in fact, no, you're telling our story that has been there even before comics, even before Spider-Man, ever existed. So, you're telling this is like an original origin story in a lot of ways.
Yeah, thank you for that. I definitely get. It's common for me to get that comparison between the two of them, and honestly, it doesn't really bother me because I see why people say it. And just being realistic, but what I enjoy is people who still give it a shot and then they realize, oh yeah, this ain't nothing like Spider-Man. Right. So and I've definitely gotten a couple of readers simply because of the comparisons to Spider-Man. Because they're huge Spider-Man fans, and they're like, oh, this is another version. But I'm glad that I can showcase that there's way more to the spider element than just Spider-Man. We have so many folklore from various cultures that find ways to implement spiders in some way. So a lot of these Nana stories is me just being inspired by the Anansi tales.
No, and I love folklore and Anansi tales. I'm actually a big fan of folklore, and I've been enjoying how you and other creators have been actually introducing folklore into comics. John is a big fan of doing that as well. And then I've also been noticing how actually if you study even like, the Spider-Man stories, the foundation of those stories was actually in horror. And I noticed how you actually use a lot of those elements in telling your story too. And I like the fact that you doubled down by making it like a weird spider. Like there's nothing cute about Isnana when he gets in his bag, for sure. Like this is like the whole transformation. What is it about? Why did you want to bring that element into that so strongly?
Well, there's different various reasons why I do that. For one, I'm a huge horror nut. I love horror. I was introduced to horror by my very Christian conservative mother. And that just continued to resonate and stay with me. They were just my favorite stories. But the thing that I had an issue with when it came to horror, when it came to the way we were represented, especially our spirituality, like a lot of African spirituality was the source of horror. And I wanted to change that a little bit with Isnana. So a lot of my works in general, just I end up having some type of horror element just simply because that's just my go-to. That's what I grew up on. And so it only felt natural to go that very fantastical horror way with the story. But at the same time, I do want to subvert as to what is the source of horror now. Right. It's not what the African spirituality is. If anything, you'll see the characters attached to the story, but they're not the reason why all the horror elements is happening. And I also wanted to play with the dynamic of Isnana being a spider, which a lot of people are creeped out about, but
Right.
in the core of it, he's actually a really sweet, innocent little boy.
Right.
You know, and so I definitely like playing with that whole type of idea, because it's like you see him, he's creepy and you're scared of him, but underneath it all, he's sweet. You know, he's actually somebody you want to be around, and you want to take care of him, you want to comfort him from all the crap that he's going through. But it's just also playing with that theme of what you see on the surface is not always what's underneath it, especially the way just blackness tends to be bastardized in some sense. Like, to the point now, anything for a while, anything that was just black was considered stay away from. That's like, whoa, you know, and that always happens, even if it's like a new trend, you know, whether it was black music, it was black clothing, it was black hairstyles. At some point, it was always one of those things of, nah, that does not look good. It's this, it's that, it's negative, and eventually it comes around eventually, and then it becomes appropriated, right? So,
and that's I think we're at that moment where I feel like we might have reached a tipping point with all this stuff. When I saw that there was going to be a black Superman, it's almost like, not almost like too much blackness, but like now I'm saying get to the point where, okay, now it feels like we have reached a point where, I don't know, there's a distinction now. You know what I mean? It's like now I'm looking for more. It's not enough for a big publisher to say they're going to do something black or, you know, things of that nature. Now I'm looking for authenticity. I'm looking for something to be a genuine story that's tied to us, you know, more directly. It's not going to be enough for, you know, a big publisher or a big production company to just, you know, put a black character, you know, plug a black character in anymore. And I think that comes from following the stories that you and other people in the black comic, you know, the indie community have been putting forth. You guys have been putting out genuine, authentic stories. And whenever they, you know, talk about when they see these big news items, what I notice is that fans, they say that's really cool, but they're demanding, you know, to see, you know, stuff that you're creating on the screen. You know, they're looking for you to get your opportunity.
Yeah. I'm definitely I'm not too sure how I feel about that recent announcement, especially because I think it's still a rumor of the fact, like, it's nothing official.
Right.
I'm definitely of the mind of like, yo, there's so many various black characters out there already, especially independent. And it's just this, we have a well of knowledge, of stories to tell. We don't need to keep rehashing the same stuff. But in the end, the way I look at it, that story is not for me. Like, I don't, it is what it is. So whatever they do with it, it has nothing to do with me. Whoever wants to support it, cool. But there's definitely there's so many things you can do than just a black version of a Superman. Give us Icon. I mean, let that be the black version, because that is the closest thing to like a black Superman for us. So
exactly. You know what I've noticed, another thing that I noticed that you do that I enjoy is that you've been collaborating with a lot of other black creators, a lot of other black artists, a lot of other black crossing over your character with other people's, you know, IPs and in their books and stuff like that. Where did that idea come from?
Well, initially, before I started writing comics, I was also doing a lot of interviews, especially I was working for a couple of different sites. And one of my things was anything I can do to push black books out there. First independent books, but then it became like black independent specifically. I just wanted to showcase, you know, what was out there, you know, because there's so many things out there that just don't get any type of distribution or coverage. You know, a lot of people have no idea what's out there, but they're asking for it. And so that was literally my thing when I was doing interviews. I just wanted to push some of that. So when I started releasing Isnana, given that I left an opening that Isnana can travel through different realms, I just thought towards volume 2, like let's do that. Let's put that as a part of the story. He's traveling through different realms, and those different realms will be some of the different books that's out there. Which is the majority of that crossover story was me trying to be like, yo, there's this dope book here. This is the main character. This is what they're about. While also not losing track of the story that I wanted to tell with Isnana. And I kept it sort of slow scale because in reality, there's a lot of independent companies that try to do crossovers, and it's just, unfortunately, it's just too much going on, and it doesn't work, or someone falls out of the wayside, and whatever reason. And so I just wanted to find a way where I can keep it very simple between every creator that was involved, and I think it worked out very well. A lot of people loved it, and I've been talking to a couple other people about possible crossovers. It might take a while for that to happen, but things are done. But I'm where hopefully we both have both of our stories respectfully done. You know,
I really am actually anxious to see what you do with George Gant.
Oh yeah,
I'm a fan of his work, so I like the idea of doing the kid version. I'm always thinking that a lot of indies should do more of that, like where they should you have this character, you should have a comic book, but yeah, you should have a children's book. You should have a a prose book. You should try to explore as many options as possible to present that story, because you never know, where your reader is. You know what I'm saying? I see at a lot of events that parents bring their kids by. They want to purchase a book, but most of the books that are usually out there are for adults. And I like the idea that you can do a version of there's a version out there now that you can present to an early reader, things like that. I think that's really, really, really smart.
Yeah, I lucked out a little bit with that in a sense, because so even though it is a more kiddie version of Isnana and his story, and also the art style, but it's still connected to all the other stories and that I've been doing. So it's not like a sort of like a side one-off, but it's all connected in some way. There's going to be like shout outs to upcoming stories. There's going to be shout outs to storylines that we're hinting at in the previous stories. And one of the things that lends for me as a writer doing Isnana is the fact that every story is very different, and I always have a different artist working on a different story, because it's just, I like to experiment with my storytelling. I love experimenting with that. I'll do storytelling, the theme of the story. Not one is not a story is similar to the other, and I think in a sense, because of doing that, the artwork should be a little different. Just, I like playing around. I'm like, I'll say I'm a hoe when it comes to art. I just love different types of artwork, and so I want to showcase that. And also, a lot of the artists that I have are usually people of color, and so I also want to use it as a way to showcase various artists that's out there who may not be not easily accessible, but many people may not know. And if I have that platform, I want to do what I can.
Yeah, I noticed one of the most interesting things about what I do at Peep Game, like actually carrying these books, I pay attention to the creative teams. And what I noticed was that, and there's no knock on anybody in particular. I think a lot of what I noticed is that, their first books, they tend to reach out outside of the country and find artists, to illustrate their book. So oddly enough, it's a black character, it's a black storyline, but it's not always and it's a black writer, publisher, but it's not always a black illustrator or inker or colorist. And there's and I understand, I get, the formula, because, as far as the price points, working outside the country is, I know it's very more economical, the whole 9 yards. But what I've appreciated about what you've been doing lately is that you actually circle back, work with somebody like, David Brame, who now is working with Jennings on After the Rain. You also, work with other creators of color that actually, brings attention to them. Now, creators know that there's talent out there that they can work with. They can actually find these people and talk to these, find people that actually can, help them bring their books and stories to life.
Yeah, and as you said, it's not a knock. I get it. You're making page rates of them, like it's tough. It's really tough. So going out the country just for financial reasons, I totally get it. And the artwork always looks amazing as well. And honestly, for the first volume of Iznana, aside from me, I think it was only the cover artist who was black, and Walter Osley is biracial. He's Asian, and the reason why initially I had actually reached out to a couple of black artists to do Iznana. Like I think I spoke to maybe three, four different black artists that I wanted for Iznana, because I was like, yo, it's a black story, it's a black book. I want a black artist. And just things was just not working out, and it wasn't until Iznana became successful after the first one and going into the second one as well, as when now I started getting some of the attentions from a lot of black artists. Now it was like, okay, he's actually good. I can take the chance. Right. So when I do see some people have hang-ups from certain writers because it's like, oh, you're not using a black artist, especially if it's their first book. It's one of those things where it's like, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, because it was like people knew who I was, but they didn't know what my work was, and it seemed like some black artists just didn't want to take that chance with me on the first go around. And now it's like, all right, now that I proved what I can do, now I can finally like show, all right, you come with me. You're a black artist. I love your work. Let's do something together. So it's me trying to use the platform that I was able to build up.
No, I think that actually makes a lot of sense, because to be fair to a lot of black artists that are really talented out there, they've been burned too much to take a risk on someone that's, just starting out, that may not have, everything, all this stuff together. So yeah, I think it does take a while, to build up that reputation. So then you come back around, and now that they see that you are in it for the long haul, and are really about that, about business, then they come around and they work with you. So I think it's something to be. I like that formula a lot, because now, like once they come back around, that they can trust, that level of trust is there, and that level of trust actually helps to create quality work.
Exactly.
And you got some fans here, like I was saying, you got Dorphise.
What up, Dorphise?
One of your inspirations, and she says you're the Haitian sensation. Can you? I was asking Dorphise about this. I've noticed, like, and I'm not sure if it's by design or by chance, that there is a large Haitian delegation in the black comics, independent comics. Like, y'all on the tear. Like, everybody putting out, quality work, and y'all supporting each other. What do you think that comes from? How did that come about?
Beauty of black excellence. We're all Haitian.
It's cool. Can't help it.
Can't help it, man. We was born this way. We was born magical, black magic. That's how we was born, But I love it, especially because when I was younger, I didn't really know a lot of creatives who were Haitian. I mean, I knew Haitian creatives, but it was like you had to be in the Haitian community to know, you know, who was an artist, who was a writer, who was this. But stepping outside of that small circle, especially, you know, looking at like the other mediums out there, it just wasn't something that I saw. Like we had, you know, Wyclef of Jean, of course, Wyclef Jean, Garcelle, you know, as beautiful actress, but we didn't really know. I didn't really know too many. So now that as I'm getting older, I'm seeing, you know, a whole bunch of books by various black authors, whether they're novels or comic books, and it's like, yo, you know, and when I was younger, saying you were Haitian was like you didn't want to say that, you know. We were always insulted. We was like a punchline joke. We was always being teased and bullied. I was like one of the very few who would just be like, I don't give a F, I'm Haitian, you know. And I had some Haitian friends. I was like, no, I don't want to say it. But now it's like it's this huge sense of pride, and I love that. And I love seeing content by us, you know, where we're just like, yo, we're Haitian creators. We're making comic books, and we have a lot of our Haitianness in our comic books as well. You know, I put a lot of Haitian stuff in this now, especially in volume 2. There's some Haitian characters that show up. There's even dialogue in Creole. I know Dorphise does the same thing with hers. We have Crescent City Monsters.
Yeah.
From Newton. Chuck Collins as well, with, you know, he has like his character doing these uppercuts and saying something in Haitian Creole, which is hilarious. You know, I love that stuff, you know, and Teflon Funk is another one. But yeah.
And it was that right why you wanted to reach out? Did you reach out to Dorphise because of that, to, you know, be her editor, and how did that come about?
Dorphise reached out to me, which was yay, Dorphise. Yeah, I was aware of her work when it first started coming out, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. You know, she was pushing that it was the first, I guess, female Haitian superhero that was out there, and I was thinking about, I was like, yeah, she might be actually, you know, and so you know, the circle, the Black indie circle is pretty small. We all know each other in some sense. Even if it's just being familiar with each other's work, we will eventually meet each other in some way. And so I think, I believe it was her, she reached out. We talked for a little while before, and then I can't remember exactly how the whole editing thing started, but all I know was I was very happy to sign on, and been helping out as much as I can with that when I can, despite sometimes I could be all over the place with my schedule, and, you know, she can somehow tolerate it, but we always get some good work out there.
And how do you manage your schedule? Because the amount of work that you put out there, compared to a lot of other, you know, the typical indie schedule, you know, one book a year, you're on 3 or 4 a year. How did you manage to do that? Stay on that. Stay on top.
Is it? I mean, Isnana has been about maybe 1 a year. As I said, this year will be 2, not counting Showtime just coming out. So I guess 3 this year. But the other ones is usually because I'm working with other people. You know, I do work for hire as well, so it's not just everything that I own. For example, Stronghold from 133 Art, Jason Reeves. That's a work for hire.
Yep.
Gentleman was work for hire as well. So, you know, having stuff like that where I'm working for other people, that was making it seem like I have a shit ton of books out there, you know. And I'm also involved with various anthologies where you'll get a lot of my shorts, you know, in that. So I'm always working. I'm always working in some sense. I'm always getting something else. So yeah.
Now, is that by, like, did you map that out? I'm asking all the writers this for some reason, that, you know, you guys as writers tend to, you know, keep a control over your story and your narrative. But as far as your personal story, as far as your career as a writer and being in this comic book game, how much of this did you plan out? Or how much of this did you write out? How much did you, you know, lay out?
I don't think I laid out anything. I think for the most part, like I'm dead. Just I'm going with the flow of things. I'm still every day is it's a learning experience, a learning curve. You know, I'm learning what to do, what not to do next time, how not to get screwed over. Like it's every day, every week of being a comic writer is I'm learning something, you
Right.
know, and like even Ignana blowing up the first volume that it did, that was not something I didn't know what to expect. I just sort of I put it out there, you know. I was just like, okay, if it does well, it does well. But
Mhm.
I was just glad I was getting a book out there because one of
Right.
my dreams is to get published. I made a deal with myself. I said I'm gonna get published before I'm 30,
Mhm.
and I did that. And from there, I was just like, what now? You know,
Yeah.
and I've just been allowing myself to go with the flow of things, and just as long as I don't lose track of what I am, what I represent, what I want to represent, my goals as a black writer,
Mhm.
and I'm not ashamed to call myself a black writer,
Mhm.
whatever it is. That's my goal, you know.
Mhm. Can you expound on that as far as not being ashamed to call yourself a black writer? Because we've been talking a lot about how, um, and it's a choice that you have writers out there. It's like, you know what, I want to be known as a good writer, period, or first. I don't, that you have writers that don't like to be, um, I don't know, they call it, put into a box as a black writer or black illustrator or artist. Um, but what I've been noticing that the vast majority of black indie creators are doubling down on their blackness. And it's like, no, I'm a black artist, I'm a black writer. This is a black comic book. This is a black message. Um, how how are you able to make that decision? You know, as far as how you want it to be represented.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't knock on anyone who feels differently.
Hmm.
Um, I say everyone has their own journey, have their own goal,
Hmm.
and I get it. I get the whole. I don't want to be judged based off of my race. Like I want to be a writer. I want to be an artist, and I get it. It's cool.
Hmm.
But that's just not me. Honestly, I was born black. I grew up black. I wake up. The first thing I look at in my hands, like I'm a Negro, man. So it's. I was gonna say the other word, but I don't know if I can say it. But
Yeah, no, hey, make it plain. No, I hear you.
yeah,
And it's,
it's just I. It, here's the thing. I grew up wanting to see more of myself
mhm.
in what I was watching. I grew up on Hercules and Xena. I grew up on Power Rangers. I grew up on X-Men, Batman, and like I was always hyped when I saw a black character in those
Mhm.
things, you know. And as I got older, learning about black writers that were out there, like black novelists and black fantasy writers and black comic books, like that gave me just so much joy and pride of just like, yo, there's these geeks out there, these nerds out there who's
Mhm.
doing the work that I've wanted to see since I was a kid, but I had no means of finding them, you
Right,
know. And when I started when I learned about James Baldwin, when I learned about Toni Morrison,
right.
and Toni Morrison was just unfiltered black. Like she didn't give a crap, you know. They
Mhm.
asked her in an interview, and she was like, "I'm writing this story for black people. Like,
Yes, yes.
if you're not black but you want to read the story, cool. But
Right.
this is my target, and that's how I feel with my books as well. You know, even if some of the books may not be drawn by a black person, but the
Mhm.
story is going to be black,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
it's literally for those people that's been wanting those type of stories. They will always be my target audience,
Right.
and so I have no problems being in that category, being in that box. If
Mhm.
someone Googled black writers and I show up, and I would be like, yes,
Yes, yes,
you
right.
know, because I'm not writing for anyone else, honestly. I'm totally cool if you're white, if you're Asian, whatever it is. I'm totally
Mhm.
cool if you're outside of that, and then you pick up my books and you're just like, yo, your book is amazing.
Mhm.
Enjoy it. Like I'm glad you can get something out of it. But I'm black, 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 black. I'm a Negro.
I
You know?
think. I think it speaks to I think us as Black creatives. It's like there is a duty involved. It's like it's not just we're not just serving the story in and of itself. We're also serving the community because without us, really celebrating the fact that we're Black in this space, you're right. Young people will not know that we're out there. It's like you'll be amazed at the number of comics I've picked up, and I've been a fan of their artwork for years, and then I discover, oh, this guy is Black, and there's no knock on that creator. He's just he's just doing the work. He's coming to showing up every day. He's putting out quality work, and he's making a name for himself. But I just hope that they will realize that had young people known that, if I think the significance of, somebody like Koipo who works, for Marvel and does amazing work. It's like if young people knew that man was Black, it's like if that was celebrated more often, and I don't understand that, the logic behind it sometimes. It's like it's such a mystery to me how often that happens. Like you get a ton of really quality work out here. When I personally have been making a point to I Google, artist name, if it is just a hint of Blackness in the name, I'm Googling just to see, because a lot of these, they're not necessarily hiding, but they're not necessarily, trying to use it as a marketing tactic either. So it becomes really, really bizarre in that when creatives, tend to back away from, and I get it, they don't want to be pigeonholed. And sort of I would feel some sort of way if I was working for Marvel and every time, a Black character gets hot, now they wanted me to work. It's like, well, yeah, why don't you call me Batman? It's like, I get it.
I think that was the thing that even Christopher Priest was dealing with,
Right, yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Christopher Priest is proud to be Black, period, and you could just read so many of his work, even outside of the mainstream stuff. You just get that sense of it. But he was pigeonholed, and he did not like it, because I think one of his dream books was Daredevil, and it was like, oh, we need you to do Black Panther, and I think afterwards people was like, oh, I think they thought he retired, but he was like, I never retired. It's just that they kept offering me these Black books that I didn't want to read. I didn't want to write. And I got that. I got that as well. But honestly, even if Marvel and DC, for the most part, I'm tired of those same white characters. I've read them all my life. We see the movies all the damn time. So that they just wouldn't really be a choice for me to write. Honestly, I don't care for that. I'm actually, as a kid, learning about these Black characters in Marvel and DC, I was interested in them. I was like, yo, how come we don't get stories about these characters? So I feel like even with me as a writer, if I was being pigeonholed to constantly write some of these Black characters, I'd just be like, I mean, it's about time they need to be fleshed out, because no one gives a crap about them. So to me, I'd see that as but that's only even talking about me,
Right.
So aside from that, I totally get why a writer working for Marvel and DC would be like, stop. This is why is this only the time that you want to give me work? Because that's a little fucked up. Effed up, my fault. It's it's screwed up. For the most part, but it really depends on the individual writer, what it is that they want to do, their interest, where the interest lies. But going back to everything, it's I have no problem whatsoever in just being known as a Black writer.
And I know I personally appreciate it, because it helps to you all, being committed to that helps to, push this message forward and push this, this whole generation of Black creators forward. And I'm noticing that the energy that you all are putting out there as Black indies is that definitely affecting, what the majors are doing, for sure. there wouldn't be, I know a lot of the books that are coming out of the big two or bigger publishers wouldn't be coming out if it wasn't for the commitment that, Black indies have been, the fact that you all have been committed to the stories that you want to tell and committed to each other, and collaborating and things like that.
So now they need to hire us. That's what they need to do.
See, and I was speaking to that. I'm amazed at how rarely they are reaching back and pulling out indie creators. I was like, for instance, I actually appreciate, for instance, David Walker picking up Kwame, for his book, because he was one of the people, that have been in the indie community for a while. And I like the fact that he was able to, and I think Chuck has some opportunities now, Chuck Collins, but it's so rare. And because I know the names, I know I'm not crazy. I know the names. I know who's putting in work, who has quality work out there. And then I recently saw some, press releases for some major books, and I'm looking at the artist, and I said, I don't know who this person is. He has the connections to get, a book of this caliber, but, there should be, Dawood Anyabwile should have a cover on a major book. You know what I mean? It's just like there are names, there are artists that there's no reason why they haven't been tapped just to do a little bit of something. And what do you think that is?
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like, I stopped asking because it was one of those things where it's not common to see. I remember when Coates got tapped to write Black Panther, and there was all this excitement for it, and I thought it was like, oh, that's pretty legit. But I started to peep. I was like, yo, if you want to be a Black writer from Marvel and DC, you gotta be somebody big from outside of comics. You gotta be a producer. You gotta be a acclaimed novelist. You gotta run BET. You gotta do all this stuff. Win a freaking Academy Award.
Yeah.
And I'm not hating. I'm not hating at all, but it's just one of those things where it's like it's a little unfortunate, especially because we're not getting that opportunity. We have all these Black writers that's been working their tail off for years and years and years to build their craft, but because they may not have the same network, the same community as these white editors for these books, but these white editors know a lot of these indie white writers, and they say, hey, yo, come on board. Yeah. We don't have that, and honestly, like, I get hyped when I see like Brandon Thomas's name gets attached to Marvel and DC, because I'm just like, yo, it took you how long? Like right. Yes, and even Brandon Easton, and Vita as well, they're getting tapped for books. And I'm just like, yo, like, finally, because I see all of us as part of like that Black indie circle, right. And I can't give them anything but love, because I'm just like, yo, I get it and I love it. Like we're finally getting some type of thing. And I think when the launch of the Milestones, the relaunch happened like a few months ago, when people were seeing stuff and they were like, what is going on? Because it was like, yo, this was a perfect opportunity to get some of that fresh talent that's out there. But yeah, there was nothing. And I think there was enough of what the F is going on that now we're seeing that change up, and it looks amazing.
I think they saw the reaction to that, and they said, maybe we missed something here. And
maybe.
I think so, because it almost seemed like it happened overnight. You looked up and that static, the static book that I saw, the pages that I saw, a year or so ago aren't the static pages that I'm seeing now at all. It's like, this is like a totally different direction. It's like a totally different book. and it's just a matter of reading the room, like knowing what's hot, where the momentum is. And I'm just amazed at how often they miss it. But at the same time, what's weird is it's like technically I don't want them to catch on. You know what I mean? It's like
I get that.
We it's so much to our advantage that they leave us alone, and we can what I'm saying? Like we can make the books and but what's gonna happen is one of us is gonna really pop, become a millionaire off of this thing by not, dealing with them at all. And then they're not gonna be able to get our attention at all. It's like they're not, and we're gonna be able to, create our own machine around that. Sort of like a Tyler Perry. I'm always saying that somebody's gonna come and Tyler Perry, Black Comics, they're gonna make a Medea comic book or something that nobody people gonna hate, but it's gonna make millions of dollars, and all of a sudden there's gonna be a Black, publishing company that's, turning out Black books or something like that. Or just like I
know Rodney Barnes has recently announced, what was it? Was it like Love Zombie Studios or something like that?
He has his own imprint.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going for like just Black content in general, but I know Philadelphia is pretty Black, and Zombie Love Studios, yes.
Zombie Love Studios. And also
it's dope. Yo, keep in.
Yeah, we have to make our own industry in a sense. I agree. Cause but that's the thing I love. It's like while other companies and stuff like that aren't may not be supporting us, we're supporting each other. And I think that in and of itself has made it so we can stay in the game. That's what's, like I was telling Dorphise, who, went through a, kind of a hard situation when she first came, started out. But the fact that when she came out of that, the support and love that she got from the Black comics community, that was testament to how, we rally around each other and help each other to succeed. I see all the time that we're the ones that are the first to support each other on Kickstarters. It's like, the Black indie community is definitely, that money is circulating. When they talk about the money that circulates in the Black community, once or twice, when you actually look, next time look at the Kickstarter and you'll be amazed at how much money that's actually circulating in the Black, comics community. Like you'll have a successful Kickstarter, but you turn around and then, give $20 to the next Kickstarter. And then that person is, turning around and circulating that money. And I love to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as I said as well, everyone knows each other in some sense. You'll hear about each other. We're a community. We're a community, as much as some of us may piss each other off. But we're definitely a community.
That too. I try to avoid it as much as possible, but what you gonna do? At the same time, sometimes it's like, well, we family. I called out somebody yesterday. Just like, hey, where the book at? It's like, let's get to work. I see you talk. I see you on here talking, having fun. Let's get that book finished, buddy.
We need that. We need someone to kick our butts about that sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I'm here. I'm not necessarily publishing comic books. I can definitely put my foot up some butts for
I do want to say, like, great job with Peep Game as well, man.
Oh man, I appreciate that. It's going strong. I'm trying to just stay in the game. To be honest, whenever I have to change it up and move on to another idea, I'm always looking for a new way to basically keep the ball rolling. And speaking of which, you can find all of Greg's books on Peep Game Comics digitally and in print. We also have the print graphic novels available. I'm waiting on my Showtime book.
I sent yours out literally a few days ago.
Okay, see, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I was glad I had you on. I said I can harass him about that. No, I'm really anxious about that book, and I would love to be able to actually sell prints of Showtime. So I want to definitely talk about doing that next, like with our premiere. What we've been doing with the Harry Tubman Demon Slayer, our premiere editions, like signed and back and stuff like that. So I'll definitely talk to you about moving that idea forward too.
Nice.
All right, I appreciate you, Greg. I just want to reset the room. You are watching Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. Then make sure to tune in for our original programming 7 days a week. I appreciate you, Greg. Real quick, Kyle, don't cut us off. Just real quick. Well, I think we got 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. We got about 3 minutes. I'm trying to hit the top of the hour. It's like this is definitely trial by fire for me today. But real quick, you've had some horror stories as far as dealing with folks in comics, and the only reason why I asked you to speak on this because I think it's necessary to help Black creators understand how to navigate this industry when things don't go right, just as much as like when things are going the way they want to. What advice would you give a creator, as we're heading out here, to a creator when how to handle their business when things don't go the way they should?
Keep persevering, honestly. Definitely try to look for some legal advice to try to make sure that you're protected in some sense. But even just first and foremost, do your research, honestly. When you're going to be working with somebody, if somebody is interested in you, there's a reason why reference is important when you're trying to go for a job. It's the same thing when it comes to comics. If you want to work with an artist, you want to work with a writer, sure, y'all could be shooting the craps and y'all cool, but you don't know what their work ethic is. Don't be afraid to reach out to somebody who's worked with them and be like, yo, what is the deal? Like, or even the people that you don't see them working with each other anymore. Gotta see what the tea is. Like, what happened? Sometimes it's literally, our schedules just don't click, or I just moved on to something else. But then you also have some people who just be like, amazing, he's professional, work with him. And then you'll have someone who'd be like, and start to ask around. If everyone says the same thing, that's a clear point that you might want to step back, and I think that was one of my issues with some people that I've worked with, where it seemed like flowers and sunshines up front, and it was that it was like, yo, everything looks amazing, but now it's just each other's freaking dope, I'd say that's my advice in that sense.
All right, I appreciate that. And we didn't have to say any names. How about that? No, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, and like this community is small, and whatever way we can help each other, if nothing else, I think it's definitely valuable. So I appreciate your time, Greg, and I'll be talking to you soon.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yep. And we'll be right back. Hello, this is Imran Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You're watching Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Follow, like, share this video, this program, as much as humanly possible. You can follow The Experience at _EXP. You can follow Peep Game Comics at PG Comics with an X, COMIX. And our next guest, our next pair of guests is John Jennings and David Brame of this is fresh from the bookstore, After the Rain. This looks phenomenal piece of work here.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, man. It seems like this is kind of like a family reunion. I haven't seen you guys. Normally, we see each other in person like at least once a year. I haven't seen you.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't been around for ages. So how's it been going for you guys?
You want to go, David?
Oh yeah, it's been pretty good, man. Like I live in Alaska right now, and been pushing this After the Rain book. So yeah, things have been really good, man.
How about you, John?
Yeah, things have been great. Let me see. Despite the obvious, been raising my son during a pandemic, which has been challenging and wonderful at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I'm teaching right now, and After the Rain is the first book from a new line of graphic novels that I'm editing and curating, for Abrams Comic Arts. We can probably get into that a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But the book's been, doing well, and David and I have been collaborating on other stuff too, and just been in constant contact. And I think this is like our third or fourth event together, and it's been really great. Yeah. It's been great. So
yeah, I'm glad you were able to make time for me. And what I wanted to speak on, one of the first things that came to mind when I knew I was going to talk to you, John, was that when we talked last, when we were at SoulCon in Columbus, we actually talked about W.B. Du Bois and the idea of being a race man.
Yes.
You were saying how you consider yourself to be a race man. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea of the race man, particularly from like the Harlem Renaissance era and maybe even earlier, was focusing on uplifting, the Black race, and also, how do you say it? Showing the spectrum of experiences and the spectrum of talent that, Black people have, because, think about it, like the pursuit of art and literature are considered to be like really, really intellectual processes, and they are. It's a lot of intellectualism, connected to the making of creativity, creative things. So that's why the New Negro movement, also called the Harlem Renaissance, existed, is to kind of show like, not only are we spectacularly smart, but look at the genius that that Black folk can create in spite of the immense amount of setbacks and evil oppressions that have happened to folk of color in our country. So I even thought about recently the idea of like race comics because I was thinking about because they used to call rock and roll and the blues race music back in the day because it was created by Black folk.
Okay.
That's what white people used to call it back in the day. It was like race music, So, but yeah, so I was thinking about that a lot too. It's like, yeah, we are in a space where I feel like this kind of like embracing of Black speculative culture across the world is kind of like a new iteration of some of the other artistic movements that have come before, but now it's just manifesting itself in the popular, or as my friend Sean Taylor calls the Afro pop or the ad pop, the African diasporic pop, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did I answer your question? I ramble.
No, definitely, because it's been a recurring conversation as far as creators making a choice to I want to be represented as a good writer or a good artist, as opposed to be considered Black or, putting their culture ahead of, their creative endeavors.
Yeah.
It always it always struck me that you intentionally, first things first, you said, I'm a race man. It's like, so there's no question for you where you stand in that regard. It's like, and I've been noticing by and large, a lot of us in the indie community have doubled down on that. It's like there's no question that we consider ourselves to be Black first in that light.
Yeah. I mean, it's how do I say this? When I first started in cartooning and stuff, I had a very similar mentality as far as like, I just want to be a great cartoonist or a great artist, right? And I was realizing just how much, how hard it is to be just anything when you're a person of color. I mean, it's just like, it was just me being naive to a certain degree. And not to say that folk, I'm saying, for me, it was, I felt like I just didn't understand like my place in the world as far as like how these particular interlocking systems of oppression were disrupting my life on a day-to-day basis, and so I definitely would love to just be able to make something that was just a story, what I'm saying? And but when I started thinking about Du Bois's criteria for Negro art, I was like, honestly, like until we're totally free, it's difficult for me not to make things that are about our liberation and our safety, Yeah. At least that's how I feel about it. And I don't look down on folk who don't adhere to that, what I'm saying? Because this is just my personal struggle. And so, yeah, it's like if there comes a Star Trek moment, later, what I'm saying? I'm here for it. I really, right. But at this moment, we're not there yet. And so I'm gonna have to be, but and this is some kind of borrowing from what Stacey Robinson talks about. Is like, well, if you're being accosted by somebody who's racist or a racist system, they're definitely they don't really necessarily care about anything else but what, you being Black or not. What I'm saying? They're not gonna see sexual preference or, any other thing that you are adhering to. They're not gonna see you as an artist,
Right.
That's, yeah. So anyway.
What are your thoughts on that, Dave?
Yeah, I just finished a residency at the Bunnell Art Center here in Alaska, in Homer, Alaska, and my show was sort of like talking about that, like just this idea of not are sort of losing your agency and how you as a creator are allowed to express yourself. Right. As a Black artist, you're kind of, I mean, it would be nice to just make art. Like that's it, and you get sort of that openness, and you just get to use like the gestalt of all of your work. People just look at it, right? But that's not what we're not afforded that privilege, and that luxury to just be artists. So our work has to connect to who we are as people and to our history as who we are, because we have our history begins with the development of our culture, because we had to develop it, and right. We had to create, and we had to sort of find a way to take these disparate languages, other cultures, other things about us, and then we've always been doing that. So I would love to just make art. I would love to just draw, but we have to talk about that creativity, and we have to show it. And if we don't, then we get lost within the various institutions and industries. It's already hard enough to sort of like John was saying, there's all these other things that we can identify with, but our first thing is our Blackness. And so we have to make it like I guess salient for everyone that our Blackness is important. We have to like keep showing it, So yeah,
it's almost.
I think. Go ahead.
No, I was talking to some students earlier this week, and they were talking about how you work yourself out of a creative rut, and this almost speaks. This idea almost speaks to that. It's sort of like when you think about the oppression that we have experienced politically and socially, it's almost like that pressure sort of forces us to invent. So it forces us to create. It's almost like we from our oppression, Southern oppression came the blues, or it's like it came, the music that came out of that pressure, of that what seemed to be an oppressive, negative situation. We found ourselves creatively working our way out of those things, and I definitely can see how, as much as we don't want to, politicize what we do in terms of race and things like that. I like my brother, who's a fine artist. He likes to say, it's like you don't have to try to be political. Just by being Black, our work is already going to be politicized. Just by virtue of being Black. It's like I'm looking. For instance, I'm looking at that mural behind you, David, and I'm seeing this like, oh, that looks really nice, and it's like there's nothing ethnic that necessarily jumps out at me. But if I'm to believe if a Black person made it, then there's going to be something. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for the keys.
Right. Yeah.
But and there's nothing, and that doesn't take. I don't think it takes away from what it is you created. I think it only adds.
Right. Yeah. I think that's 100% true. There's like that existing in the spaces that we do as Black people is already an act of resistance.
It really is. And you read my mind, bro.
And it's a testament to what all of us are able to do. I mean, we're all academics in some level, we're terminal degrees, we're professors, we're award-winning creators, and I have people around me who just, you don't think about it as you think about it because you're a Black person and you exist in this space, but it doesn't occur to you how hard it is to do what we do, and the obstacles we have to sort of traverse to get to the places where we are and have the ability to speak the way that we do with the clarity and and I'm not talking about articulation. I'm talking about like just ideas speak with our souls, our minds, or whatever. The metaphysical aspect of it.
Yeah.
So I think we should be emboldened by that. But I think that should also be part of maybe what the larger world should love about what we are as creators, and blurred Black creators of all kinds. So that pressure, like you were talking about, that tension, and I think the lack of resources creates a certain type of I think beauty and choice making that only happens when you don't have the entire you don't have every option available to you. Right. When there's like there's going to be a stopping point where you're just like, okay, I have to overcome white supremacy first. Right. Once I get over that, I can this idea is going to work. It's going to be great.
But first of all, you have to circumvent this. Oh my God.
And awesome. I love this conversation. This definitely sets the stage for basically the story you guys are illustrating and expounding upon in After the Rain. Can you give people an idea of what the story is about and how it came about?
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm really good friends with Dr. Nedia Corafor. As you know, she's Nigerian American, also aka Niger American. Grew up. Her parents were in the country studying when the Biafran War jumped off, so they ended up having to stay just because of the conflict in Nigeria. And so her and her siblings grew up in the outskirts of Chicago, in the suburbs of Chicago. And she ended up becoming a science fiction fantasy writer. And so very famous, actually, very, very successful science fiction fantasy writer. And writes from a perspective of someone who has traveled to the continent and been exposed to her on the ground culture a great deal, but also grew up in America. So, she likes to describe it as being on the fault line between, Africa and, America, right? And so that's why the Niger American piece came up. So the original short story she wrote is called On the Road, right? And it's from her collection of short stories called Kabu Kabu. And Nettie doesn't really write a lot of horror stories, right? She's, I think she used to love horror back in the day. I think once she had her daughter, it just got more difficult to write horror or to be into horror. But this story is a horror story, though. It actually has horrific elements to it, right? Which is what attracted me and David to it anyway, because we're both big horror fans. And I wanted to do this for a while. I actually talked to her after reading, I think I had just finished reading Shadow Speaker, which was her second book. And I started reading her short stories, and I was like, yo, I would love to adapt this into a comic of some kind. I feel, because I could sense the visuality of it, and it's really about the tensions of being from two different cultures and what you have to go through to kind of like mitigate those circumstances, and how much you have to let go of yourself to be who you are, and how much you have to accept to become who you might need to be. You know what I'm saying? So, and these are scary concepts. I mean, it seems like this is stuff that we do on a day-to-day basis. Like we just talked about the horrors of surviving white supremacy on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, and it just really resonated with me. And what happened was I actually started, breaking down the story and things like that. But I ended up, getting a fellowship to Harvard, meeting my wife, working on a Kendrick graphic novel with Dr. Damian Duffy, and I just didn't have a chance to do it. And then once I relocated here, me and David had been doing like smaller projects and stuff. And, we were like, hey, and I was like, hey, if we could pitch this to like to a company or something, would you want to work on it with me? And, I ran his artwork by Nettie. She loved it. And we thought it was a good idea. And that's kind of like how it started. But yeah, you want to chime in a little bit? We could go back and forth, Dave. But yeah, so that's where he kind of comes in as the artist.
Yeah. That's where I like popped in. Yeah, like John, we had done a few small just like little collaborations, and then this popped up, and it sort of, I think it started out as a shorter piece, but then it kind of grew from there. It went through this kind of like crazy, there was sort of this long build-up period of like trying to get all the pieces together, and then after that, like they just all sort of, everything just sort of like went zoom, everything went a lot faster. And I don't know, the various, well, actually, let me put it like this. John was just like, okay, so here's some ideas, and I'm just like, all right, okay, this is pretty cool. And then every time I would like send him, artwork, he would always sort of just like let me know that we actually do have creative control over how this is going to work. We don't have to make it look like, I guess we'll call them Western comics, sort of like regular art house, Marvel, whatever, comics. So with that, I just kept saying, are you sure you want me to like really let this go? I can go in, I can go crazy. Because like we also we both have like I would say we have a pretty vast and eclectic understanding of art history, as well as, you know, film, poetry, writing, everything, right? So it's just a really strong wealth of knowledge within who we are, and things we can sort of connect back to. So having those kinds of connections just sort of lets us just like sort of play around within these worlds, you know, like we call it sort of like remix or sample culture, you know, in a way to where we can just sort of like pick and choose from these different types of inspirations, bring them into our work, and then it becomes this new panoply of experience, you know, like this new beautiful, I don't have any more adjectives. Anyway, so it's just like, so what we like, I would send him something, or he would say, you can do more, and then I would do more, and then I just sort of would let it go. You know, I'm a pretty fast guy, so if I kind of get into a fugue state, I'll just draw, make lines, and try to like build that sort of internal meta narrative that connects to all the things that we've sort of been talking about, that Nettie was bringing up, that I think, that the John, you know, like all the little various parts, you know, and then so my piece was just to sort of bring that in, and then after me, I guess we can say back to John, because he then drops in colors and all the stuff. It gets crazy.
No, it's really dope. And we had two other collaborators, really, because, you know, Dr. Damian Duffy was our letterer. We were fortunate to work on the letters for us. And then Nettie actually had a lot of input. You know what I'm saying? Like she even like chose the cloth on the character's shoulders, for instance. That kind of stuff. But it starts. I was gonna try to have, because, you know, she does these decorations based off of Nsibidi drawings from Nigeria, you know. And we thought about having her do that. She didn't have enough time to do it, but that would have been cool though. Maybe for another edition or something, because she does these like designs and stuff. So like when David and I started looking at, well, first of all, let me backtrack. So we had a lot of interest at a couple other publishers, including Tor, actually, the big sci-fi company, and pretty much almost had a done deal at Tor. And then what happened was Megascope happened, and so I was like, this book would be a dope, you know, launch for my new book line, you know. So I talked it over with David, talked over with Nettie, and it's like, yeah, let's do it. And so, yeah, and that's how it ended up being a lead book for this new book line. And but yeah, so we had to expand certain parts of it. There's certain things that we wanted to do with like some of the more formal aspects of the book, you know, like the whole book is about the tensions between the past and the present, you know, secrets and reality, you know, all these different dualities, you know, and so we got this idea that the panel structure would be reality, and then like behind the panels and the gutters would be the ghost world, like the bush, as they say, you know, and that's why the spiritual, like kind of the spirit world lived. And so what was really cool about it is that, you know, I wrote it so that we would have, so David would like draw Chioma, the main character, like reacting to something. She wouldn't see it, but the audience would. You know what I'm saying? So we try to make it more like a horror movie where it's like, you know, you can see what's jumping off, but the main character is like totally clueless, you know. And so it builds up like the tension of these mysterious happenings, you know. And it goes fast. Like it starts like the short stories. Like we did a pretty faithful, you know, adaptation of Nettie's short story, you know.
No, I do like the fact that you did not approach this as your traditional comic book at all. And you're right, you did let Dave go crazy, because I know, as I know he can, because I'm a fan of what he did with Greg as far as
Is Nana?
Yeah, with It's Nana. Yeah, it's like so I knew where this could go, and I was hoping. It's like I said, I wonder if they're gonna pull back. But then when I saw the tag scene in the book.
Oh man, yeah.
that page like let me know exactly where this is headed. It's like, and you guys like, actually the book set it off right off the top that this is going to be a wild ride, regardless. And I like the fact that the artwork sort of reflects that.
Yeah, no, it went in, and it was, I don't know, like David said, like we definitely make like a really good storytelling creative team. I think this might be to date like my best coloring job on any book I've done so far.
I wasn't going to say that, but
yeah, I think it might.
It might be. I was when I picked it up, it was, and not to sound, and I know this sounds crazy. When I picked it up, it's like, oh, you guys really went all out. It's like, not to say that not to say that y'all sucked before. I'm saying that you guys really put 110% in this book. I'm not. You always put 110% everywhere else, but this particular book and being your flagship book,
Yeah. We knew it needed to be. It needed to be like, David and I have like a we call ourselves Black Cats, BLKKATZ, as a kind of creative unit now, and so because we have like a bunch of other stuff that we're working on too.
So is that a thing now? So like every time you have a new creative team, like you got Black Kirby.
Yeah, Black Kirby, Black Cats is J2, me and Damien are J2D2. You know what I'm saying? Me and Jasmine join a J4. As a writing crew. Yeah, it's almost like we talked about this before. Like out of Black Kirby came this collection of folk called Mother Box. And we don't really talk about it a lot, but it's like there's like this consortium of like, a confederation even of connected writers, artists, scholars that work together to produce projects. Almost like like Wu-Tang Clan. You know what I'm saying? Where you have like these different designations. You got like Liquid Swords and like Killer Bees and
Right.
Yeah, and it's just different collaborations within the group.
Can you? We talked a lot about comics in the scholarly realm as far as academia.
Yeah.
As far as the opportunities for the Black independent comic book industry to grow, as opposed to not looking for those big publishers, the big publishers, but actually looking at the academic world as a way to push this thing forward. Can you speak to basically the communities that you've built around a ton of universities?
Well, it's interesting because our good friend Frederick Louis Saldama, for instance, is a big part of that too. There's definitely like a conglomerate of sorry, do you hear my baby?
Yeah. It's fine. There's no problem.
Hilarious. That dude has no inside voice. Anyway, so what's happened is like over the past few years, there's been like an influx of like focal color, but white scholars too, who are really interested in like Black comics and other folks' comics, Latinx comics, what have you, that have become like really good friends and have started to like build inroads, into like teaching the work and buying the work. Like I teach a lot of indie stuff in my classes, for instance. Like I teach Isnana, I'm teaching it this quarter actually. So what it does is it validates the work differently. It institutionalizes the work differently. I've actually co-founded what I think 3 major ethnocentric conventions, and that's the Schomburg Center, Center's Black Comic Festival, the Black and Brown Comic Arts Festival out in San Francisco, and of course SoulCon, which used to be in Columbus, along the same time as CXC. And working with institutions, it strengthens the reception and the validity of these independent comics endeavors, I think, and actually, Frederick actually also has an imprint with OSU and other places. And you know, there are a couple, and there's also some other places that are doing like Penn State, like Kendra Beaulieu's has 2 imprints now. One is Graphic Medicine, and the other one is it's just launched called Graphic Mundi. You know, yeah. I did a piece for this thing called COVID Chronicles, right? And so there's a lot of interest in comics as a very viable, teachable medium. You know, I mean, shoot, David used to teach sequential art. You know what I'm saying? At a couple of universities. So there's, and also too, the other thing that's been happening is that there's this very, very strong sense of accreditation of like doing comics professionally. And in fact, well, you know this because, you know, out of Columbus, for instance, you have, what is it? OCAD, is it OCAD? Not OCAD, sorry, CCAD, right?
Yeah.
CCAD has a, you can get like, you know, a degree in comics. I mean, David, that's what David has. He has an MFA in comics making, you know what I'm saying? He has a terminal degree. It's like having a doctorate in comics.
What is that?
That's what David has.
What is that experience like? Because
it's crazy.
It's like growing up, I saw comic book illustrators and comic book artists as rock stars, right? With the whole image idea, sort of like the whole hype around being a comic book artist. I think that's what drew me to comics just as much as the artwork. It's like that idea that I think every kid that grew up in the 90s who wanted to get into comics had this idea that they were going to be seen at a show. They're going to be seen at a show. They're going to get put on, and then they're going to be famous. It wasn't just, I'm just going to be a comic book artist. I'm going to be famous. But now,
famous. It's like I'm having a Levi's commercial. Right?
Yeah, you know, whatever. You know, I mean, Rob Liefeld was hanging out with Eazy-E for crying out loud.
I know, right? Yeah.
Who knows? It was just like this celebrity thing. Even Todd Johnson from Tribe, I remember him telling me when he was talking about how their time in the 90s in comics, he said they would walk into a room like basically him and Larry were they were the squad that was going. They walk into a room acting like they're about to take your girlfriend. Like
exactly.
they were rock stars. But now I'm just looking at it. Now I'm a parent. I'm looking at it more pragmatically. I'm a business person as far as comics, and I'm looking at all these things like, well, maybe that's obviously the rock star movement is not the way to go. Yeah, you can have an MFA in comics and actually have a career in the industry that doesn't feel as if you're starving, not just monetarily, but starving for attention at the same time.
Yeah, no.
I mean, you can be both. I mean, I would consider me and John pretty rock star like in terms of what we do, you know.
Oh, we know at the very least, yeah. John,
I mean, if you can walk into a room and people are excited to see and interact with you, you know, you can walk through a public space like a comic convention, and people will follow you through just to like tap you on the shoulder and say, hey man, I saw that thing, or I read that book, or you inspired me with that seminar that I watched, or whatever it was, you know. Like, I think all that stuff I think we did do it. We became rock stars, you know. I mean, like, it's not like Eazy-E doesn't have kids. I guess maybe he didn't. He might not have made it.
Even in my hometown, I'm starting to be known as the comic book guy. So I know what it's like for sure. So what else can we expect from the imprint? It's like
man, so many awesome things. Let me tell you. Shoot. So here's the thing. So you know, when I first talked to Andrew Smith, who's the publisher for Abrams Comic Arts, you know, we're at dinner, and you know, Abrams does this thing called the Abrams Family Dinner. So basically, like whenever they go to conferences, they'll take all of their creators and all their staff and everybody out to dinner. It's big, you know, just rent out of space, you know, and it's just us talking about projects and just hanging out and getting to know each other. And so I was talking to Andrew, and I was like, thank you for the opportunity of doing this, doing Octavia Butler's work and stuff. I think at this point we had started working on Parable of the Sower. And and he's like, well, you let us know, let me know whatever you guys want to try to like adapt, we can try to get it for you, right? And I was like, well, I was thinking about original content. And he was like, oh, well, that sounds like an imprint. And I was like, oh, okay, well. So yes, it does. And so what I did is actually wrote up a treatise, like just a 2-page thing, And so the imprint is the book line, as they say, is focused on speculative work, like speculative literature, comics, like, so that's horror, science fiction, fantasy, anything that's not reality, is what we're looking at. So all the genre stuff that we're all into. Mm-hmm. We're also doing some crime fiction, and we're also doing a historical fiction too. Like, so there, like, for instance, we're getting ready to drop a book about the Tulsa Race Massacre that Stacey Robinson drew. The short piece is like a primer about the Tulsa Race Massacre for kids and for teachers, So it feels like almost like a storybook kind of thing. By Alvin Ball is the writer for that, and then we're also doing a piece about the Emmett Till case too, which is a historical piece that Professor Chris Benson is a writer on. He co-wrote the original like seminal text with Mamie Till Mobley about the death of her son. So that's, and Eric Battle is the artist on that, right? So, but those are some of the more reality-based work. But most of the stuff we're doing is science fiction and fantasy. After the Rain is African Jujuist, what I'm saying, because it's looking at like the magic of Africa and how it relates to identity politics. Mm-hmm. The next book to come out is going to be called Hard Ears by these brothers out of Barbados, Matthew Clark and Nigel Lynch. It's like alternative reality Barbados sci-fi adventure political satire. It's like, it's beautiful. It's like if you take like Bayesian culture and then filter it through like sci-fi lens. It's nuts. Yeah. Love it. And then like Black Star is another thing we're doing, which is it's like a adventure story, love story. It's about these astronauts who are all women who end up in this accident, and they're looking for the cure for cancer in this plant that's on a distant planet. But then it becomes like this really, really tripped out like game of cat and mouse, because 2 people survive and they have to find this like life raft to get off the planet. So it's like, and it's really good. It's really good. And then but stuff like that. We're working with Tananarive Due and Stephen Barnes on a book. We're working with Dennis Cowan and Reginald Hudlin on a book. It's pretty serious. Ashley Woods is on a book. It's Brian Christopher Moss is working with Stephen Barnes and the Charles Johnson on a book. It's called Eightfold Path. So it's very eclectic. The way I see it, I'm gonna stop talking. The way I see it is like, I wanted to have the kind of like a literary, erudite, a curatorial sensibilities of Vertigo, right? Mm-hmm. But with the down like culturally centered aesthetics of, say, like Def Jam, or like or Stone's Throw, or like Raucous or something like that, where it has that hip hop mentality, but with a very focused like academic breeding of like a Vertigo. I was really inspired by what Karen Berger did with Vertigo, but I also like wanted to not have a house style.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no house style. Just make dope stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
About people of color.
Yeah, and I appreciate and with this position, I really do appreciate the fact that you're tapping at least artists that I know that are in the Black indie community. Yeah. And not to say that I know the full list or of everybody.
It's primarily us, man. It's primarily people who are coming out of that indie background who've been on the we're doing a book with Chuck Collins.
Yeah. It's like, and I appreciate the fact that you made a point to do that, whereas other publishers that could have done that, they chose to go with you know, I guess you know, artists or, you know, creative teams that they were more comfortable with, and I get it.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate. I think that you're offering the opportunity for like people like Christopher Moss, even like you know, this is sort of like actually putting them on a stage and putting them in a position where they can actually make a name for themselves nationally.
Right. I always wanted to work with Moss on a bigger project like that.
Mhm.
You know, we're working, and what I love about it is we get to pair up like super talented indie artists who are just killing it, like Brame, like David Brame, but marry them with like a Nnedi Okorafor, or you know, a N.K. Jemisin, or you know, or Nalo Hopkinson, you know, like someone who's like, you know, who's really well known author, gets to work with like this ridiculously talented you know, artist team. You know, it's pretty, and so because I have the curatorial like acumen to do something like that, and also try to put together people that you would never think would work together. That's the other thing too, you know. No,
for sure. And what has it been like for you, David? Not to say that you've been picked or arrived, but you know, it's like, you know, it's like for me, and I'm totally, and I might totally be, you know, being presumptuous, because it's like I know your name from the indie community, and I know your work from the indie community. So I'm as a fan, I just assume that it's like, oh, just yesterday he was, you know, flipping burgers. Now he's, you know what I'm saying? It was like, so, but the reality might be, it's like, no, you've been really putting in work. So it's like, you know, share with us, you know, what your real timeline is.
Oh yeah, man. Like, yeah, I have been putting in work. I mean, you have to in the indie community to be doing stuff. I mean, it's honestly been pretty fantastic. Like I went 5 years ago? I think it was 5 years ago. I got out of academia. Like I was a full-time professor, and you know, tenure, all that kind of stuff, right? Like I went through that whole process, and I was like, I actually had this moment of being like, well, just in the position that I was in, it was, do you want to make comics and make dope art and invest yourself in that, or do you want to be a professor full time? You know, do you want to deal with academia and go through those processes? And I wasn't in a privileged position enough to be able to build my own, like, you know, academic incubator, so I could just do stuff that I liked and work with students that way. So I decided that I just wanted to, you know, like that's the thing. So it took about it was like 5 years to go from, I still came in with like connections, I would say, and my work ethic, but I didn't have any like connections, or I didn't have a built up independent network of creators that I worked with and all that. You know, I had academic network. So it took 5 years, and then now I'm here with After the Rain. I think from that moment to now, throughout that process, you know, like it's been up and down, but there's all new and interesting projects, and I think a lot like quick. I think also, you know, just taking chances on interesting projects, you know, like I think my style works well, not in any house situations. I mean, I can do house styles, but stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just keep choosing projects for people. Like right now, I have.
It's that Alaska Wi-Fi. That's what that is.
Yeah, it's Alaska Wi-Fi. Yeah, we went out for that last. What was that?
Yeah.
What was that last part?
It is definitely that Alaska Wi-Fi. There's
Yeah, you said
some indie stuff happening. I have lots of Kickstarters going on. Check out Blanco on Kickstarter. Yeah, man, it's been good.
Is that now? Is that live now?
It's actually been really good, and we're
Is that Kickstarter live now? The Blanco? I think we're
working on stuff. Yeah, live.
Well,
infrastructure.
I know. Yeah, I know, right? I'm killing me. But yeah, Blanco is dope. It's like I forgot. I think is it Marco Lopez who's the writer on it? Don't quote me on that. But essentially, it's like
Kickstarter live now.
I'm not sure actually. It's black and white. It's a black and white fantasy book. But it's like imagine Conan the Barbarian meets Black Sad. You know, Black Sad. You know, with the cat.
Yeah.
Anthropomorphic, like sword and sorcery story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. Yeah, we're working on a couple other things too. But we actually are part of a Professor Michael Norton Dando wrote this grant to do some critical making teaching stuff with comics, and so me and David were working on. I had like a couple of updates of Lion Man. I'm obsessed with like updating, old black characters, stuff like that. So I actually have like several versions of Lion Man that I've actually that I just had lying around. And me and Damien actually thought about doing stuff like this before. He wanted this thing called All Negro Crisis, eventually. But I was like, we need to get this stuff out because people have kind of caught up with us, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, we need to get this stuff out. So I was like, all right. So I pitched like a couple of stories that related to Dando's teaching, He got a grant. And so, so me and Brame are doing two short Lion Man stories. But one is like, what if Lion Man was created in 1970s, was an analog to like Black Panther? And the other one is like, what if he existed in the 90s? So it's almost like Vertigo style, Lion Man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, so it's weird.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
No, it's I've got some constructive criticism here.
Yeah.
Let's see. They want to announce the works that you guys are known for, and you're right. I do assume that people know because I've gotten on these conversations because a lot of the people I know,
right?
So I'm way too comfortable. So yeah. Can you guys share basically what you're known for?
Okay.
How, I know, but definitely we got to educate the audience for sure.
Okay. Well, so I am the I'm a New York Times bestselling author because of the work I did with Damian Duffy, working on two adaptations of Octavia Butler's Kindred. Octavia Butler's stories. One is Kindred, and one is Parable of the Sower. We're working on the follow-up to Parable of the Sower. Also with another Eisner for my scholarly work for this piece I did with Francis Gatewood called The Black of the Ink, which is a collection of essays around Black identity in comics. So I have like a couple of Eisners. Also been a Bram Stoker for I was the first African-American man to win the Bram Stoker Award in history. Yeah, which is like an Oscars of horror. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I won the same night as Jordan. So I was me and Jordan Peele won, and then I think Dietrich Smith and Victor Laval won. So it's like four of us now. We won for Destroyer last year. Anyway, also created a book called Black Comics and Black Comics Returns with Damian Duffy, which is a kind of a collection of work about the Black indie community. So I've been doing a lot of organizing scholarship around Black identity in comics for about almost 20 years now, actually. So, yep.
And David, how about you? What are you known for?
Being awesome.
Yeah.
Damn,
we lost.
Man, look, Alaska, Alaska not letting us be great.
Yeah, being awesome.
Yeah,
yeah.
The indie.
Any comments? You breaking up, man.
Yeah, man.
Black indie community.
It's not.
You did some work with Greg Elysee.
Yeah. He also worked on this great comic called Medicine. You know, it's like medicine, like SIN, which is like healthcare providers for supervillains.
Oh, snap!
Pretty awesome, actually.
Is that everybody?
What'd you say? Uh-oh, went out again. Dave, you went out again.
What did you say, Dave?
Anyways.
He probably said something hilarious. We can't hear you, bro. See, yeah, see, they like
everybody's out. This is like
my producer loves medicine.
Yeah. Also, too, they worked on this.
Really?
It was called the. Oh man, what was the name of the story about the? It was called. Was it The Trip, David? About these people that take this crazy drug and they go off on. They go off on this like crazy mindset for this drug. Yeah, that was awesome. That was actually I think the first thing I saw of his, which I just totally love. And so stuff like that. And also working with Isnana the Were Spider, of course, which was dope.
Yeah. That was dope.
We also worked on a project together with the artist Sanford Biggers. We did this piece called Mother Patchwork. That was it was for Yale University Press. And Sanford Biggers is this really famous like African artist that does quilt work and stuff. And so we collaborated on that for Yale University. So it's going to be part of the art show that they're traveling show. So
I love quilt work.
Me too. I love working in it into stories actually. Yeah. We have a show here at the Toledo Museum of Art showing some American quilts. Yeah.
I need to get to it. But before we head out, I wanted to speak about horror because I've noticed that genre in a crazy sort of way, the genre in and of itself seems to be empowering, and almost as a tool, I've noticed that independent creators have been able to elevate themselves.
Yes.
Through horror. Yes, Backs of Bones.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to
Bill Campbell. Rosarian, yeah.
Can you speak to like basically, I don't know, the power of horror and why that genre seems to be so empowering in that sense, and being able to actually elevate our message and our stories?
It's interesting because some people kind of shy away from it and think of certain stuff as like, trauma porn or whatever. But I think that when you start looking at the mechanics of horror, that it really is an interesting way to unpack different types of social issues. You know what I'm saying? Because especially from like a Black perspective, it's like so much of our history has been traumatic in this country, and I think it's an interesting way for us to through the catharsis, like let that stuff go so we can move to an Afro future, so to speak. So I came with this term called ethnogothic that actually is focused on that idea, like naming that demon, figuring out how to, claim it or control it or let it go, and then moving forward, because basically it's a release of these different types of like really, really kind of like detrimental systemic traumas. The monster is a metaphor. The idea of the monstrous is a mechanics. The monster represents all kinds of things, as far as like, how it manifests and stuff. So I think that you make the monster so you can understand what's ailing you, so to speak, right? That's the way I look at it. So when you see stuff like Bitter Root or like, Ring Shout by Fredrickson Clark, or Lovecraft Country, or Destroyer by Victor LaValle, or the Battle of Black Tom by Victor LaValle, or Box of Bones, we're utilizing horror as a technology to kind of unpack these issues, to have discussions about them and how they make us feel. And some people get uncomfortable by that, but other times some people feel like a little bit lighter after dealing with those things, because we tend to hide from those issues, But I think really good horror actually like gives you a way to talk about very, very intricate, disturbing material or painful material without engaging with it directly. It's almost like, you know what a good analogy is? You know how Perseus killed Medusa?
Yeah.
You know, he used the shield, right? He reflected. So he wasn't looking directly at it. But he saw it, but he wasn't looking directly. And so he was actually able to destroy Medusa from that by looking at it askance. And that's how we can use horror to kind of empower ourselves, you know? Yeah.
And what
Yes.
is the local comic shop the best place to get all of your work?
Yes, I think all the stuff that we are making is available through Diamond. So because Diamond is the distributor. All the things that we're doing currently are available through you know, what they say, what fine books are sold, or what we're like available where fine books are sold, something like that.
I found mine at Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Noble, exactly. Yeah. So basically, like, you know, working with able to increase our distribution. Like, so After the Rain is available globally, you know.
Yes.
So, yeah. So which is really crazy. And actually, too, David, I don't know, our sales figures are pretty nice. In spite of COVID too. So we're doing well with this first book in spite of like being cloistered in. So that's good to know. And we haven't even gotten digital sales back yet either. So that's the other thing too. All of our stuff is available digitally too.
Right.
Yeah.
And was definitely going to basically set up the success for your next book.
Yeah. Also too, you know, check out Bluesman on Peep Game as well too. That's kind of an experiment, but it's like that's kind of produced a book, you know, with two cats called Bluesman that's on Peep Game. So go check that out as well.
Yes. Please go check that out. Peep Game Comics and wherever fine books are sold, as you said.
Exactly. Yeah, man.
We got about 3 minutes. Anything you want to, you know, how would you like to close out?
David, you try to
come on, Alaska.
Yeah, everybody keep in. Oh man.
We can hear you.
Oh yeah, I like towels. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah, I like.
Come on, Alaska.
No, it's killing me. It's killing my soul. Oh man. Okay.
Towels.
So
I'm losing you, man. I want to. I just want to say that you can check out our books by going. You can actually order them directly from Abrams Comic Arts too. You know that there's links. You know, from Megascope Books. We just had a really cool New York Times article about Megascope and Afrofuturism comics that just came out. It's called Beyond Black Panther, so check that out. I actually have a site up now, which is weird as hell, but I haven't had a site in like 20 years. So you can find me at John Jennings Studio.
Okay,
one word, johnjenningsstudio.com, and it'll have some of my things that I've been up to, including speaking, like doing some, you know, a couple of documentaries with Marvel that was really cool, you know. So
okay,
so stuff like that.
You know, real quick, that was really interesting, like what you've been doing with Marvel. I was asking somebody, we were talking about, wonder who is the biggest comic book celebrity, you know, and it's like we was like at Marvel, and I said, well, dang, it's like John has been on 2 documentaries, and he don't even do anything with Marvel. It's like I'm trying to think.
Right.
So you might be the biggest thing at Marvel that's not working at Marvel. So
right. I mean, I work for them. I've been doing some writing for them and working on a new nonfiction book with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a relatively new thing, but you know.
All right. That's dope. All right. Well, we'll be back at the top of the hour. I appreciate you guys coming through, giving me your time. And it's always good to talk to you, John. And
likewise, man. We need to catch up, Bill, some more soon.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Dave, man, I'm so sorry about your internet, man. I hate that. So I'm like, it's just not cool. Anyway, All right, y'all. I'm gonna go out and go and wrestle with this baby. So
All right. We'll be right back. Appreciate it.
Hello. What up? What up?
What up? What up?
What's going on? What's going on, man?
Just blackness.
Yes, all of that. All of that.
You're watching Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics. Exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow.
Definitely.
You can find The Experience at _EXP. You can find Peep Game Comics at PG Comics with an X. This definitely been a marathon day for me, buddy.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Man, I think I might be catching your hardest working man vibe.
I mean, listen, I'm just out here trying to spread that love. So if you're feeling it, feel it, man.
No, but actually you beat me because you're actually doing like 2 or 3 events this weekend or something, aren't you?
Yeah, I just did in addition to this, MSU, Michigan State University had their comics forum, like a virtual artist alley piece in conjunction with a speaker event that they had. So I was a feature guest to that. And then I also did another panel with Wizard World yesterday. So, I mean, you know, but hardest working is
it's relative.
Yeah. It's self-fulfilling, bro. It's, you know, like, you know, doing all these panels, that was a light weekend for me. So this was kind of like not working hard. I'm loving myself. I'm loving y'all.
Right. So. Man, how do you keep all that stuff? How do you keep all that stuff straight? Because you are actually a pro at this.
Man,
when it comes to information, names. I'm bad at names. Remembering names.
I get that.
I don't have it written down.
Yeah,
it's like references. Oh yeah, that's just like that. And I hate that. But
I mean, it's practice. You know, like I've not really talked about this, but back in the day, when I first started like writing comics as a kid, I didn't actually write anything down. I was all on my Jay-Z stuff, and I would just do it in my head. And if I couldn't remember it, then the idea was lost. And so it was constantly recycling a thought until I knew that I remembered it forever. And that's how, you know, in conjunction with that and literally Wizard Magazine showing pictures to names, that's how I can remember all that stuff.
Now, I got in trouble last time.
Why? What happened?
I keep forgetting that I know the people I'm talking to most.
I did see that.
And I would definitely want to introduce yourself for people who don't know who you are.
Sure, of course. I'm Victor Dandridge, aka the hardest working man in comics. I'm a writer and self-publishing creator behind Vantage In-House Productions. I'm also the mind behind You Create Comics, which is a program and product line designed to bring comics into the classroom. I do a lot of other stuff, but I'm just gonna stop right there because that's enough.
Why? I mean,
all right, fine. I was trying to be polite.
Hey, man. I was trying to run it down.
So I'm a celebrity moderator for Wizard World Comic Con, as well as many different conventions throughout the years. So if you Google me, along with some of your favorite celebs, you might, see a picture, you might see a panel, any number of things. I'm also the co-host of Black, White, and Red All Over, a weekly comic book review show that I do in my hometown of Columbus, Ohio, at Comic Town, one of the best comic shops in the universe, with my co-host Ryan Seymour. I was a co-host of the Hall of Justice podcast with Seth Everett, but I had to actually just step down from that because I am now editor-in-chief of the aforementioned Wizard magazine, which is making its return after 10 years with your boy in the hot seat. So super excited.
And that's celebrity moderator, as in you're a celebrity who moderates.
That's what my mama says, and I'm not gonna argue with my mama. I know better than that. But nah, like, you know, I've moderated for God, so many different people: Sebastian Stan, Anthony Mackie, Jonathan Frakes, Evan Peters. I mean, just across the board, just different people, different, you know, vibes of folks, both in live shows and in virtual events. I mean, the virtual stuff is probably kicked up even more, but it's been a great time to just talk to people and find out how human they actually are and share that experience with their fans. It's amazing.
It's interesting because I can see, well, that's one of the things that translated so well into this pandemic. Being able to, you know, have conversations with folks. And the interview process, as far as, no, you don't have the experience of being actually in Hall H, quote unquote, but the pandemic.
But you kind of do though, actually.
Yeah,
like, especially like nowadays. Yeah.
Now it's sort of like, now we have so much more access now.
Right.
And I will hope that continues. I hope that doesn't go back to the, you know, exclusivity where, you know, unless you are, you know, waiting in line for days and you know, paying the, you know, exorbitant amount of money and things like that.
I mean, it's not that bad. Like, having been there a couple of times, it's not that bad. I promise. Expense wise.
Well, you got backstage patches, and
I did not know at San Diego. I do not have that.
You be getting the hookup. No, man,
I do not have that. I swear.
I know you got the hookup on things, man.
I mean, I might have a little plug, but
you know people who know people.
I mean, that is true. Actually, that's one of my favorite stories of my career, low key. Like, when it comes to being in this business, you know, it is very important to recognize that everybody knows everybody. Like, if you don't know the person, there is somebody that you know that does. Like, this is such a small pool, and it's so very important to keep the water clean, because, you know, everybody gonna find out if you pee in the water. Like, that's just what it is. I'm just keeping it 100. But as a funny little braggadocious moment, this was 2018. I got invited to C2E2. And it was an interesting invite. So Mark Miller, who is Scottish writer, worked for Marvel, worked for DC, the author of Civil War, is my guy. I love him to death. And he was coming to C2E2, and he hadn't been in the States in a while for a show. And I had never actually met him. We've been friends. He really supported Black, White, and Red all over. I had it featured on his site, and he really wanted to meet myself and Ryan. So he invites us out, and we're like, without question, we're going. So we go. And backstage, he had done a panel, and it was him. I think Brian Bendis was there, a couple other people, and we're backstage and whatnot. We're, you know, so I'm saying hi to him. I'm saying hi to Brian, who I've seen a few times. I'm saying hi to Mike Negan, who basically runs C2E2. That's my guy, my heart. I love him. And CB Cebulski, the current editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics, is back there. And I don't know CB. I'd never met him. I knew who he was, but I'd never met him. So I'm not going to come up on him and press him. But, you know, I'm giving love to everybody else. And CB's just kind of looking like, how come everybody else knows you and I have no idea who you are? And so he comes up and he asks me, he's like, so literally, like, you're like taking selfies with people and they clearly know who you are, but I don't. Who are you? And it was like, in that moment, I'm like, wow. Newly minted editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics is like, who is this guy? And how come I'm not cool enough to know who he is? That's not really what he said. He did kind of say that, but that's not what he meant.
And then you looked at him with disgust, like that.
No, I did not. Mush face. Right. No, I didn't do that. You don't know me? You don't know me? Nah, but we actually spent like the next 20 minutes just talking, and it was cool. It was really, really cool. So I get to be that guy that, you know, walks into rooms that, you know, maybe I'm not supposed to be in, but I find a way to make myself supposed to be there.
We got it.
That's my vibe. That's my whole vibe. Now, I saw the schedule for what's supposed to be happening here. Did we put Eastern Standard Time on there? Because you know he's on the West Coast. He gonna try to come in at like 7 o'clock our time and be upset.
Kyle said yes, he did.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure.
I would love an interview, but it might need a potty break.
I mean, that's possible.
Trying to get a hold of him, but I'm striking out. So Imani needs to take a little quick break. So why don't I talk to Victor for a minute? Imani can take a break, and then we come back. Victor can grill Imani, like flip the script.
Oh, consider that done. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go. Good call, Kyle. Good call.
Hey, sometimes you got to pivot. Like,
hey, I get it. You gotta be loose on your feet, man. That's how you got to do it.
Mm-hmm. I would put my my face on screen, but I am not camera ready.
Oh, come on.
Didn't put on any makeup this morning.
You're always beautiful. I don't want to hear it.
I didn't put I also didn't turn on the lights to make the camera work.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Dude, tell me about the experience. I want to know what this platform is all about.
So the comic book shopping experience, it came out of the brain of Jesse James and Jen King, two phenomenal retailers. And the whole idea was to build a platform where people could enjoy comics and pop culture, and have it be not just what some of the platforms have become, where it's all entertainment or all comic book sales.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of my pitch on it is it's QVC meets MTV in the early 2000s.
Love that.
Like when they had some entertainment, but also still showed videos.
Right. That's right, kids. MTV used to actually show music videos.
Right. And like my job is to be like half Carson Daly, half Kurt Loder.
Yo, you might not have to explain who Carson Daly is, but you're definitely going to have to explain who Kurt Loder is to people.
Guys, Kurt Loder was the newsman.
Yeah, he was, man.
On my God. When they used to do the news.
Yeah.
We were getting ready for this thing, and I'm like looking at old MTV clips, and I found the clip where Kurt Loder was reporting on September 11th.
Wow.
And I'm like, I remember this. Like,
right.
And I remember going, Kurt Loder is the most like responsible broadcaster on the air right now. But
he was there, I mean, foot on the ground for a lot of major pop culture events.
He was. I mean, he broke a lot of great stories in pop culture. But no, it's so the experience is we have 4 hours every day, except for Fridays, of live sale shows. So you can buy comics directly from local comic shops.
Nice.
We've got a bunch of shops from all over the country, and we're onboarding more all the time, where you can buy comic books directly from local comic shops. Then we have entertainment programming. We have a show called So Much Cosplay with a woman named Cheryl Whited, who teaches you how to make cosplay stuff. She taught me, like, I can't sew, but watching her show, I feel like I could sew a little.
Okay. That's what's up.
We have virtual signings with Onli. Everybody knows Onli.
Of course.
In this game,
Man, it's my guy.
Compen. I can never say his last name. He rings in my phone as Vladimir, so I always answer it in a weird way.
Wow.
But he does virtual signings where he has independent creators on, and we've been doing all weekend, interviews, talking. But then if you want to buy their books, you buy them, and on the air, they sign them for you.
That's dope. That's dope.
So, yeah, it's like an interview, but it's like meeting somebody in Artist Alley, which is super fun. I do a show called Talking Shop, which is an interview show. But the fun twist to Talking Shop is that we have artists on and they draw live while we talk.
I like that.
And then at the end of the show, you get a chance to buy the art. And that debuts this coming Friday.
Nice.
And then we have Nerd News Now, which comes to us from Kingdom of Geekdom. We've got a couple of game shows in production, which is super.
You guys are like a full-on network.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's I said yesterday, I think you were in the room. I go, I left selling comics full time to make comic book television.
Nice.
That's what I want to do, man. It's like this is just a little piece of what we can do with this platform. And like Imani had come to me and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing, the convention that I've always done, but how do you do it virtually?" I'm like, well, to steal a phrase from other people, hold my beer. And let's try and go out and get some people and let's do some things. And it just kind of came together.
Great. So
like this has been, a fun weekend. I've been in the chair the whole time. I've heard every conversation. You know, like yesterday, listening to you interview Joe Illich, and he's like writing the new proverbs for comic book making. It's like,
right.
You should go in the comic book Bible. You know,
That's amazing.
It was a great interview. Like, it's just so the experience is just a place where we're building towards 24 hours a day, 7 days a week of unique individual programming from all over the country, from all different walks of life, from all different areas of pop culture and comic books. In the month of March, we're going to venture into a little bit of professional wrestling.
Nice.
Christopher Daniels, who is a huge independent wrestler, and he's on AEW right now, also a massive comic book nerd.
Love that.
He came on in February. He's going to come on hopefully once a month just to talk about his pull list. Like, we're not even going to talk about wrestling, really.
Right.
But we're going to talk about what he's reading.
No, that's dope.
You know, just that kind of stuff, crossover stuff that people are interested in, gaming. I really want to do a show about Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And that market, just because that market's exploding right now. And
of course,
I think there's the group of people who know what it is, but don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. So let's get people in here who can tell people about it. Adding more local comic shops from all over the country and all over the world, hopefully, to be able to bring you comic books. You know,
I like that.
Russia, Turkey. What was the other one I just learned about? Russia, Turkey, and there's one other country in that part of the world where they just got American comic books.
Wow.
Wow. I saw a Russian printing of ASM 129. It came out in 2019.
Jeez.
Like that's what they're doing is they're printing the keys.
Right.
Just for the first time in those languages.
Right.
So have people who could talk about what's going on there. Like there's a lot of opportunity. We've got a bunch of shows debuting in March, a bunch of shows in the works. Imani and I are going to have a long conversation about, the Imani Latif Power Hour or whatever you want.
Yeah, make that happen. Make that happen. Power Hour. The games we peep. Let's do it.
Peep Game, Peep Game Comics presents, whatever we want to call it. We'll do it.
I like that.
If you weren't so dang busy all the time, the hardest working man in comics, we'd have you on every week.
Saying
I make time. Okay. Like I make time. Don't play with me.
Bro. No, I'm serious. That definitely needs to be a thing.
Bro, I find hours in the day. Okay. I live on 25/8. I don't know what y'all are on, but that's how I live. Okay.
So let me duck out, and why don't we do that? We'll do this, and then I'm gonna duck, and then Victor, why don't you talk to Imani? You can grill him like he grilled me.
Yeah. Done deal. Let's start this off the right way. Hello and welcome back to the Black Comics Universe live event, day 2, hosted by Peep Game Comics, the digital store supporting creators of color and the newly launched streaming platform, The Experience. I am Victor Dangerous, the hardest working man in comics, and it is my absolute honor to stand on this virtual stage with Imani Latif, the creator behind Peep Game Comics. Hello, sir. How are we?
Oh, we are doing good.
Excellent.
We are doing well.
Doing all the well. Dude, this event has been actually like really phenomenal. I think it's been something that's been very encouraging to not just like the creative community, but also the fans. As I've seen that there have been people that are like, tell us who these people are, not just why you're talking to them, but who are they? And that's got to be something really magical to bring to fore. How have you felt that this event has gone so far?
I think it's gone on extremely well. I looked at it like we did it on such short notice, right? And we weren't sure how this was going to turn out. But I looked at it like this is the opportunity for the right people to see what the black community, the black indie community is doing. It wasn't so much. It wasn't necessarily about everybody seeing what we're doing. It was about the right people seeing.
Of course.
And that's what I enjoyed the most. And it's that, and I can tell from the comments and who has been watching that's exactly been the case, that the right people have been seeing and supporting each other. It just so happens that basically the people that have been on the program are fans of each other, and they're you know, Dorphise is like supporting Greg, and Greg is supporting Dorphise, and Marcus was supporting like the creators out of the 90s, and it's like that's what I love most about the community, is how we rally around each other.
Of course, our support is indicative of each other's support and each other's success. I think that's very real. Okay, so let's get into this from the beginnings. Like I've been starting with other people. What are your origin stories when it comes to comics? When did you start reading, and what was the first book that got you on?
The first book,
if you can remember that far. I mean, we're going back ages right now.
Well, one of the advantages I had was that I lived down the street from a comic book shop. I could ride my bike to the shop. And so as an artist, I was drawn to everything, right? So I was digging through, you know, dollar bins and finding books. This was in the age of not just the X-Men. This was in the age of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Boris the Bear and all that goofy stuff, The Tick. I was reading, it's like, and it was, you know, what's so interesting about that question is like, I've rarely been able to answer, you know, no one's ever asked me that question and I typically hate that question because everybody usually says the typical stuff like, oh, you know, X-Men or Marvel did this or DC did this. And I'm sitting here thinking it's like in the 90s, it was like, the 90s was bananas when it comes to comic books. It's like the stuff that came out of the 90s, aside from what the big two was doing, was just ridiculous. It was like, and you had indies that were doing like these, you know, grandiose type things. They weren't just the big two. You had something like Cerebus, and, you know, you had Concrete, you know, a lot of stuff out of Dark Horse that was really impactful. So it was like, I was getting my hands on a lot of that stuff. Just, you know, the art, you know, drew me to it. I was even I mentioned earlier that I used to read Nam, Michael Golden's Nam, just the artwork, you know, in that. So I had a lot of, I can't necessarily say there was one book that did it, because like. And the crazy thing is the book that did it, the books that might have did it that comes to mind, I can't think of the name of it.
Wow.
I don't know the name of it. It wasn't a big two book. It was a I know it was an indie book. I know I bought it. I might have found it at a grocery store or something like that. It was like a cartoony style. I can't
just,
you know, because I think a lot of my origin story wasn't in the comics. It was in comic strips. You know, drawing comic strips, because that's where I got my start in art, drawing what I saw. So I had characters that looked like Garfield, or I had characters that was in you know, Bloom County style and stuff like that. So that's where art wise, that's where a lot of this stuff started. Then when comic books took off, it was the same vein. I was just looking at art and what drew me and stuff like that. So I think it wasn't so much the books as much as was particular artists, you know. You know,
I do think that's an unspoken thing, pseudo neglected even in the Black comics community, are comic strips. I think that's something that we don't see regularly enough, and maybe it's the vehicle that most comic strips come to us in is you know, the newspaper. So one, that's already, you know, I don't want to say a dying, you know, medium, but it's not one that's so proliferated. But at the same time, it's so curated that the amount of Black comic strip creators seems to be gate kept away from us in general. I mean, I think Aaron Magruder is like the only one that immediately comes to people's minds with Boondocks, but I definitely think that's something to talk about. So in terms of that, what was it about the strips that got you? Was it the regularity? Was it the ability to get them on a you know, daily frequency? What was that?
I'm not sure. I think just from wanting to be into cartooning, I wanted to there was a field that I wanted to get into.
Mhm.
I wanted to be a cartoonist. So following those strips was following their art. And so I was picking up the books on how to create comics from the library,
Right.
The Marvel way, drawing comics the Marvel way, all those books. That's what I think I was at an early age, at an early stage, I was always wanted to be a part of comic book or cartooning or comic strips. So I think that's where it definitely started. So yes, newspapers definitely make the artwork accessible for someone who's, interested in cartooning. Like you can always find inspiration in that sense.
Right.
So that's where it started. And then with comics, being so close to a comic book shop and being, coming up in the age where comic book shops were a thing, it wasn't necessarily. Go ahead.
Well, no. I was gonna say, like, I can see that still carrying over, like that inspirational source carries over in your artwork. When you do comic narratives, you tend to build them on the basis of shape, which is what I think, comic strips are designed for. And you can see that sense of design and clarity in a lot of the things that you do. You function very well in that space. And I think that's something very, very sweet, like that needs to be acknowledged for other people to hear, like, nah, like, look at this. There's something to learn from that.
Yeah. Like what you're speaking about is like when I do like mini comics and making comics with a single piece of paper and stuff like that. Yeah, I am challenging myself in that way. But what I think is lost in a lot of commentary about comics is that there's so many ways to tell a story. And I think there's something to be said about a writer or a creator that can create a story for the single page, or understanding how it's definitely the design thing. How to design and compose that page is extremely important. And I see, well, we always see it done, wrong, and as much as we see it done right. And the thing is, there's an art form to it. It's not just dropping art into boxes. It's literally like, no, this story has to be at a certain point, at a certain page. So this page has to be set up a certain way to line up the next part of the story. I've been a real big stickler about page turns lately.
Yes.
I've been I make a point to, like, when I'm picking up a book, I'm judging on how well this artist or this, and it's the writer has a lot to do with it too. How well the writer can write those page turns is dictating those page turns, not just the artist creating those page turns. And to understand what I mean by a page turn, basically,
lay that out.
A traditional comic book page, right? Ideally, that page should just be like any other part of the story. It should have a beginning, middle, and end, right? So it starts in the top, and for Western comics, it starts in the top left-hand corner, ends in the bottom right-hand corner. When you get to that bottom right-hand corner, it should be some type of cliffhanger. It should be some type of, it's setting up the next page of the story. So if it's not setting up the next page of the story, what tends to happen is the story becomes disjointed. And I work in the print industry, and when pages are moved, it's like you'll be amazed at how badly things can go wrong when you have to add 4 pages or when you have to take out 4 pages or something like that. So in storytelling, if you don't get that right, the whole thing can go off the rails very quickly.
Yep.
In spite of how well you drew it. So it's like there's definitely it's necessary to be a master of not just the craft of drawing people or drawing hands or drawing feet. The best stories are actually created by people that have a mastery of the comic book art form.
Of course,
and
then
they have the mastery of anatomy or things like that. But unless you have that mastery of the form itself, the storytelling form, things get messed up, bro.
I do like that. I do like that. So when it comes to, you know, your work with Peep Game, this was like a soul project. Like you took on something. I don't even know if you knew how big it was when you decided that you were going to do this, but tell
Do this
everyone about
program or do Peep Game?
no Peep Game, like specifically getting into Peep Game as a website, the purpose, the goal of Peep Game. Let's talk about what that you know was like. First of all, explain what Peep Game is in your words for everyone else.
Peep Game is basically a online comic book shop. That basically what I'm doing is I am curating indie comic books or comic books in general created by Black independent creators, right? Some people say it's like, oh, so that means you're like the Black Comixology. No, not quite. More like a Black panel syndicate. If you're familiar with that platform, they do all digital comics with creators like sell like basically PDF files of comic book stories, and you know, and they get, you know, you pay what you want on the, you know, I don't have a pay what you want platform, but I'm more so like that where I'm curating, you know, work, and I have somewhat of a, you know, long-standing relationship with a lot of the creators that I've been working with. So it's become more of a, you know, a community like that. It's like, it's more of a small bookshop feel than it is like a huge, you know, Barnes and Noble type environment.
Right. So what was the impetus to Peep Game? Like, what did you see that the industry was lacking that made you know that this was the solution that needed to be brought in?
So I don't know if you remember this. It was like, how long have I been doing this? 7, 8 years. So back then it was two things. One, I remember I was taking a walk. I like to listen to a lot of audiobooks, and I was like, man, I would love to listen to. I started rambling off names of some Black books that I wanted to listen to on audiobook, and I was like, man, how can I find these books? Because not all the books were in audio format and all this kind of stuff. This is before audiobooks really took off, right? And I was like, man, it would be nice if these things were collected in this one place. And the idea of that came from, well, you know what? This is the real impetus.
Okay, bring it on.
I'm gonna take it back. I read this book called Our Black Year, right? It was basically this woman who wanted to support all Black businesses 365 days a year, every day, right? And basically it talks about the trials that she had to go through to support Black businesses. So she wanted to buy her groceries from a Black-owned grocery store. Well, technically there wasn't one, but then one opened up, and then she had to drive. She's in Chicago. She had to drive across town to the store. She wanted to support Black-owned gas stations. You know, there was only one in the whole Chicago area, but basically what she did was she bought gift cards from the Black-owned one and used them at other gas stations or the Black-owned McDonald's. And she found all these creative ways to support just Black-owned businesses. And I took that idea and I said, you know, I wonder if I could support Black comic book creators 365, well, technically not 365 days a year. It's more so like 56, right? It's just every Wednesday of the week for a year, right? And once I went online, because of course, typically most of those books, I exhausted the lists that were available in the comic book shop, right? After I burned through that list, okay, when I wanted to support other creators online, it was hard finding them, right? It was hard. There was no central place to find these independent creators. And not every creator was, you know, up to date on their websites. It's not necessarily the early stages of the internet, but as far as e-commerce, it's definitely it wasn't necessarily as big as it is now, or as easy as it is now. So that was one of the main ideas, was that basically, I could create a platform that would cater to, you know, Black comic books and Black comic book creators, and basically help fix, because the way I looked at it was like a trust issue, right?
Mhm.
I was going to help to fix that point in and of itself, that this is a trusted website that you click on it, you buy it, and you get your product, right?
Mhm.
So I wanted to make sure that was taken care of first, so that it builds the trust that we needed in the community, you know, between Black comic book creators and Black comic book fans, that they were going to get a book when they, you know, press, you know, buy, that they were going to get a number.
Get that content.
They were going to get that content. So definitely, I wanted to make an environment like that. So that's when I started looking at blog posts. I think it was Brandon Easton that had made this blog, that was extremely popular blog post at the time, listing all the Black indie comic book creations out there, in terms of, yes, if you want to see this, you know, you need to support that type of narrative.
Right.
And I sort of keyed in on some of those people on that list and reached out to them and let them know what I was, you know, what we were doing at Peep Game Comics, and would they be willing to, you know, have their book available on our website. And that's how it took off.
That's dope. That's so dope. And I think what's really interesting is that you paying attention to the way the world is moving in terms of digital content, really kind of, you know, step things up. Yes, there is the comparative to Comixology, but by not comparing yourself to Comixology, but by basically saying I'm the rally point for all of you to be found. Like, that's the point. It's not just about selling books. It's about the marketability of us as creators, and it never aims to take away from the physical books that we're creating. Although that has been dabbled with. How do you like being in so predominantly the digital space? Is it giving you the range and reach that you intended?
Yes and no, I guess. Well, with the internet, it's always about this. With the internet, there's always this potential of, like, there's always a huge opportunity around the corner. So that's why like internet helps. It's like you can always, you know, you can find new people, find new, you know, new creative work. As a comic book reader, I've actually enjoyed the digital platform immensely, because I don't necessarily have to. I can always find new things and interesting things that I, you know, to get into.
Right.
As a reader, I'm using 3 or 4 different digital platforms. I'm on Comixology, but I'm also reading books on Gumroad, if they're selling the people stuff on Gumroad. I got a collection of books on the read books in Hoopla, the library, you know, platform. So it's like, as far as digital comics for me, I love the digital comic platform. And so from a commercial standpoint, as far as that goes, you know, online platform has worked out, you know, great, because I can build that for me, because I can build that trust. It's like when you push buy, you get that digital book in your email immediately. And I don't want to, and I'm slowly but surely introducing print on our website, but I wanted to make sure that that system was very, you know, much in place, where, you know, people aren't, you know, waiting for, you know, a crazy amount of time for their books and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I definitely want to, you know, set up the process, so I keep the catalog small, that I can manage personally. So that's definitely been something I've been trying to tackle as far as the next step for us.
I love that. Now, you as a creative, though, how has Peep Game influenced you in that regard? Are you, you know, seeing content coming in and it's got you itching to create and produce more of your own?
Oh yeah, it's got me itching, in the sense that I'm very opinionated.
Okay.
So I follow a lot of independent creators, and I love what they're doing, and it's like you need to do it this way. Or it's like, oh, I wish you would have did it this way, or had you had gone about it this way, you've been more successful. And I rarely actually jump in and say those things,
of course,
directly to people, but I'm always thinking it's like, well, if I were to show them,
then you would be able to do that.
Then I'll be able to come back around and say, yeah, I told you so. But right. Or I find myself, and you've been a part of 90% of the arguments I get into. Like I'm very opinionated as how indie should move and stuff like that. And and I get it, and it's always about, well, the whole thing is like I'm doing this from experience and all this kind of stuff. And it's sort of like, yeah, so I get it. And so yeah, I have ideas of the stories I want to tell, or comic books I want to create, but also I have it's in me that I want to do it a certain way to prove a point.
I get that.
Which may not be the best way to.
No. That is the best way. That is absolutely the best way. I promise you, in my career, that's exactly how I started. Was, I'm proving points. I'm saying what I think things should, how things should go, how things should function, and rightly so. Somebody was like, "Well, then prove it," and I'm like, "You're absolutely right. Let me show you." And that's the way. That's absolutely the way. Looking at like some of your creations, especially Junebug. Number one, I need more Junebug. Like let's just make that happen. But I feel like with Junebug, you are tiptoeing on the line of being the Dave Pilkey of Black comics.
Dave Pilkey.
Yeah.
I can see, that's what I'm saying. So that's a perfect example, right?
Yes.
Is that we talk so much about what the traditional comic book market is doing. Right? And what's going to be the thing in comics that is going to take off, and what's going to blow up, and all this kind of stuff. And as we're having this debate as to what we're going to do as indie comic book creators, basically making floppies, right? This Dave Pilkey guy comes and he makes a generic looking dog in a Batman suit or a cat like. And he sells millions of copies of the book, right? And I honestly think that in spite of the success someone like people like a publishing company like DC has, they have got to look at that and be like, we're
how do we not do that?
What are we doing wrong?
Yes.
In this environment? Because if this guy can barely draw a generic Batman character, and considering the hundreds of thousands of dollars we spend in creating these traditional comic books,
right?
And this guy wakes up and it's like, I'm going to draw this baby in his drawers as a superhero. You know what I mean? It's like,
no, for real. Captain Underpants, man.
They have to look at that and be like, okay, we're obviously doing this. We're obviously doing this wrong. We're gonna shake all this thing up. So they fire staff and all this kind of stuff and all this hoopla. And we in the comic book industry don't understand, why would they do something so crazy? And I'm looking at it like, of course it did something crazy, because there aren't any $1 million comic
unit books.
They're not $1 million unit books in the comic industry anymore. So they're looking at it like, if the book industry is the way to go, right? Or if the next 1 million sales is the way to go, they're gonna shake it up. So all that to say, yeah, I could be the David Pilkey of dang on.
I mean, I'm just saying,
only because it's like I do like, as far as comics, I do like telling stories that are for all ages. I like all comics. I like what Scoop does.
Yeah.
I like all that stuff. And I not just because just because it's kid friendly, because it's so accessible as me as a creator. I can finish a book like that. I can draw a book like that. I've seen Scoop draw a page in 20 minutes. You know,
I mean, with the crazy way that he holds a pen. If you guys haven't seen Scoot draw, he literally draws like this,
and he kills it.
It's amazing.
Him and who is that? Eric Larson.
Yeah. Larson's is weirder. Like his is like upside down, like he's stirring a pot. Like it's weird.
But they turning out work. But even his style is like that, and it's like it's very accessible. And that's what when I approach comics as a creator, I always wanted to approach it in the way that I was looking for a system because I'm a graphic designer. I was looking for a system that was going to work best for me, and not just as me as an artist, but me as a father and a business owner. It's like, what's going to be the system that's going to fit what I do best and what I'm capable of doing, as opposed to, man, I just got to make this look like X-Men,
right,
or whatever the popular thing. And that was hard to not to go chasing after what's hot. Although I do have some ideas, like I think I spilled the beans on one idea. I might lose this forever now.
Nah, whatever. You once you put it out there, you just got to do it.
Yeah, I got to do it. Well, I don't know if I can do this one. This one's kind of funky. This is I honestly think that I always have these ideas that if someone did this in the industry, this would really take off. There needs to be someone was passing around who is the most famous Dracula? Yeah. And did you notice that not in one of those posts, no one ever mentioned Vampirella for whatever reason? I don't know why.
Yeah, no.
And I was thinking, it's like, what would kill right now is a black Vampirella type character.
Bruh.
Make her look like
Meg
Thee Stallion or something. You'll that's $1 million idea.
It is $1 million idea.
And make the story like, it's like, oh, that's Ratchet. No, you make the story Ratchet. Somebody make a
why are you not making this?
I'm not a Ratchet. I'm holy.
Listen,
I'm a preacher's son. I can't
listen. Y'all the worst ones. Why are you trying to play like PKs ain't the worst ones? Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
I can't tell that story.
No, you don't have to tell that story. You can sell that story. All you got to do is acquire the team that can do that story justice and get that out there, and then get your 10% on the back end. That's a genius idea.
Man, I just think if Meg Thee Stallion was Vampirella right now, I think that would kill.
That would be nuts.
I think that would be nuts. Or it's like something like that. Something like that. Someone right, because I was reading and I loved it. The Campos is was it Dracula MFer?
Yes.
That was dope.
That's
exactly what
that's a whole new vibe though. That's a whole new vibe.
Like, put a black woman in that role.
I mean,
and not to take away from what Rodney's about to do with Blackula, I'm sure that's
sure.
That's gonna be dope. But I was like, you get that to a black woman, man,
that would be dope. I bet
everything that black women have done.
I bet Hess could write that. I bet Hess could kill on that one.
Who?
Micheline Hess. I bet she would kill on that one.
She's up next. Yes, yeah. What she did was Diary of a Mad Black Woman. She's
up next. If you don't pitch that, I'm gonna stab you. Okay, I'm gonna stab you.
No, I'm gonna pitch it.
Thank you.
I think it's dope.
That is dope.
I think it would take off, man.
The cosplay energy of that one. Wow.
Not to say it turning Vampire. I'm not saying
right. No. You're talking about that
creating a Dracula, basically femme fatale,
right?
Black woman character.
Wow,
I think
that would be dope. That would be dope.
Because I think what's missing in indies, we already got the horror down.
Mm-hmm.
We already got. It's so weird to say this. It's something I'm missing as far as like, what is the sex appeal is missing?
I mean, yes, because we are as Black comics go, we're almost afraid to ramp up the sexuality factor of our characters. So yeah,
I think, and I don't want to sound like a horn dog, but I know there's an audience for it. Like I was saying, I shared this idea with Chuck, and he's actually interested in doing this too. Chuck Collins.
Yeah.
I shared it with him, the idea of a Black heavy metal. You know, it's like adult. Like if you're gonna go adult, go all the way with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Really, you know, in a fashionable way. I'm not saying be raunchy about it. I'm just saying, you know, actually create storylines, because I know like people like him are holding back. They got stories and artwork that they would love to do that just business wise, I have to stay over here in this lane.
Right.
But there should be an opportunity for, you know, artists that are like, this is your space to sort of let loose. You know what I'm saying?
Just have fun.
And that's where I could see like a character like that.
Because that's you actually touched on something that's kind of interesting too, though, is are we so much of a niche, like creative force as Black indie creators, that the idea of having a pseudonym is like off the table because we're not well known enough that we would ever want to give credit to the other self that we could be? I wonder if that's something that we need to address as an industry, to say, no, it's, you know, if you're protecting your name by not exploring your fullest creativity, then by all means allow this other side to grow and be whatever it's going to be. Even if it gets bigger than your name, it's still you.
I mean, it's worked for who? It's worked for Stephen King. It's worked for, I mean, heck, it's worked for his son even. I mean, I don't think people still don't know that Joe Hill is Stephen King's son.
Yeah. Even though they look just alike. Like it's,
you know, what's sad is like once I knew, it's like now I can't
not see it.
I cannot see it.
You look at him and go, yeah, of course you are. Like, look at you.
No, in his writing, like
you definitely hear it there.
That's messed. It kind of messed up. It's like when he was just himself, it was sort of like he had more autonomy. But now, as soon as I realized it was him, it was like
you hear his dad creeping in. No, I get that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dr. Seuss was, you know, a pseudonym. Mark Twain was a pseudonym. So, you know, play around with it. Look, see, Kyle, right there with me. I love it. That's the way that this can work. So, you know, by all means, like just create the content, get it out there and make it work. What up, Dorphise?
I'm trying to my son wants to get on here and he wants to get on here and chat. So I'm trying to send him a link.
Okay.
So
bring him in.
Let's see here. I gotta find that thing on StreamYard link there. It's been a long day. We're about to close out with Micheline Hess next.
There we go.
And I'm going to immediately pitch this idea.
Please do. I'm going to immediately pitch to you, though, that you do explore, you know, bringing Junebug and the whole crew as a series of, you know, small, not graphic novellas. That's what we will call them. So they are perfect bound, not 100+ pages, maybe 30 pages, but, you know, taking your comic strip oriented style, the page structure. I mean, even if it's just a series of single page comics, bro, the industry needs you to do that. I need you to do that. My children need you to do that. So no pressure. No pressure.
No whatsoever.
I mean, but I will gladly snitch on you to your mama and your daddy, because I would do that. I would just be like, listen, he's got $1 million ideas and he's not doing it. Get him. Get on him.
Yeah, definitely. Stay on top of it. They're watching. They're watching as we speak.
Hey, Uncle Ben. Oh, Bill. Oh, geez. I just got all like, hi,
Malcolm
Uncle Bill. Hi,
Uncle Kyle is one of Malcolm's closest friends.
Of course.
He hates the fact that his comic book shop is closed. He just wants to go and talk. So I'm trying to give him his 5 minutes or so he can shoot the breeze with.
Of course,
with his people.
Of course.
But no, we've this definitely been a lot of fun this whole weekend. And people are already asking, people are asking in the middle of the program, how can I get on? I'm like, actually doing it at the moment. I can't, but I want to tell everybody to stay tuned because we're definitely going to be back with the regular, weekly program. So,
of course. Listen, I had people asking me how to get on, like before you started, and I'm like, I will put the bug in his ear that he needs to make this a regular event, not an annual event, but a regular event.
Right. Like, it's definitely had to make it regular because I think people like, all the momentum that was around this. And what's so crazy, it's not like it hasn't been done before, but like we're following in the footsteps of a lot of cats that's been doing it. So if not our program, definitely look for what Jason Reeves has been doing with the
Comix distro.
Yeah, and that and the rent party series they do. You got a ton of people out here doing stuff. I think I was on with Hannibal. They've been doing stuff in Clubhouse. Tyler does some stuff in Clubhouse. So there's a ton of community. It's like the Black indie community, man. We know how to, support each other for sure. If nothing else, we get it done. We definitely get it done. We get the word out and everything. I'm not sure if Malcolm might not make it. He might have to make it we might close out.
Close out with him. I get it.
Right now, we're about to wait for my friend Micheline come through here.
Of course. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, tell everybody where they can find you.
Here's
on social media. Oh,
here he is.
Hey. Let my man in. What you doing? Why you playing with him?
Yo.
There he is.
What's up, man?
Hi, Dad.
Hey, what's up, man? What you been up to?
I just released another episode on my TikTok.
On your TikTok, yes. He's a TikTok celebrity. He's got how many followers do you have on TikTok now?
111.
111.
We about to make that 112. What's the name I need to look for?
What's the name of your TikTok?
Sanji._.cos. SCOS.
I'm on it.
All right, Sanji._.cos. Yeah, he's blowing up, man.
Look, I just say I need to win.
Did you enjoy the manga panel that we did?
Yes, I did.
As a manga fan, I'm going to get you hip to the Saturday AM app.
Yep.
All that good content that's on there.
Boom, 112. I got you.
112. Malcolm is blowing up.
That's
Malcolm
right.
Davis.
You got more followers on there than I do.
You got any questions for Victor or anybody that's on here?
We're about to get
question for Kyle. Kyle's in the background listening.
I'm just wondering what it's like to be on here.
On here?
On this program?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna speak for as much as I can for anybody else. It's an honor, to be asked to represent not only comics, independent comics, Black independent comics is a huge honor, and to be recognized in that field means that we're all doing something right, despite any statement or thought or idea that there's so much more for us to do. We're doing something right, and that's huge. That's the fuel that we need in order to keep going. That's a great question.
Wow.
Have you been inspired by anything you've seen this weekend?
This.
What is that?
Little clip to your.
Oh, right.
He's making connections. See, he's speaking metaphorically.
You know, it's interesting, and it's like I didn't necessarily grow up with this, but I'm sure you bear witness to this, Victor. It's like when you have kids that are you have creative kids, and they have access to all these creative tools around your house. So like they're going through your drawers looking for pencils and markers and all that kind of stuff. Yes, that's a piece to my toolbox that holds all my tools and things like that.
Yes.
That's a sign that he's very much inspired by the tools and all the artistic tools and things like that are around the house, littered around the house. All the paper that we go through.
Oh my God, man! Listen, I need to invest in paper with the amount that I go through in my household. Between Hera and Juno, the amount of drawing that they do on a regular basis, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Man, and it's like, but you know, I grew up not having paper like that, so you know, we were drawing on spare computer paper. That
anything,
Remember with the blue lines? That mess.
Oh my God! With the perforated. That
was the best we got. Man.
Notebook paper.
Yeah, we thought it was pretty much we had those.
It was like these long strips of copy paper, like you know, from the olden days of computers.
That's right. You would feed them in and they would like accordion through the whole thing.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. That's how we got down back in the day.
That's great. That's
and now you just stacks on stacks of photo paper.
Look, now y'all drawing on tablets.
Yes.
With animations built in.
Sketchbooks. Being able to buy sketchbooks from the corner store. I mean,
man, you know, we used to have to kill for it. Like we'd have to wait for birthday and Christmas to get a sketchbook.
Art supplies? What?
Oh my goodness! Back in the day when the black hardbound sketchbooks was like $30.
Man, look.
Now you catch them on sale for $5.
Man,
ridiculous.
You know,
I got it so good.
You don't know how good you got it, Malcolm.
All facts.
I gotta chime in here. I can remember little Malcolm, you know, when he was significantly younger than he is now, but still, you know, coming into the store and finding pieces of boxes, you know, and using it to make like cosplay while y'all were signing at my store.
I remember that. That was amazing.
He built like a whole costume out of like leftover box bits. So I mean, like I said, it's, you know, the next generation of creators is you know, they're phenomenal.
And guess what?
They got ingenuity.
Oh, he's about to bust out something.
He's gonna pull out the big guns now.
I made this out of a piece of styrofoam.
Yeah, literal big gun. Right there, you go.
That is amazing.
That's
like again, like big pieces of styrofoam. You only got that if your family was rich and got like a big screen TV, and it didn't last the weekend.
Right.
that is 100% it. I love it.
That's exactly how it goes.
Well, bro, let me get out of here. Get out of the way.
All right.
So you and Hess can chop it up because I need to see that book to come out. I need it. Malcolm, it's always a pleasure to see you, sir. Until next time. Careful, there's a Godzilla looking at you.
All right.
He's in your grill. Don't let him get you. Peace, y'all.
Yep. Okay, just want to reset the room. My name is Imani Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You are watching the Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. And then make sure to follow The Experience 7 days a week with their regular weekly programming. You can follow them at The Experience. That's _EXP. And you can follow Peep Game Comics at PGCOMIX, PG Comics. That's comics with an X. And we will be right back. Hello again. My name is Imad Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. You're watching the Black Comics Experience, presented by Peep Game Comics exclusively here on the Experience Comic Book Shopping Experience. Our last and final guest of the day is Miss Micheline Hess, comic book creator. Hello, can you see? We're almost there. She is the creator of Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf. That's available on Peep Game Comics. That's very popular there. Also, she's popular for. She's also okay, and she's also popular for another title that's available on Peep Game Comics in digital format. And she is. I'll put it up for everybody. And hopefully we can get her on in just a second here. She's very popular in terms of digital art, and she does a lot of work in 3D. So hopefully we'll be able to share some of that work this evening. And
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
We're gonna work it out. So we're gonna we're doing this virtually because she basically works in a 3D format. Can you explain exactly what we're seeing here?
Yes. So right now we're inside an application, a VR application called Adobe Medium. Well, actually it was Oculus Medium, but Adobe bought them out. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
And so what it allows you to do is actually sculpt in clay virtually. So what I'm going to be doing today is a bust, hopefully. I like fantasy art, so I wanted to try and do something for fantasy.
Okay.
And you can watch me do that. And Imani, you can ask me questions about comics or what I'm doing, my process. If people have questions and things like that, I'll be more than happy to answer. I just have to adjust my visor here a little bit because I'm fogging up. Sorry.
No problem. And you can set everything, like you actually have brown hands in this thing. I'm amazed by that.
Yeah, I created an avatar. So let me see if I can show you what I look like. Oh, maybe I can't show you what I look like. So where's the camera? I don't even know. Camera? Here, boy. Oh, there it is. Can you see me?
Yes. I see
Can
the
you
camera.
see my head?
Not yet. I see the camera.
Yeah, maybe that's not working. All right, never mind. Next time.
No. I was definitely told to. I gotta make a habit to make sure that the creators introduce themselves and what they're known for. I get so comfortable, with the guests because I know of quite a few of them. So can you introduce yourself for the audience?
Yes, I can. Hi, I'm Micheline Hess. I am the creator of Malice in Ovenland, which is the Adventure Kids comic. And I also did Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf, as well as the Anansi Kids Club and the All Saints Day Adventure. So I like doing adventure comics for kids. Although I haven't done anything comic-y in a little while. It's been really distracting because ever since I discovered 3D, I've kind of been all in. So I've been trying to find ways to create, to I guess learn ways that I can take what I'm learning in 3D and make it something that I could also use to tell stories, whether it's by animation or I don't know, audio, working while I'm talking while I'm sculpting or something like that.
So again, this program is called what now? This is an Adobe program now.
So yeah, this is called Medium by Adobe, and it's a VR program. So you need a VR headset and a PC to run it. I was trying to resist going towards the dark side PCs for a little while, but eventually, I guess in order to really be able to take advantage of 3D stuff, you really kind of have to do you really kind of have to have a PC. Macs can kind of handle it, like a really high powered Mac can handle it, but yeah, if you really want to be able to like not fight all the time and everything, you kind of need a PC for that.
Okay. Now this is amazing. So, do you see this as the future of storytelling in a way, or do you just like you're just a fan of the medium in and of itself?
It's funny. I've been wanting to learn 3D for a long time, but the thing about it was that the interface of 3D software just really intimidated me. It's almost like looking at like a control panel for a plane. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's this? What does that do? So,
right.
I when I discovered that I could do this kind of stuff, it was really freeing because it's more tactile. Obviously you're not touching real clay, but you don't have the interface there, or rather you have an interface, but it's very different. So right now what I'm doing is I'm doing what's called blocking in.
Okay.
It's a good thing to do well before you establish detail, is by kind of getting your forms together and knowing where everything's going to sit, because that's the underpinning of the whole sculpt. And if that's not set up right, it's very hard to go back in and change that once you've gotten much farther. So right now I'm just kind of laying down the base shapes. And it's and it's mirrored. So what I do on one side, I do on the other, and it's a great way to maintain symmetry.
Man, it's like you can't see me, but I'm like mesmerized. I'm gawking at the screen here.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
No, that's fine. But it's funny because when I see your work and I know that this is the medium that you're working in, I'm always imagining you in your home with the Oculus thing on your face. It's like, oh, she's working in this virtual realm. That's always kind of cracks me up when I think about it.
Yeah, it's really kind of nice, just because it blocks everything out. You know what I mean? And it carries over to your mental state. At least it does for me. So, things that are bothering me, things that are on my mind, different stresses of the daily world, they all kind of tend to disappear a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, I can definitely see that.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of just kind of setting up where I'm going to have everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically just like clay, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like clay. It behaves very much like that, except you don't need water or clay. Just electricity.
This seems like an extension of what you do a lot, in terms of we were just talking about Diary of a Diary of a
Mad Black Werewolf.
Black werewolf. And I know that you did that digitally in Procreate, right?
Yeah.
And so it's sort of like you've been working in a digital platform, for some time. This seems like an extension of that.
Yeah, it almost does seem kind of like a natural evolution in a way. Although it's not what I anticipated. I first got into VR because of a program that was put out by Google called Tilt Brush, and they've unfortunately since decommissioned the application, so they're not supporting it anymore. But what's been really interesting to see, as a side note, is that they released the source code, and so like the Tilt Brush community has kind of picked it up and run with it, and now you have the ability to like create your own brushes, and it's really what started out initially as a real heart attack inducing move has created a really nice kind of shift in the community where everyone is kind of contributing now, and making it even better than it was before.
Wow. Before I forget, and before Victor gets angry at me, I was just pitching an idea, which is technically right up your alley because you do a lot of horror and you do it very well.
Thank you.
I had this idea that what would be a hot book would be a Black Vampirella type character.
Oh yeah.
And immediately said, you would be perfect for a storyline like that. And I was like, yeah, that's probably right, because based on what you did with Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf, which is the
I that was the first foray I made into horror, and I was kind of surprised because I wasn't sure what would happen. I just knew that I wanted to do something that was very different and not as kid friendly. I wanted to do something that was gory and was I'm decreasing the resolution there, by the way.
Gotcha.
Something that was gory and would really let me kind of explore not just my feelings about what's been going on with like police brutality, and Karens all over the damn place, but also to really be able to get in there and really draw. There was some time, because I did it on my iPad. I could work, in a mobile way. So I'd be on the train there, like drawing the viscera of somebody who just got disemboweled or whatever. And people are sitting next to me like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna draw the spleen now.
It's so detailed, right? You have
So that was that was
pages.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, there were some pages where I was like, man, she definitely had to do some research to get that intestine to look right.
The really scary thing is I did very little research.
Yeah, it is scary. Hey, we got a question here. This seems like great for students to experiment at lower costs. My daughter will be a freshman in college this fall for a BFA, and a VR setup might be cheaper over time than clay, oil, paint, etc. Any tips for students to get started?
Yeah. So the really nice thing about working in VR is that you don't need to have the clay, like you were saying. What was I going to say? The thing that with the Oculus Quest is really nice is that you don't need a PC to run things like Tilt Brush and Gravity Sketch, which is something else I've been using a lot lately. That's more of a 3D poly modeling tool. So it's not like sculpting. It's more like working in vertexes and meshes and things like that.
Right.
The thing about this particular program, though, is that, and the other thing I wanted to add is that the Oculus Quest is actually one of the less expensive headsets out there.
Okay.
I think the Oculus Quest 2, which I don't have, but is the next iteration of this hardware, is like $300. But in order to run the software, you'll need a PC, because this will not work on a Mac. So you need a PC that is, optimized maybe for like gaming or something like that, that will allow you to kind of have the power to be able to push all these voxels around.
Okay.
That's the thing. What's the time, by the way?
5:20.
Okay, I got to speed it up. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
So yeah, that's a I mean, that's a really great way to explore the creativity in a way that doesn't involve having to have a studio. As far as painting, if you're purely considering working in the digital in the painting in the 2D space, I would actually recommend maybe considering investing in an iPad. It really depends on what you want to achieve, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just laying the groundwork for some braids.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, if you want to do painting, that's my cat. Then yeah, that might be an iPad might be better. Something like Procreate is really nice because it allows you to emulate a lot of different kinds of mediums without having to have all of those mediums. So, you know, you can work in colored pencil, you can work in ink, you can work in watercolor, you can emulate all of those things. And it's a very true emulation. And there's also a lot of other apps out there that support this kind of thing. ArtRage is a really good one where you can even emulate the type of canvas you're working on, you know. You know, if you're doing oil paint, and the thing that's nice about ArtRage is that you can also sorry.
Not even.
You can also emulate oil paint. You know, you can mix the paints and they'll behave in a way that's very true. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you're working in like watercolor, you can mix the colors. You know, you can lay one color down on another and they'll mix and they'll behave the way that watercolors behave. And the same thing with oils and the acrylics that they emulate in that app as well.
Yeah, I was it was a toss up for me between the Wacom One and the iPad. I went with the Wacom One this time.
Yeah.
And I really like it. But I use Clip Studio Paint.
Yes, that Clip Studio Paint really I think they did something very smart in creating a mobile version. You know, I'm still kind of blown away by how they were able to shoehorn all of that functionality onto an iOS. And I think it's for Android too, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
not sure about as far as I'm not sure about as far as Android tablets. I use a PC for.
Okay. So then maybe I don't really know. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as students go, that's the go-to I usually recommend for students too. But what I'm noticing too is that the technology and the programs are fairly inexpensive for students just to just to jump on board and start experimenting in digital.
Yeah, I agree. They're a lot less expensive now, and Procreate is not that expensive, and the amount of support, you can get brushes from Procreate. Sorry, I'm going to do this 800 times in a row.
Yeah, I know how it goes.
The community for that is really great too. They have a lot of really people who are always making. Yeah, here we go again. A lot of people who are making brushes and stuff like that. Stop it. All right, this looks a little weird.
Now, what do you like about fantasy and horror storytelling in terms of the comics?
It's funny. Years ago, I went with a friend of mine to see Lord of the Rings, and I was familiar with the series and everything. I had watched the Rankin Bass animations, The Hobbit, but it's kind of depressing in a way, particularly I think for people of color, because it's like, you know, the only people of color they have in this world are like these, you know, these savage beasts. The fucking sorry,
Right.
excuse me, Urukai, you know, have like dreadlock type hair and all of this. You know, it's a very white movie, and of course, it's a very white book too. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So, oh. So it made me feel like all right, I'm compressing 2 layers now. It made me feel like I wish there was fantasy that was inclusive for Black audiences, that showed them, and not just as like nefarious figures, but to like the concept of like a dark wizard, a black wizard, not necessarily implying evil. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Right.
Or dark elves. You know, something like that. I think would be really great. You know.
No, I loved your little short stories that you used to tell. You used to draw like a Procreate drawing, and then you have a whole backstory behind it. You would create
Oh
these
yeah.
dystopian postal workers, and
Yeah.
you know, just sci-fi cowgirls and all this different. You have this way of like mashing up all these storylines and creating these like, you know, really short narratives, without even investing a whole bunch of time in an actual comic. It's like you just the illustration alone told so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a place where my head naturally goes, you know.
Mhm.
And I just wish that there was more of that. You know, it's Lovecraft country. I was really happy to see that.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you know, I think it would also be really cool to have stories that don't necessarily find themselves rooted in oppression. You know what I'm saying? Where characters are empowered, like at the beginning. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or they didn't emerge from trauma. You
Right.
know,
Mhm.
that's the kind of thing that I would really love to see. You
Mhm.
know.
Now, have you been able to, I don't know, monetize this? Are you doing a lot of this stuff for, you know, for other clients and things like that?
No, not really. There's a part of me that's a little afraid to do that because, like, I've done one job where I was designing characters,
Mhm.
but the problem or the fear I have is that uh, it's going to become work. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah.
And once it becomes work, it's no longer fun in a way. It's like right now, I'm just kind of enjoying exploring, and just seeing, you know, how much I can learn, because there's a lot that I don't know, and there's different things I have to learn if I want to try and take what I'm doing even further, you know. So right now I'm just kind of on a learning journey, I guess. I'm just exploring and learning other kinds of software and being like, oh, that's nice, and you know, seeing what works with what, and you know, at some point I'll get to like things like rigging and stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, I think for now I'm not really looking to monetize. I think it's an easy place to go to in your head, like, oh, I can make a lot of money off of this. But and you know, you're at that point, you're not necessarily doing your own thing. You're doing what somebody else wants. You know what I mean?
True. Yes, exactly.
So right now, it's like I just want to do what I want, and then, you know, go from there.
Is it something about the traditional comic book format that you found restrictive? Because even what people will notice in Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf, that's like, you know, single pages. It's not your traditional comic book format.
Yeah, you know, with that, I wanted to do Inktober, but the problem with Inktober for me is that a lot of times I end up slacking and then I fall off. So I figure if I made a story that was based on creating an image around each prompt word,
Right.
I could it would be a way to help me kind of stay in the game and stay focused and stay interested. So what I was doing was using the prompt words and then creating a new image every day. And at that time, I was out of work, so I had a lot more time on my hands to do stuff.
Right.
But at the same time, I had to keep it very tightly scoped because if I wanted there to be a story and an image every day, it had to be, you know, I couldn't like wander off into like backstory land and things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
It would have to stay very focused. So that's why that story is one page per, you know,
page.
Per,
one panel per page.
Yeah, one panel per page and one page per day, you know, because that's what I was doing.
If anybody, when you see this artwork, the idea that you even did that in just one day, each page one day, is just phenomenal in and of itself. You put a lot of people to shame in terms of that, the way that goes, as far as
Thank you.
I mean seriously, it's like that means that you made an entire book in 30 days.
Yeah. And that was really unexpected, you know, so like I was saying before, part of what I wanted to do was just explore my feelings. And and there was a lot of moments where I was like, oh my God, this is going to cause a lot of problems. People aren't going to like this, or what are they going to say about this? You know, it's going to make waves. But it turns out that it resonated really well with a lot of people. So that was ultimately when I decided that I was going to make it, you know, a collect out of it. But up until that point, I wasn't really sure what I was going to do. It was just you know, something I was having fun with and exploring a different way of storytelling and getting my feelings out as well about, you know, what's been going on, because you know, it just seems like you look in the news every day and someone's being killed, and you know, it was just what was that boy's name?
Tamir Rice.
No,
I mean, that's the thing. It's so many.
Yeah, right. No, he played the violin. It was just his birthday.
Oh yeah, I can't think of his name, but yeah, he was stopped by police. He was,
and they shot him up with the damn horse tranquilizer. You know, and you see the way other parts of the world react to that, and they're like, they gave him what?
Right.
You know, that's what we give our horses here in whatever part of the world. You know, we don't give that to humans. It's not safe to give to humans. You know, so I mean, it's just that whole thing. It's like, you know, and when you listen to the audio of that, you know, you hear these officers talk about, oh, you know, he's so strong, and it's like, no, you know, the whole notion, the whole notion of this, you know, seeing Black people as like this sort of superhuman creature, you know what I'm saying? They barely seeing Black people as human, and don't give them the same allowances to be human. So it's really frustrating, you know. And
Elijah McClain, that was
Elijah McClain. Yes, thank you. Yeah, they killed him, you know, and these guys never did a single day of time. They did, you know, they don't care. They've gone on with their lives. It's just this kind of thing, you know. Dorphise Jean, you know, the guy was literally in his house. Like I could, you know, so that kind of stuff.
Just help people understand what the storyline is, because I keep forgetting that everybody don't know everything that I know, obviously. But Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf It's a story about a woman who belongs to a clan of werewolves that's basically enacting justice against finding justice against police brutality, racism, um, and basically it's definitely horrific to say the least. So, but that's my synopsis. Do you like to break down that story?
Yeah, I mean that was a good synopsis. It's basically a love letter to like Black rage, and the fact that there's just so many instances when in hearing about these things and seeing them, there's just this really overriding feeling of powerlessness. Like what are you going to do? You know what I mean? These people are weaponized and they don't care. And you look at what happened at the Capitol back in January, and then so many of these people are cops. And then you see, they're talking about on the news, and it's like, wow, it could be that these people are in cahoots with all of these, white nationalists. Oh my goodness, it's like really, really.
It's kind of sad that we're in this moment where such things like that happen, and at the same time, such things inspire us to do some of our best work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to say that that was your best work. I'm just saying
No, I feel you. I mean, yeah, that definitely came from a place. Oh, once I started drawing, I was like, wow, it just kept kind of spilling out.
Right.
So yeah, like I had a lot to say. And yeah, it felt good to be able to get that out. But then it's like you turn on the news and it's like, wow, here's more material.
Right. I saw you trying. You went back to that well again with the next Inktober.
Oh yeah. That was a AR. I think I called it AR 13. And that whole story behind it as well. But then I fell off, and we were still all coronafied.
Yeah.
And I, at that point, I kind of had to give myself permission to fall off.
No,
because there was just a lot of other stuff going on, and I was like, okay, I'll come back to it. I have the files. And I'll revisit it, but I had to kind of also be kind with myself.
No, that's been a recurring theme. And sort of, it's like I've been talking a lot about how creators have they stay in the game, so to speak. It's not much about okay, this is going to be the thing that's going to make me win, as opposed to like I'm going to you're in this this virtual space. This is keeping you in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
I was just talking about how, instead of having to, I don't know how else to put it, win all the time. It's about staying in the game.
Oh yeah. Wow, what the heck is that? Yeah, that's a difficult thing to fight sometimes, because it's like you see people blowing up and getting up and things like that. And you feel happy for them, but then there's a part that's like, why aren't you doing this or that?
Right.
And I finally found myself in a place where it's like, I'm gonna burn out if I keep thinking like that. Like there's got to be things that you do just to do them, and with the understanding that maybe they'll become something amazing, and maybe they won't, but do they make you happy? Do they bring you like peace, and joy? Do they help you deal with your feelings? There's so many other things you can get from this kind of stuff. So yeah. All right, what am I doing? I'm gonna start painting. So you can also paint, do like vertex painting in this software, which is really nice, and it's profoundly satisfying, I gotta say.
So how much, I know you release a lot of content online, but how much more are you keeping private? Like, do you like have catalogs and stuff?
Right now it's kind of a split between stuff that I post and stuff that kind of dies in utero, so to speak. Either because I don't like the way it's going. Like it's there's times when when you're working on stuff and you feel like there's always a part where you're working on it and and it's still like forming, and if you stick with it, you can actually get something really good. But then I also kind of had to learn, okay, sometimes if you stick with it, no matter what you do, it's going to look horrible. Like it's just not going to turn out the way you want it, So that's just something that I've been trying to kind of exercise, is like knowing when to let go of stuff. Knowing when to sorry. Okay, so the other thing you can do as a side note is you can also change the material. So this is diffuse. This has less roughness. I'm just going to turn up the roughness a little bit. Actually, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that for her hair. Yeah, that's basically it. Like I have a lot of malformed things in the back in the box that are like, why don't you love me, mommy? And I'm just like, hush now. So yeah, they're there, and sometimes I come back. What's really nice is that the things you learn from one thing you can actually apply to other things. So I'm finding as I learn things, as I teach myself about things like Blender, which is a free 3D software program for Mac and PC. The different things I learn, I can apply towards stuff that I put down initially, which is really great. This is metal. Just gonna make it a little more rough. So yeah, there's things there. They're there.
I'm just giving you. I think we got about 16 minutes, 17 minutes.
16, you said?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Giving you a timestamp there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, this is awesome.
Thank you.
Because you have a lot of if you can find Micheline on a lot of different platforms. Actually, you can find it not just on social media, Mishmash Arts, but also you have a Vimeo page too, right?
Vimeo, although I also have YouTube. So Mishmash Arts is on YouTube. I've been actually putting most of my stuff there these days.
Okay. So some of her Procreate process art is like some of the best I've seen.
Oh, thank you.
No, it's awesome. That's definitely the gold standard when it comes to that program for sure. You definitely mastered that. And Mishmash Arts on all platforms. And also you can find Diary of a Mad Black Werewolf on Peep Game Comics. And I might have sold out of it today because like you're the last person, but I promise you it's been selling all weekend.
Sweet.
And it's because not just me, but several other creators that have been on here have mentioned that book and how much we love that book. So it's definitely it resonated with a lot of the right people for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, we are always referencing that book. At least I know I am, because I reference it because it's not just because of the content, but I'm also referencing it because of how you approach the medium. how you stepped outside the traditional comic book medium to tell this story, and digitally, because you shared this every day of Inktober for 30 days. So like this story, that people were following this story for 30 straight days before you even put it in print.
Yeah. I was really amazed by the response I got. I was kind of blown away by it because I just wasn't sure like how people were going to react.
Mm-hmm.
And see, this is why I'm fighting the urge to actually delete this entire thing right now.
No.
But yeah, like I wasn't sure what was going to happen, with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that people were feeling what I was saying, and not just being like, "Girl, what the hell is this?"
No, they came back and bought the book, right?
Yeah, they came back and bought the book, and well, actually, I mean, a lot of people were like, "What, are you going to make a book out of this? Like, what are you going to do with this?"
And you're like, "Girl."
And yeah, I was like, "Wow, well, maybe I should,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I should try something." So yeah, I decided I would collect everything, and that was like a whole other experience, but totally worth it. I'm really glad that I did that. Oops. I'm really glad that I did that, and I'm really glad that people enjoyed it, and understood where I was coming from, because it hits a lot of different points,
Mm-hmm.
There's like the Karens, and then there's the cops, and then there's like Seneca Village, and all this kind of stuff. And there were a lot of times where I would have to stop and like dip out and do some research real quickly.
Okay.
I mean, like really quickly, like while I was drawing really quickly, and Seneca Village is really sad. It was predominantly Black, and they initially were attempting to buy people out, but then there were people who wanted to stay because that was their home. And when they refused to move, the mayor gave orders to bludgeon them out of the city. Like that was literally what he said to the cops, like bludgeon them out. So, once again, like, oops.
No, as we were talking earlier, I was talking with John. It's sort of like when we talk about inspiration or how to get out of a creative rut. I was talking about the fact that pressure actually, pushes us to create and invent, and sadly, some of the things that we've experienced as a people has actually pushed us to invent some of the most amazing things.
Yeah, that pressure is very interesting. I've I'm been trying to take a page from the book of like Winnie the Pooh lately.
Okay.
And I've gotten to a place where, I want to work hard.
Yes.
But at the same time, I just don't know. Like it's a fine line between working hard and like killing yourself, I feel like.
Oh yes, yes.
Like when I finished Malice in Ovenland, I felt like Rocky, like after he won like the battle, and his face is all like, like someone used it to tenderize meat. And I was happy that I did it, but at the same time I was just so exhausted. So it's hard to know like where to be with that,
Yes.
especially these days, because I feel like even though there's like this whole vaccine for COVID and everything, of course, there's a lot of underserved communities that aren't getting it. A lot of Black folk that aren't getting it, a lot of brown people that aren't getting it. And it's just a lot. Like there's just a lot,
Yes.
So it's like for me, it's also been trying to find the line between like having electricity and paying for Wi-Fi, and being able to do all that stuff, and then also having time where I can, explore different things and play and things like that. Like I've been a lot more forgiving when it comes to that kind of thing. And then you have taking care of family and things like that. So I mean, like 3 cheers for Zoloft, but yeah, I think it's definitely important to. I guess the balance is hard,
Yeah.
and I think in a lot of ways I'm very lucky because I have freelance work that allows me to work from home. I'm not in a situation where I actually have to get off my butt and go in someplace and deal
Okay.
with, other people, all this other stuff.
I mean, that's helpful for the as far as raising kittens. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been raising cats. So I can't even imagine what parents are dealing, with kids these days. It must be so like some kind of dystopian thing, I mean, I guess there's parents that get to spend more time with their kids now, but if you're somebody who actually has to get up and go out, good Lord,
Yeah.
And then that like takes you to another place because it's like I read this thing the other day about these robot dogs that they have wandering around the Bronx now. And it's like, how many people need to have someone help their kids with their homework or give them access to like decent internet? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Or a place where they can go outside of their home where it's calm and there's no, craziness going on. Like that just it's like stuff like that. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know exactly what you mean.
Boston Dynamics, man, they're like the next Wayland Yutani,
Yeah. Oh, those are the people that made the dogs, right?
Yeah, Boston
Right.
Dynamics, all the dancing robots and stuff. And
Yeah.
even, initially when I first saw that stuff, I had to, I was like, oh, that's so good, a robot. Yeah. But it's like, man, that's scary.
Mhm.
That's really scary.
We got 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Thank you.
Yep. And I appreciate you coming on and sharing this with us.
Oh yeah, I'm really glad I was able to get it to work.
No. I mean, I figured it would work. We put it together. It's like
So,
I'm bobbing my head right to left as you're doing this. It's weird. It's like it's as if I'm in this with you. And
awesome.
It's funny. Like I'm literally like I'm going right to left. I say, okay, yeah, that looks good. Okay. I'm doing no work, but I'm participating.
That's. I don't know what I'm going to do with these eyes.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
No, it just reminds me of how like most artists typically work. Like they save the eyes for last.
Yeah,
At least I try to.
I think it's for the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I know what I'll do.
Oh, here we go. The piece de resistance. Here we go.
No, not nearly. But yeah, I mean that's the thing that I love about VR so much is that it's been so therapeutic. You just kind of you just kind of disappear and you're there working on whatever, and before you know it, it's dark out and you forgot to eat. And I kind of like getting lost like that.
4 minutes, but I think we're gonna make the finish line here.
Damn. Dun, 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 dun. Does anyone have any questions they would want to ask?
I don't see any more questions.
It's all quiet.
Yeah, I know that the interface feels a lot like, well, not visibly, but it seems like I guess in practice it feels like a lot like your typical digital platform with layers and
My hand is shaking.
layers.
Yeah, it has layer support, and you can change layers. You can move the layers. You don't necessarily have to do things on a mirror, plane like this. You can actually move things around, but it just allows me to be able to work both sides at the same time. In a situation where there's not a lot of time.
Yeah, my producer just jumped in. It's like, I think we don't have any questions because we're all mesmerized by what's going on. We just,
awesome.
They're like me. They're glaring at the screen here.
Yeah, it's so much fun. And like I was saying, in working with this and working with things like Blender and Gravity Sketch, one thing can teach you a lot about another thing.
Yes.
Which I really love.
Yes, I definitely found that to be true about if my experience in Adobe helped me to, tackle Clip Studio Paint and all that other kind of stuff. So for sure.
Yeah, it's great. All right, I'm still not liking these eyes at all. Now she looks like she's on crack. Okay. I might have to come back to that later.
All right. We're coming up on it. We got yes, Marcus Roberts is definitely mesmerized. My friend Marcus Roberts. I am mesmerized too. 90 seconds.
All right.
That's
I'm
enough.
going to try and see if I could do a lathe. Hang on a minute. How do I get that to work? Oh, too fast. All right.
All right. Now we got to give her a name. What's her name?
I'm Finna.
I'm Finna.
I don't know.
That's perfect. Thanks, Micheline, for helping.
Thank you very much. No Rona. Thank you.
Yeah. I hit you up later. I appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Yes, you were watching Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics on The Experience. Please help us hitting the share, follow us. You can follow Peep Game Comics at PG Comics with an X, and you can follow the Experience at _EXP on all platforms, social and digital. And I am out. Thank you guys for an awesome weekend. Stay tuned for more programming.